Chapter 1 Friends, well ain't that just like that princess. She stuck to doing things her own way until the very end. Amelia's eyes softened toward Felt, who uttered so as she sipped her cup of black tea. On a sofa used for receiving guests with one knee tucked under her arm, Felt sat across from Amelia, listening to her story in its entirety without interruption, before paying her respects for Priscilla in her own way. Amelia did not think it heartless that great grief or loss had not flashed across Felt's eyes, being only a slightly different shade of red from Priscilla's. However, she did think it was strong of her. This included the fact that she had visited this place of her own volition, in order to glean the details of Priscilla's death. Right now, Amelia and Felt were facing each other in a room of the royal residence in the royal capital of Lugunica. In a reception room of the residence where those of great importance were assigned to stay, Amelia greeted Felt. It was not something that they had prearranged. Felt, who had happened to be staying in the royal capital, had heard that Amelia had brought news to the royal castle, and thus had come to see her. In all honesty, she was awfully delighted that Felt had paid her a visit like this. To begin with, the Amelia camp owed Felt a great deal. She had taken great care of Meili while they had been absent from the kingdom, so Amelia heard from Anna Rose. Anna Rose, a relative of Roswell and a supporter of Amelia, had been tasked with handling the discussions regarding the various matters surrounding the Pleiades watchtower and Meili. Apparently, Felt and those aligned with her had greatly assisted in reaching an arrangement in those talks. For that reason, Amelia had planned to make time to convey her gratitude to Felt herself, so she was really grateful for the chance to see her like this. However, if anything, she wished she could have brought back a more pleasant tale, and yet Felt, that's what the look on your face seems to be saying, Amelia Nichin. Amelia, as I making such an obvious face, Felt pretty much. If you keep frowning and looking down like that, anyone could pick up on it, you know. Imitating Felt's motion of tapping her brow with her finger, Amelia also rubbed between her eyebrows. People often said she tended to show what she was thinking upon her face, but she amazed herself at how much had been unintentionally shown. It also worried her. She had completely regained her footing already, and thus was unflappable now. No one needed to worry about her, she was fine. These were the feelings she had tried to portray. Amelia, despite all of that, I'm still no good. Subaru and the others would be angry with me. Felt, it'd make that guy upset with you, Amelia Nichin. I can't imagine that happening though. Amelia, of course it would. Even Subaru would be annoyed if I couldn't be strong. That's why he diligently tells me where I'm lacking. Felt, that's so. With a smile, Felt rested her chin on her raised knee as her fang peeked out. Pouting at Felt's vaguely mischievous and teasing smile, Amelia continued with however. Amelia, seems like you could see right through my thoughts, but Felt-chan, you don't agree. Felt, it's a bit complicated, but if I'm getting you right, you're thinking something like how it's been a while since we've met like this, and you're sorry that the topic's the princess's death or something along those lines. Amelia, yeah, that's right. Yep, that's it. Felt, regarding that, I'm actually glad I heard it from you, Amelia Nichin. Amelia, from me, having said something unexpected, Felt nodded back to Amelia's question with a yeah. While scratching her head in front of the surprised Amelia, she continued, Felt, honestly, when I heard that the princess had died, I thought it must have been a joke. She was the embodiment of a woman who would never die even if you killed her. If things had continued as is, I would have been filled with nothing but pointless doubts, and the truth of the matter would have been buried. Amelia, Felt, so when I heard the story from you, Amelia Nichin, I was able to make up my mind since you were actually there. No, I was able to prepare to make up my mind. TCH, my wordings also become complicated. My bad, Amelia. No, I feel like I understand what you're saying, Felt-chan. Being unable to explain it well, Felt made a bitter face, but those feelings were able to be conveyed to Amelia. If the situation were reversed and Amelia were to hear that someone she knew had lost their life somewhere far away without her knowledge, she would probably overthink the circumstances surrounding that death. With those various imaginings, regardless of their validity, her head would become filled with things that could not be verified, and she would become unable to grasp the truth. That's why, even if it was incredibly painful, having that room for doubt erased could be salvation. Amelia, if it's someone you trust confirming it, that's even better, I think. Felt, I guess that means I trust you, Amelia Nichin. Amelia, yeah, I also believe in you, Felt-chan, and aren't you the same? Isn't that why you came to see me like this? Felt, technically, we're both rival candidates, so it'd be weird if I said yes. Having lowered her foot from the seat, Felt had a dumbfounded look upon her face as she rested it on her knee. Still, since Felt did not disagree, Amelia smiled with a sense of relief. Thinking of Priscilla still made Amelia's heart weep in pain. However, she was glad that she had not left Felt's murky answers buried. Then, a faint exhalation interrupted the exchange between them. As soon as Felt's sharp ears picked up on it, she let out an "Oi" with a sullen voice and then Felt, "Hey you, what the hell are you laughing about?" "Nothing, my apologies. Just now, it was simply quite unusual to see Emilia-sama so thoroughly get the better of you, Felt-sama." "Felt, better of me, my ass. What kind of knight smirks and watches as his master is defeated? I beg your forgiveness." I hesitated to interject into the conversation between the two of you. Saying this while placing his hand on his chest and bowing was Felt's knight with his distinctive red hair and blue eyes, Reinhard. Naturally, Felt would not have come to visit Emilia alone, so he had been listening to their conversation up until that point alongside them. At the chummy exchange between Reinhard and Felt, Emilia prefaced her preceding comment with a "Geez, Emilia, you don't need to be so considerate. Even our Otto-kun has been chatting with us since earlier, huh? He has an Otto, that is right. Thank you for noticing. Even I have common sense enough to not cut into a conversation between two of such exalted status, as a matter of fact." Next to Emilia, who had raised her eyebrows in surprise, was Otto, wearing a wry smile typical of him. Since Otto was the only one who had accompanied Emilia to the royal capital, inevitably, he was the one attending her wherever she went, be it by giving her report at the royal castle or meeting at the royal residence. Since Otto was someone who made her feel at ease just by being there, she had been unintentionally put at ease with nary a word from him. "Emilia, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. You love to chat, Otto-kun, so it must have been really hard to keep quiet." "Otto, let me just say I only chat about what is necessary when it is necessary. It really is not the case that I love chatting, okay?" Felt, yeah, that ain't very convincing. "I don't think you can say that a guy who can chat with bugs, water dragons, and so on in addition to humans isn't a talkative guy. Otto, I would appreciate it if you did not confuse the subject of divine protections with human nature." Pressing down on the green hat upon his head, Otto gave a casual response to Felt. Given that Otto was able to speak with all sorts of creatures with the power of his divine protection of the soul of language, Emilia thought that Felt's point just now was spot on. She suddenly realized everywhere they went, whether it was with animals or bugs, Otto was talking to every living thing around and expanding his circle of friends. "Emilia, Otto-kun, you really do have so many friends." "I don't have too many friends, so I admire that you can get along with anyone." "Otto, I would not exactly call them friends, truth be told. From time to time, what I offer to others is something like a negotiation or transaction, which requires a bit of a different know-how than making friends. Now that I think about it, I suppose I cannot say I am someone who has a lot of friends either." Felt, the definition of a pal isn't something you should just keep pondering over. If anything, why don't you become friends with our Reinhard? He's also the kind of guy who doesn't have many friends. Emilia, is that so? That's really unexpected. As Felt shut one eye and pointed towards Reinhard, who was standing behind the sofa, her words made Emilia instinctively look up at the red-haired knight. Reinhard had a good personality, was very famous, would surely be known by anyone in the kingdom if asked, and was someone who could be relied upon. For Emilia too, since the first time they had met, he had been so consistently considerate of her that she thought that he was more or less friends with everyone in the kingdom. Seeing the astonishment in Emilia's eyes, Reinhard said, "It is unfortunate." Before continuing to speak, Reinhard, "Putting aside my own views, it seems I often intimidate others. For that reason, outside of the knights and my companions from Arcampa excluding Subaru and Ferris, perhaps I have quite few friends." Emilia, is that so? Even you have those sorts of worries too, huh, Reinhard? "Hey, Otto-kun, if you'd like, would you become friends with Reinhard?" "Otto, I am being asked to do something incredibly outrageous here, but would it not be a disgrace as far as Reinhard-san is concerned?" Reinhard, of course not. "In fact, I would greatly welcome it. Would you be my friend?" "Otto, is this some kind of pincer attack or ambush?" Caught between Emilia's gaze and Reinhard's smile, Otto grumbled in frustration. Only Felt looked on with a smirk, but after agonizing over it for a long moment, Otto took a long, deep breath and said, "Otto, as Felt-sama brought up earlier, right now we are affiliated with opposing camps. Until the royal selection is over, we should avoid becoming excessively close to one another." Reinhard, I see. "A shame, but if that is your intention, I shall respect it. Not that we are friends though." Otto, yes, please do. "Since we are not friends." With such sad words, Otto's shoulders slumped, and towards that, Reinhard gave a smile that oddly enough seemed neither hurt nor disappointed. Unfortunately, the two of them did not become friends, but in Emilia's eyes, they somehow gave off the air of proper friends. In addition, Otto, good grief, the tea has grown completely cold. I will go brew a new pot. Emilia-sama, you and the rest keep having a pleasant chat. I will, Reinhardt. In that case, I shall accompany you. We may not have become friends, but how about I show you the power of the divine protection of tea ceremonies? Otto, it might surprise you to know that I am someone who holds grudges, but having the sword saint hold a grudge against me is truly unsettling. While carrying on such a conversation, the two of them left the room. Emilia watched as their backs were obstructed by the closed door, and then turned back toward Felt. Emilia, for some reason, it feels like they are really good friends, you know? Felt, yeah, I thought so too. I'm always so pissed off at the attitude of that damn Reinhard, but when it's someone else on the receiving end, it's super funny. Emilia, that's a naughty face. But to make Otto hold off on being Reinhard's friend until after our royal selection, that's Felt. That dude just used what I said as a convenient excuse, right? Can't say I know why he did, but don't take what he said about not being able to get along cause of the royal selection so seriously. Emilia, I don't need to take it so seriously. It seemed like Felt was quite satisfied, and she was in such a good mood to the point she was almost humming. After thinking for a moment, Emilia let out an okay and stood up. Thinking of the royal selection, Otto had given up on becoming friends with Reinhard. She felt guilty over that decision and consideration on Otto's part, but Emilia had made up her mind. After what had happened with Priscilla, she did not want to have any more regrets. Emilia, hey Felt-chan, can I say something? Felt, oh. What's up? Briskly walking up to Felt, who had looked up at her, Emilia sat herself next to her. At a distance where their shoulders brushed against each other, Emilia turned to face her directly. Felt's red eyes blinked as Emilia readily approached her with such momentum. Looking back on it, Emilia had first met Felt when she had stolen the insignia that qualified Emilia to join the royal selection. At the time, she had panicked and had wanted to take her anger out on Puck, who had not been flustered in the least by such a situation. In any case, her encounter with Felt had definitely not been off to a great start. Even so, right now, regarding Felt, who was likewise a candidate for the royal selection, Emilia felt thus. Emilia, I want to be friends with you, Felt-chan. And not just ordinary friends like really good friends. Felt, Emilia, actually I promised Anastasia-san that when the royal selection ends, we will be friends. We talked a lot as we traveled together. Well, it wasn't entirely Anastasia-san the whole time, but we talked a bunch and then we made that promise. Emilia promptly pressed Felt, whose wide eyes were flashing with confusion. The promise she had exchanged with Anastasia was one she would surely keep, as part of her strong identity as a merchant. It was not like with Subaru, so she could be assured that the promise would be kept. Emilia, I worry when it comes to Subaru since he breaks his promises so easily, but when it comes to Anastasia-san, I feel assured. But even besides promises, I feel like I couldn't be Subaru's friend, and I don't feel like I would want to be friends with Subaru, What was I saying again? Felt that you and Subaru Nichin can't be friends, Emilia Nichin. Emilia, yeah, that's right, no it's not, I was talking about you and myself, Felt-chan. Emilia felt a tinge of anxiety over having nearly lost sight of her main point. In front of Emilia, who had narrowly avoided that perilous situation, Felt suddenly looked up. Following that movement, Emilia also looked toward the ceiling. She did not see anything in particular. Emilia Felt-chan felt, I ain't looking at the ceiling. I was just wondering what the hell I should do. Emilia, yeah. Subaru and Petra-chan often tell me that they feel really invigorated when they see my face. How about that, Felt? Would you happen to be trying to show off your good points? Emilia, that's right, because I want to be friends with you, Felt-chan. Over the past year or so, Emilia had been getting used to seeing herself in mirrors. Subaru, Petra, and sometimes even Ram would compliment Emilia's face, so if there was perhaps a chance it would also have an effect on Felt, she figured there was no harm in suggesting it. Felt kept looking upwards in response to that desperate approach of Emilia's and then, Felt, why do you want to be friends with me so badly? It's fine the way it is now, Emilia, you see I had wanted to become friends with Priscilla. Felt, Emilia, but I put off telling her that. I'm no good. I should have known I might have to suddenly say goodbye to someone important to me who was fine just the day before. And yet, Emilia murmured as she placed her hand on her aching chest and touched the magic crystal hanging from her neck. The same had happened with Puck, who continued to slumber, as well as Emilia's cherished family who had been frozen in ice in the great forest of Elior. Farewells could be sudden and could come for even the most precious people in one's life. Her farewell with Priscilla had reminded the forgetful Emilia of such a sorrowful truth. Emilia, I don't want to forget that anymore. So I decided I won't hold back. Tell those you like that you like them, and tell those you want to be friends with that too. Felt, shit, that princess, she really went all the way till the very end, didn't she? Emilia had put her feelings into words as honestly as she could. While still looking up and listening, Felt slowly lowered her gaze. The expression on Felt's face was a smile that was neither frustrated nor bitter. Felt, gotcha, no problem. I'll be friends with you, Emilia Nietzsche. Emilia, really? You mean after the royal selection is over? Felt, it doesn't have to be. If I'm gonna do it either way, Emilia Nietzsche, I'll become friends with you before Anastasia Nietzsche and make her regret it. Emilia, oh, don't say that. Anastasia-san is going to be my friend too. Felt, aren't I, someone who is already your friend, more important to you, Emilia Nietzsche, than someone who isn't your friend yet like Anastasia Nietzsche? Emilia, geez, don't put me on the spot. Felt laughed gleefully, her fang on display, with Emilia also instinctively breaking out into a smile. Felt had given a delightful response to her offer. At the experience of becoming friends with Felt, Emilia's heart slowly filled with warmth. Then, while smiling together with Felt, Emilia thought to herself. She thought about Al, still unable to fully accept Priscilla's death, and of Subaru and the others who were all accompanying him. Emilia with Al too one day. It did not need to be right away, but one day. From the very bottom of her heart, she wanted to pray for the coming day upon which she would be able to discuss Priscilla, someone with whom she had wished to become friends, without tears flooding her eyes. Indeed, while nestling shoulders together with her friend, Emilia thought so. Reinhard, well then, you went so far as signaling me with a glance. You have something to tell me, do you not? Having left Emilia and Felt behind in the reception room, upon walking down the hall for a bit, Reinhard deliberately broke the ice. Carrying the silver tray with the tea set in his hands, Otto, without looking back, nodded and indeed. Otto, your understanding is much appreciated. It appears that Felt-sama's visit has allowed Emilia-sama to finally smile naturally again, so I did not wish to tear down that atmosphere. Reinhard, as expected, the matter of Priscilla-sama seems to have affected her quite a bit. Otto, in all honesty, there was likely nobody participating in that battle who remained unaffected. Even I, who lacked much of any contact with her, felt a sense of helplessness. Of course, the impact it had borne on Otto was nothing compared to that of Emilia, who had harbored affection for Priscilla, nor to that of Subaru and Al, who had watched her fade away before their very eyes. Even so, as Otto had been working to ensure that as many of the allies fighting alongside him against the great disaster would make it out alive, the death of an individual involved with the kingdom of a royal candidate was something that deeply affected him. On the other hand, there was also a part of himself calmly analyzing the dropout of a rival candidate who possessed an irrational charisma. Reinhard, how surprising! As if having listened in on Otto's inner thoughts, Reinhard muttered those words. In glancing back at him, Reinhard's eyebrows were, in line with his words, raised in surprise. Having garnered such a reaction, Otto slightly loosened the corners of his mouth with a hint of self-deprecation. Otto, that reaction, were you surprised that I was pained by the death of Priscilla-sama? Certainly, I would be lying if I said I did not welcome the dropping out of a rival candidate, Reinhard. No, I found it surprising that you admitted to your weakness so openly. You do not need to go out of your way to feign such callousness, no. Otto, Reinhard, or maybe expressing your true feelings was a sign that you had let your guard down, perhaps even a sign that we could become friends. Otto, it seems as though I have chosen my words poorly. Being teased in such a manner, Otto squared his shoulders, putting his feelings in check as he resumed his steps. It appeared as though he was in a worse mental state than he had realized. And having picked up on that, Reinhard had allowed that blunder to slide as a moment of levity. Otto, get a hold of yourself, Otto Suin. This will not do, he reined himself back in. Regardless of how little Felt regarded Emilia with enmity, they were unmistakably rival candidates. The best course of action was always to abstain from displaying weakness to one's opponents. A situation in which one had lost the balance of their mental state was among the highest tier of appearances that must never be shown. Reaffirming that in his mind, Otto would fulfill the purpose for which he had brought Reinhard out. That was, Otto, I shall now divulge information pertaining to Heinkel Astria. Reinhard, at the raising of the topic, it was apparent that the atmosphere in the corridor had distinctly shifted. Drier or damper, the humidity had changed. Higher or lower, the temperature had changed. The only thing that could be said for certain was that the one who had brought about those changes was the very sword saint walking right by his side. Otto Heinkel-san participated in the battle in the Empire as a member of Priscilla-sama's camp, and he did survive. However, in the wake of Priscilla Sama's death, after being sighted in a state of extreme discomposure, his whereabouts became unknown. Reinhard, was he taken captive in the empire? Otto, no, likely not. While it is a country that can be exceedingly ruthless in order to benefit itself, in its current state of exhaustion following that battle, they are not individuals who fail to grasp the situation to such an extent that they would make an enemy of the kingdom of the Sword Saint Reinhard van Istria. Reinhard, so then he disappeared of his own volition, did he? With his eyes slightly downcast, Reinhard feebly muttered those words for Otto to hear. He had not intended on getting revenge, but the result ended up being a situation much like Otto's earlier blunder, in which the other party had lost the balance of his mental state. Be that as it may, he was not currently in the mood to take advantage of the situation and probe into the other party's weakness. In all honesty, he thought himself ill-suited to it, but Otto, Heinkel-san, your father, are you worried about him? That was a question voiced out of genuine concern for the other party. In reality, it would have likely been a difficult question for Reinhard to answer. Otto was not deeply familiar with the relationship between Reinhard and Heinkel, but it was already common knowledge that this was a parent-child relationship that had fractured and broken down. Not to mention, in Pristella, Otto had happened upon a scene of Heinkel raising his sword against Felt in an attempt to prevent Reinhard's movements. On that note, the very fact that the 3 generations of this family were all backing different royal candidates spoke volumes about the dysfunctionality of House Istria. In any case, Otto, regardless of whether it serves any consolation, according to Garfield, your father seems to have managed to withstand even a dragon's blow. Hence, I surmise that there is little fear of his life being in danger even if assailed. While relaying that information, Otto intentionally concealed the possibility of Heinkel committing suicide. From what he had heard, Heinkel had lost his composure after Priscilla's death, to the point that he had tried to shift his allegiance over to Emilia, begging her to take him on as a subordinate. With Emilia turning him down, it could not be definitively stated that there was no possibility of him, whereabouts unknown, finding himself at a loss for what to Reinhard. That will not happen, Otto. My father would never do anything akin to ending his own life. Otto, did I show it on my face like Emilia Sama? With his inner thoughts completely seen through, Otto massaged his brow with one of his hands. Upon doing so, Reinhard forced a smile and said, No, Reinhard, you purposely refrained from mentioning the worst possibility, so I presumed it was out of consideration. Only it is a needless worry. My father has a goal he wishes to fulfill no matter what. Something like him choosing death whilst leaving it unfulfilled is an impossibility. Otto, on the one hand, that is a relief, but on the other, it does bolster my apprehensions. With his back up against the wall, just what might that person do? Would he not then attempt to make contact with Feltsama next? To begin with, from Heinkel's perspective, it would be a choice with much more merit than pleading to Emilia. Of course, that choice would eliminate the sole and absolute advantage in Heinkel's possession, his ability to exert some sort of coercion upon Reinhard, the Sword Saint. But setting that aside, it was a highly probable option for him to be recruited there. Now that he had lost Priscilla and had been rejected by Emilia, it seemed entirely possible to Otto that Heinkel would choose Felt as the next target for his parasitism. However, Reinhard's likely not. With an even greater conviction than before, Reinhard shut down Otto's follow-up. Otto, those eyes that captured the essence of a perfectly clear blue sky, were entwined with a hue resembling nightfall. Reinhard, the glimpse of a smile that had been previously strewn upon his lips having faded, walked alongside Otto as the latter fell silent. 2 steps, 3 steps, with not a word said, the pair gradually closed the distance to the kitchen. And just like that, Otto assumed that the conversation had met its end amidst the silence. However, Reinhard, my father wishes to have me resign from being the Sword Saint. Hence, within the royal selection which he must win no matter the cost, it is unthinkable that he would assist Feltsama, who holds my endorsement. Otto, he wants to win the royal selection. However, he does not wish to let you win, Reinhard-san. Reinhard, that would be so. On that point, my father and I are incompatible. Regardless of my father's wishes, I am the Sword Saint. I have to be the Sword Saint. Everyone had their own unique circumstances. Because he fully understood that, Otto would not attempt to interject this and that about another household situation. Without a doubt, while it seemed like a distorted relationship between father and son, that final comment sounded as if he was reinforcing it to himself. Ergo, the only thing Otto could do was to make his own stance clear. Otto, good grief, this has been quite the outrageous scene. I never thought that my life would include a moment of engaging the Sword Saint in small talk like this. Shrugging his shoulders, Otto displayed an unwillingness to pry into Reinhard's circumstances. It was some of his worldly wisdom as a peddler who had encountered people in a wide variety of positions across many different regions. No matter what circumstances might reach his ears, he would show his harmlessness by exaggerating about how he would not exploit them. In the majority of cases, he would be able to leave the post town without incident. Otto, though sometimes the flow of alcohol would cause me to blurt out information that I absolutely should not, and there were some outrageous people who would then hear that and try to silence me. Hence, even at the most optimal taverns for gathering information while traveling, it was necessary for him to have measures in place to avoid accidentally acquiring any more serious information than necessary. The fact that his peddler's knowledge was proving to be so useful now that he was involved with the royal selection was a testament to how one never knew just what life had in store for them. In any case, Reinhard, thank you for sharing this information about my father. I will keep it in mind. Once again, Reinhard nodded upon receiving Otto's intent. And ascertaining that, Otto shrugged his shoulders and continued with a "Pardon me. Otto, perhaps I have needlessly added to your troubles. With a position like the Sword Saint, you must always have many things troubling you. Reinhard, it was of my own will that I acquired this position and divine protection. I suppose it ought to be called my responsibility. Divine protections were endowed articles. It seemed a bit strange to phrase it as if something acquired through one's volition, but Otto immediately recalled that the divine protection of the Sword Saint alone was something inherited by a worthy successor a posteriori. As such, following the death of the previous Sword Saint, Reinhard was in the position to inherit it. Reinhard, for people with divine protections, there are unending troubles that come with dealing with them. From what I can see, Otto, you have quite the mastery over your own, is that not so? Otto, it is outrageous to say that I have mastered it. Ever since I was born, this divine protection has always been far too much for me to handle. If I could give it away to someone else, I would gladly do so. Reinhard, haha, you mustn't say such thoughtless things. There is no shortage of people who envy those bearing divine protections. Of course, I think that goes without saying for you. Otto, in reality, I do not think it is anything worth being envied for. As Reinhard had said, the troubles that came alongside divine protections were unending. Not only could they not be shared with people who lacked any divine protection, they could not even be shared with people who possessed differing divine protections. It was something akin to continuing to answer a difficult problem with no example solution. Unmistakably, Otto's response to Reinhard's flattery was his true feelings. Not once had he ever been so conceited to think that he had achieved mastery over the divine protection of the soul of language. Likely he never would. Otto, unlike your divine protection of the Sword Saint, Reinhard-san, mine is not something that would leave its name down in history. Reinhard, Sword Saint this, Sword Saint that, I wish you would not put so much emphasis on that title. After all, I still find myself inexperienced for this position, under the weight of such a title. I do not intend to act any more important because of it. Otto, it is said that the position makes the person. It could just be that you are not aware of it, Reinhard-san, and your Sword Saintness actually overpowers those in your surroundings. Reinhard, overpowering with my Sword Saintness, maybe you could tell me more about it? Perhaps it is the cause of why Feltsama, Ratchins, and the others are always telling me all sorts of things. Otto, though, it is troubling how eagerly you are responding to what was just a joke. Unexpectedly finding his remark latched onto, Otto cried out at Reinhard's assertive questions. As their exchange shifted to a lighter tone, Otto slightly cut back on his wariness towards Reinhard, granting his own heart some leeway. At the very least, Otto currently did not have any reason to damage his reputation by hastening into political strife against Felt and Reinhard. He was by no means in the best condition either. Above all, Subaru was right in the middle of exerting every effort for the sake of Al in far distant lands. Otto, even I would feel guilty about scheming behind the scenes while Natsuki-san and the others are off trying to save someone's heart. The same cannot be said for the Margrave Mathers. Unlike Subaru and the rest who had set off for the Pleiades watchtower alongside Al, Roswal had taken Schult, formerly a servant of Priscilla, back to her territory of the Bariel domain. Beneath that concern and consideration, there was no doubt that his objective lay in taking the opportunity to meddle with the Bariel domain. As one involved with the royal selection, such conduct was correct, diligent, and worthy of contempt. At the same time, even if it meant he was naive for not stooping to such cold-heartedness, Otto felt like it was better this way. Reinhard, well then, shall we brew some tea? Allow me to show you what I am capable of. Otto, by all means, let me see what you can do. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Reinhard took the tray with the tea set and began making preparations. Watching over him, Otto took a small breather as he considered the developments yet to come. Only he had a premonition. Soon there would be some sort of movement in the situation, that sort of premonition. Otto, going so far as postponing Emilia Sama and Felt Sama's audience, some discussion is being given priority at the castle. What in the world might it be about? Beside Otto, as he muttered, a tiny silhouette lurked in the shadows of pillar. It was the Zada bug he had made a deal with to make a report if there were any developments in the castle. In two ways, Otto's premonition had been right on the mark. The first was the report from the Zada bug, informing him that the discussion in the castle, which had gone out of its way to keep the royal candidates away, had come to some sort of conclusion. And the second was the report from a girl of the Felt camp during their visit to the royal residence Grassus. That was a complicated, turbulent report, news of some trouble having occurred with Subaru's side over at the Pleiades watchtower, and the tidings that upon having taken Al captive, Subaru and the others would be heading for the royal capital. Chapter 2, Sacrament of the Church. There once was a wonderful young man by the name of Fourier Lugunica. When they had first met, he was still just a boy, and with the personable impression he gave off since those days remaining largely unchanged, he was a childish person. He was cheerful, innocent, and naive, with a side to him such that one would never know what he might do or say even just 1 second later, always keeping those around him in suspense. But no matter how much he troubled them with his antics, he had such a charm that they would never particularly mind. Theirs was a relationship spanning a decade. 10 years of accumulated seconds, with each making it impossible to know what might happen in the next. There were so many things that happened. Certainly, there were countless times where they could not simply laugh things off. And yet, when reminiscing, even those events were ones that they looked back on with a smile. And right in the heart of those memories recited with that smile was always that smile of his, bright as the sun. Allow this confession without any pretenses. I loved Fourier Lugunica. From the day they met up until this very day, not once had those feelings ever wavered. No matter what words Fourier spoke to them, no matter what thoughts he vented, no matter what tribulations they shared together, no matter what time they spent together, no matter what future he dreamed of, no matter what bitterly painful betrayals they faced, no matter what tragedy tore their heart to shreds, not once had their affection for him wavered in the slightest. Not once. Certainly, if it were him, he could brave any situation without that smile of his fading. He would never lose hope. In fact, until his very last moment, he never ceased to remain noble, pure of heart, and earnest. They esteemed that from the bottom of their heart. They dearly respected it. They found it lovely. That was why, Your Highness, I beg of you, please forgive me. This decision, this resignation, is by no means the result of my love for you fading. The Church of the Divine Dragon was, as its name suggested, a religious organization that held faith in the divine dragon Volcanica, who had established a covenant with the kingdom and dedicated themselves to its power and grace. Its establishment unmistakably dated back 400 years to the era of the covenant that earned the kingdom of Lugunica the moniker of Dragon Kingdom. Thus, there could be no objection to calling it a group with an ancient and distinguished history. In fact, the Church of the Divine Dragon had remonstrated itself against the expansion of its own influence, and had maintained a certain distance from that which lay at the heart of the kingdom, such as the royal family and the royal castle. That is to say, this was proof that the Church of the Divine Dragon had not sought out more power than was necessary, merely choosing instead to define itself as a foundation of faith. Consequently, even when the royal family of Lugunica was eradicated by an epidemic, and the royal selection to decide the next to sit upon the throne had begun, the Church of the Divine Dragon did not actively intervene in the kingdom's affairs. But we're no longer in a position where we can be saying things like that so calmly. Ever since I heard of the witch cult's violence in the Watergate City, my patience has been approaching its limit by the day. Of course, this anger should be directed toward the witch cult who have treated the common people so cruelly. But it'd be a nearly impossible task to uncover and punish them thoroughly, or rather, even if we punished them, it would not save those who have already suffered. All things have an order of priority. Punishment must not take precedence over salvation. This too is in the scriptures. Punishment absent salvation is idle lightning. The dragon first spreads its wings and embraces even the smallest of lives with affection. This is precisely what I believe, the optimal solution for humanity. Emphatically arguing so, the woman forcefully shut the thick scriptures she held to her chest. The amount of force put into that action was such that the man listening worried the pages of the bound tome might fall out. Fortunately, the book that was slammed shut with such force did not fall apart, and a catastrophe that could have caused the persuasiveness of that forceful speech from just before to fall to the ground was also averted. Woman, ahem. I'm sorry. It seems I got a tad too impassioned. It's a habit of mine. Whether it is a good or bad habit, that shall depend on my deeds from this point on. And as her listener was worrying about such trifling things as the book, the woman who had made that speech cleared her throat with a tinge of embarrassment before saying so. Despite reflecting on her own conduct, that way of thinking was striking in how it came across as strangely forward-thinking. The man was impressed by the strength to declare that whether it was good or bad would depend upon one's own attitude going forward. It was a way of thinking that he held a favorable impression towards. Though favorable, it was still an extremely complicated impression. He examined her with a glance, a beautiful woman clad in a nun's habit. The woman, who had introduced herself as a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon, had visited the Karsten family's mansion in the royal capital after having held a discussion with the Council of Wise Men earlier in the royal castle. The purpose of her visit was astonishing, and even now he had yet to fully recover from that shock. But the impact she had brought with her did not stop at merely the purpose of her visit. A nun with long golden hair and crimson eyes that housed the light of her determination. Those physical characteristics of hers, and above all else her name Philor, that was how she had introduced herself, but it brought with it a shock within his old bones that rivaled the purpose of her visit. Philor, I feel awkward and self-conscious saying something like this, but when you stare at me like that, I'm bewildered. I am bewildered. Quite a bit. I beg your forgiveness. It appears I have been rather impolite. Philor, no, it's not like I'm blaming you. It's just that as a young person, the overwhelming look in your eyes from the one called the Sword Demon felt scary, life-threatening. Well, anyways, I just can't help but feel that there is some other expression that sounds better. Indeed, toward Philor, who was willing to overlook the boorishness of his gaze, the one who had been referred to by his epithet Wilhelm, quietly bowed in apology. The intention behind his apology was twofold, both for the intimidating gaze and for how long she had been made to wait. After all, over an hour had already passed since Philor had arrived at the mansion. In the meantime, Wilhelm had been unable to think of a subject to pass the time, and Philor, who abhorred the silence, had been searching for topics to discuss since the start. She kept asking for refills of her tea to avoid the awkwardness, and she was already breaking ground on her 6th cup. Nevertheless, the truth was that the lack of discussion was not solely due to Wilhelm's clumsiness when it came to speaking. The greatest reason was the dual impact caused by her visit that had shaken Wilhelm to his very core, ripping away any composure he had previously possessed. In truth, he wondered how he should treat Philor. Wilhelm looked to the individual standing along the wall behind her, as if seeking an answer there. He was a tall, strong man who had accompanied Philor to the mansion. Wilhelm, commander of the royal guard, Marcos Gildark. Marcos, sir. When Wilhelm called that name, the large man clad in silver armor who had remained silent, Marcos, straightened his already straight back even further and responded. His reply had been naught but a single word, but one could feel a sense of upheaval like a giant boulder being stirred, as well as a definite reverence within that solemn voice. Wilhelm, slowly shaking his head at the consideration imbued into that tone of the man's voice. Wilhelm, there is no need for you to be so formal. It has been over a decade since I was the commander of the Royal Guard. I am just an old fool who cannot be compared to the likes of you, the current leader of the Royal Guard. Marcos, an old fool. Surely you jest? Commenting on Wilhelm's remark, a faint smile rose to the surface of Marcos's stony countenance. He may have thought it mere modesty, but by Wilhelm's own admission, it was no lie. He had been endeavoring to regain his former skill with the sword, but the results he had hoped for were not readily being realized with his aging body. This explained the reason why the old veteran could never relinquish the sword, and yet he was still so far from reaching it. Wilhelm, at the very least I have recovered to the point where I can make the active commander of the Royal Guard pass it off as a joke. I suppose I can say it is fortuitous in that respect. Naturally, someone appointed as commander of the Royal Guard would be among the preeminent powerhouses of the kingdom. Wilhelm believed that Marcos, like himself, possessed the talent worthy of that position, though he did not intend that as self-praise, and beyond that, he was one of the most distinguished fighters throughout history. He had been overshadowed by Wilhelm, whose deeds had always been widespread, and Reinhard, the strongest sword saint in history, but the current strength of the knights owed itself to the merit of the man leading them. It was also for this reason that Wilhelm appraised Marcos as the most qualified individual out of all the prior commanders of the knights. But then, any evaluation of Wilhelm, who had put personal grudges ahead of loyalty and left behind his duties, may have been worthless drivel from his own point of view. In any case, the subject Wilhelm wanted to broach here and now was not talk of the troubles of fellow commanders of the royal guard separated by a generation. It was a much more serious and dire topic. And that was, Wilhelm, am I to conclude that the Council of Wise Men grasped the current state of affairs? Marcos, of course. They are taking this to be an extraordinary turn of events. Wilhelm, that is inevitable, I suppose. Omitting the subject, Wilhelm confirmed this, and Marcos did not feign ignorance nor ask what he was talking about. It was unclear whether the answer was based more on his personality or position. But as for Wilhelm, he could confirm that the Council of Wise Men must have experienced the same shock as he had, and he let out a sigh. Wilhelm, to think that she has the same name as Philor Lugunica-sama, daughter of Prince Ford Lugunica-sama. It had overflowed from his sigh, and as he listened to his own murmur, pregnant with an emotion that was neither relief nor grief, Wilhelm could not sort out his own feelings. And as previously mentioned, that sentiment was not solely confined to Wilhelm, but it also applied to the Council of Wise Men and everyone else who participated in the discussion at the royal castle. Philor Lugunica had disappeared 15 years ago, and a girl with the same physical characteristics of the royal family of Lugunica, even bearing the same name as her, had suddenly appeared. Wilhelm, glancing at Philor, who was now drinking from her 7th cup of tea in order to avoid boredom, Wilhelm searched for a glimpse of the royal family of his memories in her profile. If he were to say that there was, then there was, and if he were to say that there was not, he would accept that too. There was only that kind of vague sensation. To begin with, the princess had disappeared when she was but an infant, so it was impossible to escape the realm of conjecture regarding how she may have grown up had she survived. However, supposing her lineage was as Wilhelm and the others suspected, it was a serious problem that would shake the foundations of the kingdom. This could put the continuation of the royal selection itself into a precarious state, and depending on the intentions of the Church of the Divine Dragon, one could even call it the seed of a disaster that could well lead to the division of the kingdom. What would sprout from that seed and what kind of flowers might bloom were things none could possibly imagine. Be that as it may, there were things he could declare with certainty at this point in time. There were 2 royal selection camps who would suffer the greatest impact from Philor's existence and her proposal as a representative of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Needless to say, one would be the Crush camp, to which Wilhelm also belonged. Wilhelm Crush-sama, closing his eyes, Wilhelm thought of his master who had extended a helping hand to him. One of the royal candidates, a preeminent woman of talent in the kingdom and heir to Duke Karsten. For Wilhelm, who had continued to pursue the white whale to avenge his wife, she was his irreplaceable benefactor. But the reason he still firmly believed that she herself was worthy of the throne, even now, was not simply out of gratitude. Crush's attitude, character, and way of being, that heroic sense of values and bearing like a polished sword, were the reasons why Wilhelm desired her to ascend to the throne with all his heart. Even after falling into the clutches of gluttony and losing her memories, that was unable to take away the earnest nobility and sincerity that permeated the core of her being. In other words, he believed that it was the innate brilliance of her soul itself. Consequently, for that master to suffer further disasters brought Wilhelm great sorrow, and he was assailed by his own helplessness that threatened to tear him apart. Such was this bitter experience of his. However, it could be said that it was preferable to at least be able to regret and lament one's own errors, inadequacy, and mistakes in judgment. Wilhelm Ferris, the name that he subsequently voiced, was that of her admirable one and only knight, who, as far as Wilhelm knew, was likely the individual most harrowed by his deepest regrets and sense of powerlessness in the days since the royal selection had begun. Wilhelm, the reason Wilhelm was currently making their visitors, Philor and Marcos, wait, was due to none other than Ferris. As Wilhelm and the others passed the time away in stagnation at the parlor, Ferris was spending time with Crush in her bedroom, just the 2 of them. Wilhelm gritted his teeth. Just how heartbreaking, how agonizing must that time be. It was the kind of suffering that made him want to pray that if he could take Ferris's place and grant some relief, he would. However, Wilhelm could not serve as a substitute. No, it was not only Wilhelm, no one else could replace Ferris in his current role. It was a decision that none but Ferris could make, a choice that none but Ferris could be permitted to make. That was what lay before him. Wilhelm, Philor, Marcos, all of them could only continue to patiently wait for that decision and choice to be made, and nothing else. There was no need to be impatient. Everyone had a hunch that it would not take long. And in fact, it did not. "I'm sorry I've kept you waiting." Saying so in a miserable voice, Ferris stepped into the parlor. He was sure he had done his best. However, there were traces of tears on Ferris's pale cheeks, and his wavering amber eyes were even now still colored by a fragment of the conflict within that could not be erased. Wilhelm hesitated to say anything, Ferris's thin shoulders drooping and his cat ears and tail, which made his demi-human ancestry apparent, were worn out and exhausted. He could not ask such a transparent question as what happened. It is not your fault, perhaps. How in the world could he dare to say such a thing? Not to mention, if he were to say nothing could be done, he would want to cut off his own head. There were no words to be said. Any conceivable words would just be a blade cutting through Ferris at the moment. Amongst everything he could choose, it was silence that would be the shortest and least horrible blade to stab him with. "Philor, how long it took is no problem for me. I'm aware of the weight of responsibility you shoulder. That's probably nothing more than mere consolation, though." Ferris, yeah. But mere consolation helps. "Because I'm completely overwhelmed right now." Rather than to Wilhelm, who remained silent, Ferris instead responded to Philor, who had spoken up. His usual mischievous childishness mixed with frivolity had faded away, and his feeble smile seemed like it would crumble at a single touch, brittle like it was made of candy. Likely aware of that to a keen extent, Philor continued her words. Ferris seemed to be on the verge of falling apart, and as if to postpone that moment from arriving, "Philor, please, let me hear the answer." "Your answer," gently extending her hand, Philor fixed her crimson eyes upon Ferris and asked thus. Meeting that gaze head-on, Ferris's thin lips trembled. The hesitation that arose, however, had no power to restrain the devotion of the blue. "Ferris, please. I'm not enough. Please save Crush Sama." To the outstretched hand of Philor from the Church of the Divine Dragon, that was the answer of the one and only knight of Crush Karsten, the blue Felix Argyle of Ferris. Is that true? Right in the middle of a moment of peace, having just exchanged a promise of friendship with Felt, who had come to visit the royal residence, was when it was heard that at the Karsten Villa in the royal capital, where Crush had been transported, treatment would be administered to counter the accursed poison tormenting her body. "Otto, my knowledge in the matter is lacking, but it seems that a discussion involving the Church of the Divine Dragon has taken place at the royal castle. Apparently, the Church has a countermeasure to combat the suffering that the Sin Archbishop of Lust has inflicted upon Duchess Karsten's body." Emilia, a countermeasure, as in, you mean they can heal Crushsand's body? Is it a different way than what made Subaru's hand turn black? Otto, unfortunately for more details, felt, well, there ain't any point in dawdling about. Reinhard, head over to the castle for a bit and figure out what they were talking about. Reinhard, understood. Amidst Emilia's confusion over the report from Otto, who had just returned from brewing tea, Reinhard immediately soared to the castle upon receiving an order following Felt's swift judgment. Watching the ever-diminishing figure of Reinhard as he jumped out of the window, Emilia muttered to herself, "The Church of the Divine Dragon? Emilia, those are the people that really believe in Volcanica." But didn't they say that so they wouldn't get involved with the kingdom's politics? They weren't going to approach the castle. Felt, regardless, those bastards broke the mutual agreement and showed their faces in the castle. It'd be great if those guys can do something about Krushnichen's body, but if that's the case, they should have said some damn thing sooner. Otto, I am unable to discern the Church of the Divine Dragon's motives. At the moment, all of the information we have is unconfirmed. It is just during this conversation, which grew ever more markedly perplexing, Otto closed his mouth, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Emilia tilted her head and asked, "Otto kun?" And with a shake of his head, "Otto, no, while the situation remains uncertain, I should refrain from saying anything. For now, let us wait for Reinhardt's return." Emilia, okay. I understand. When you want to talk about it, let me know properly. Felt, regardless of whether or not Green Nietzsche wants to talk about it, that bastard Reinhard isn't going to make us wait all that long. Geez, he's so irritating. With her arms folded, Felt tapped her toe and grumbled in impatience. As Felt gazed out of the window, gently drawing her head close, Emilia faced not towards the castle for which Reinhard had departed, but rather searched for the Crush residents within the noble district. Since they had parted ways in Pristella, they had not been able to ascertain Crush's condition. Her heart panged with guilt at not being able to return with an immediately useful report from the Pleiades watchtower. If, as Otto had overheard, the Church of the Divine Dragon was able to save Crush, then, Emilia, even if it's not because of us, that's totally fine. So felt he's back, as Emilia was about to mutter a prayer, felt painted it over with her assertive voice. Just as when he had departed for the castle, Reinhard returned to the royal residence in a single bound. He rushed towards the window before Emilia and the others, landing softly so as to not disturb the garden lawn. And then Reinhard felt Sama, the situation is urgent. Would you please accompany me to the castle? Felt Why the castle? More importantly about our conversation from a moment ago, Reinhard, felt Sama, interrupting Felt. Reinhard called her name tersely. Felt narrowed her crimson eyes at his sharp demeanor, and with a tch as she clicked her tongue, Felt got it. Me to the castle. What about Emilia Nietzsche and her companion, Reinhard? The information from Otto's report has been corroborated. Indeed, it seems that the Church of the Divine Dragon is heading towards Crush Sama's residence. There Emilia will go. I can't sit still any longer. Hearing that Otto's report was correct, Emilia gave her chest a powerful thump. She must have been very worried about Crush, but if Felt had no choice but to go to the castle, then Emilia intended to bear part of her anxieties and make the visit. Of course, there was a high possibility that they would be turned away amidst the confusion, but Otto, a visit should be fine, at least. Leave it to us, it looks like we too might have to head to the castle afterwards. Reinhard agreed. It would be better for you to think that way. Felt Sama, Felt, I know, no need for you to call me over and over again. Snorting at Reinhard as he extended his hand, Felt hopped lightly onto the windowsill and turning around to say Emilia Nietzsche as she jumped into his arms, Felt. The night before the devastation in Pristella, I promised Crush Nietzsche that we would talk more. So Emilia, yes, leave it to me. That Felt-chan is really worried, I'll be sure to let Crush-san know, Felt I still don't think it's a good idea to be surrounded by friends in the royal selection. Shrugging her shoulders in response to Emilia's strong resolve, Felt jumped into Reinhard's arms. As he caught her with reverence, adjusting her position within his arms, Reinhard briefly glanced at Emilia and Otto immediately after. With another single leap, he flew back towards the castle. Otto, oh dear, he really is abnormal. Us humans will have to hurry on our own feet. Emilia, if I try my best, I might be able to hold Otto-kun in my arms and hop over with a payan. Otto, that has some pros and cons, but please do that for Natsuki-san, not me. Let us hurry. Emilia got it. Nodding at Otto's urging, Emilia too quickly hurried off, rushing into the streets of the royal capital. Their destination was the Carson residence. Previously, when Crush and company had been injured in an attack following the subjugation of the White Whale, they had hastened down this same route out of concern. Their impatience now carried them much faster than before. And then, Ferris, gasping for breath from her dash there, when Emilia witnessed the figure of Ferris kneeling as if in prayer, she called out to him with a voice bordering on a shriek. Her voice making his flaxen cat ears tremble, Ferris timidly turned his head. Ferris, Emilia Sama, Emilia, yes, that's right. I haven't heard all of it, but I know the gist. Sorry it took so long to get here. Ferris's feeble voice was acutely agonizing for Emilia, and it ached deep within her heart. He had always given off an air of adorableness and liveliness, and yet when they met again like this after such a long time, Ferris felt so pitiful and ephemeral, it seemed like he would just fade away. As if to prevent that from happening, Emilia embraced that slender figure without any hesitation. Ferris, why you'll get tears and snot on you. Emilia, that's nothing to worry about. It doesn't bother me. Leaving you like this would be way more painful, Ferris. Ferris, HK. Taking care not to squeeze too tightly with her arms, Emilia hoped that the heat of her own body as well as her concern for Ferris, who was right before her eyes, as well as for Crush, would be conveyed. Behind Emilia and Ferris, treading across the carpet, was Wilhelm, who had received them. Emilia and Otto had arrived at the estate in a panic, and rather than turning them away, Wilhelm had let them in. Having arrived late after Emilia, Otto stole a quick glance at Wilhelm. Otto, I know we are the ones paying you a visit, but is it okay? In this situation, Wilhelm, it is my own judgment, but it was precisely because of the current situation that I did so. Even if it is but a single person, it is reassuring to know that someone is sincerely praying for Crush Sama's well-being right now. Otto, it is certainly true that in that regard, Emilia Sama's power is indeed great. Otto and Wilhelm were having some sort of exchange behind her, but Emilia could not hear their words. Right then she wanted to devote her heart and soul to Ferris, who was in her arms. Holding his feebly, pitifully trembling body, Emilia tenderly stroked his back. Emilia, Ferris is crushed, and Ferris, she's inside. Inside that room right now they're treating Emilia. Firmly within her embrace, Ferris indicated the door he had been kneeling and praying before with his gaze within Emilia's memories. She recalled it was a bedroom. Without a doubt, it was the room where Crush had been brought to rest and where the treatment was taking place. And yet that Ferris was outside the room like this? It is a sacrament of the Church of the Divine Dragon, esoteric and not to be shown to outsiders. Emilia was taken aback when the large figure standing as still as a statue in the hallway replied with that answer. Now that she got a good look at him, she recognized him as the commander of the royal guard, whom she had seen several times at the royal castle. She wondered if the commander of the royal guard had also been worried about Crush and rushed over. Or perhaps he was good friends with Ferris, and that was the reason why he was present. In any case, Emilia, a sacrament, so can it be used to save Crush-san? Ferris, I don't know, but there's no other way. I'm you useless, HK. Emilia, that's not HK, true, is what she had wanted to say aloud. In fact, had this been the Emilia from not too long ago, she certainly would have said so without thinking anything of it. However, she now realized that simply saying that on impulse without any thought would not encourage or console Ferris in any true sense. Ferris was amazing. He possessed a truly, immensely special and incredibly kind power. However, Ferris was unable to use this power that Emilia respected from the bottom of her heart for the sake of Crush, the most important person in the world to him. He was crying and trembling like this, facing such a truly arduous and excruciating reality that he could do nothing about. There was no way she could say that without any thought. Emilia, it's okay, it's okay. Therefore, Emilia swallowed back down the words she had begun to say and tenderly embraced Ferris. She continued to embrace him, and continued to hold him close. When Emilia had felt frozen by her own powerlessness, that was what had made her happiest, so she did the same for him. Emilia, hang in there, Crush-san. Supporting the weeping and trembling Ferris, Emilia prayed. Emilia knew that Otto and Wilhelm, along with the commander of the royal guard, were also praying for her, right behind where she and Ferris held each other close in prayer for Crush's well-being. Behind that door, someone whose face she did not know from the Church of the Divine Dragon was struggling. Struggling to save Crush, who sustained a horrific injury fighting for the people. Wishing for that tenacity to bear fruit, she prayed and prayed and prayed, and then eventually, "You can enter now." Suddenly, a voice was heard from the other side of the door, and Emilia snapped her head up. It was a completely exhausted female voice, its message causing Ferris to flinch within Emilia's arms as he stared at her face in disbelief. His wholehearted prayers brought to an abrupt halt. Ferris's mind was unable to catch up with reality. "Emilia, can you stand?" Ferris, "Why yes, I can stand." Standing up before Ferris, Emilia lent him her arm to help him up. His slender knees shook unreliably, but Ferris turned his round eyes toward the door and exhaled, walking one step at a time. Supporting Ferris's shoulder as he did so, Emilia also headed for the door as well. Then she turned the door handle for him as his whole body continued to shake. The door made a sound as it opened, and on the other side was the bedroom. There was a bed placed in the center of the room, and a woman had been laid upon it. That figure was Ferris. Letting out a hoarse sigh, Ferris stepped forward as if he were in a trance. His legs, of no particular reliability, seemed like they would immediately become tangled and pull him down. However, that did not happen. Ferris unconsciously shook off Emilia's supporting hand and headed for the bed where Crush lay with enough momentum that it seemed like he would collapse onto it. Ferris, Crush-sama, 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 HK. Hearing that choked, tearful voice repeatedly calling out for his beloved, Emilia stepped forward towards the middle of the room as well, gazing upon Crush, whom Ferris was fixed on. Having spent so long bedridden, Crush's beauty had become emaciated, and her skin pale like that of an invalid, even despite the daily care she had received. However, the evil poison that had taken root, stretching across her face, neck, and body, was nowhere to be found upon her visible skin. "Prayers can be answered. Emilia, you are." Emilia, who stood beside Ferris as he clung to the bed, looked around, noticing the form of a blonde woman across the bed, stretching out her legs as she sat on the floor. She was a member of the Church of the Divine Dragon who had been testing a method to save Crush. Her breathing was markedly fatigued, and despite the amount of sweat covering her forehead, the woman broke out in a smile. "Blonde woman, this too is in the scriptures." The salvation of but one is according to the prayers of the many. For it is only in communion that the grace of the dragon shall reign supreme. Emilia, HK, thank you. Blonde woman, this much is a piece of cake, I mean, of course. The expression of the woman with a brave smile upon her face stiffened, and she immediately corrected her speech. While feeling sincere gratitude for her efforts, Emilia crouched and put her arms around Ferris's shoulders. As she supported Ferris in the midst of his shaking and weeping, she rejoiced with all her heart in knowing that their prayers had been answered. Emilia, Crush-san, when you wake up, there really is so much that I want to talk with you about. I have a message from Felt-chan and a lot more I want to say. With all traces of that gruesome and vile poison wiped from her face, Crush slept, her eyes still closed. Wishing dearly for the time that sleeping face would wake, Emilia spoke to her. When she woke, there would be much that Emilia wanted to talk about. Among them were her own selfish desires, spurred on by Anastasia and Felt. Therefore, Emilia, really, thank you so much for hanging in there. Indeed, Emilia's eyes softened as she expressed her gratitude for each and every person there. Otto, laying his eyes upon the results displayed by the sacrament of the Church of the Divine Dragon, Otto gazed at Ferris, who was clinging to his bedridden master, and Emilia, who was supporting him. Wilhelm, Crush-sama, how truly, likewise bearing witness to the same sight, Wilhelm was overcome with emotion, his voice trembling. It was proof that even he, famous for his legendary swordsmanship under the name of the Sword Demon, had continued to have his heart worn down by his inability to be of use to his master during her time of anguish. Though incomparable to the devotion of her one and only knight, Ferris, who had devoted himself to her for many long years, it was still clear that Wilhelm's chest had been filled with relief and gratitude. In no small amount, Otto felt the same. Just before this, as he had recollected alongside Reinhard, Otto too had been shaken by the death of Priscilla. Hence the fact that Crush had been saved after sustaining a tremendous wound during the battle at the Watergate City caused him to feel a definite relief. That made him glad. Truly he was glad. But at the same time, he became convinced of the possibility of which he had refrained from informing Emilia. That was, Otto, the royal selection of Duchess Crush Karsten ends here. At the very least, it was a conviction that did not need to be shared with anyone present here at the current moment, in this place shedding tears of joy at Crush's safe recovery, whispered soundlessly in the confines of his mouth. Chapter 3, An Omen of Light. Whenever Felt set foot into the royal castle, she would always endure a sensation akin to breaching a resistance, one as thin as a single layer of skin. To Felt, who had been raised in the slums of the royal capital before the commencement of the royal selection, the royal castle of Lugunica was but a symbol of absolute disconnect, one that lingered at the corner of her vision, but bore no relation whatsoever to her own life. A place that whilst there, she would have no involvement whatsoever. Hazy and irreal, like a mirage whose existence held no perceptible worth, it left such an impression. And that was why, even now, whenever she had the opportunity to visit the castle as a royal candidate, she felt as if she were stepping into a dream or an illusion. And as such, Felt-sama, having had her name called, Felt stopped in her tracks and raised her head. Her crimson gaze returned the stare of the blue eyes of her knight as he turned back to her, his hands upon the door. With a brief snort, she replied shortly, "It's nothing." Yes, it was nothing. No one could stop their stride now. Felt, let's go. Standing atop the resolution this declaration gave them, Felt tore through that skin-thin resistance and proceeded forth. When the knight Reinhard gave a nod and opened the door, on the other side was a place that, as always, was bustling with the presence of many people, a place filled with a bizarre tension. It was a space where individual agendas intermingled chaotically, exchanged in the form of gazes and words. However, the moment Felt set foot inside, those scattered intentions were unexpectedly unified. That was to say, unified into a single unreserved will to appraise Felt for the sake of the kingdom's future. Felt, well, it ain't like I care. When facing up with someone, I've got plenty of those same feelings myself. Setting aside the royal selection, this worldly wisdom was Felt's method of survival in the slums, or perhaps something akin to life experience. Whether the other party was useful to oneself or not, what they might be thinking deep down, she had made a habit of ascertaining such things. In truth, even since becoming a royal candidate, this ingrained habit had come to her aid. After all, she was meeting with far more people now than she ever did in the slums, and she was swamped with opportunities where she had to discern their true motives. If she had been forced to rebuild that sense of judgment from scratch, there was no telling how much she would have struggled. That being said, felt though there are folks like Emilia Nichin who have nothing to do with that sort of thing. Emilia who, despite being a fellow candidate for the royal selection, maintained a defenselessness that bordered on the miraculous. Felt suspected that behind Emilia's ability to retain that demeanor lay the extraordinary efforts of her knight, Natsuki Subaru, and others like Otto who accompanied her all this time. However, on the other hand, Felt's assessment was that neither the royal selection nor the environment which surrounded it was simple enough for someone to survive solely by unconditional protection. For all that, Emilia possessed a solid eye for people and the intuition to sense their ulterior motives. Since she acted that way despite having those instincts, it made things rather difficult for Felt to deal with. Felt in the end she went and made me her friend too. Reflecting on the decision she herself had just made, Felt heaved a deep sigh. She had no regrets accepting Emilia's offer, but she felt that the path ahead had become unclear yet again. She had no intention of resorting to dirty tricks or schemes, but there was no doubt it would have been easier to make decisions without holding back if they were just rival camps clashing fiercely against each other. If it was just the other side that held a one-sided affection for her, then the opponent would be the only one at a disadvantage. Felt assumed that this must have been Anastasia's true aim in inviting the other camps to Pristella, her basic strategy. Unfortunately, that scheme was seemingly crushed by a flow of events which led to her becoming friends with Emilia after the royal selection. Be that as it may, Felt fine by me, I don't hate it. It's been a while since I've had those appraising gazes directed at me instead. This was no bravado, but full acceptance of the scrutiny directed towards herself, as Felt twisted the corners of her mouth into a smile. Within the throne room into which she stepped, the very place where the start of the royal selection had been declared, numerous officials of the royal castle of Lugunica were gathered. Among them was the Council of Wise Men, who bore the weight of the nation's administration. The other day, Felt had reported on the incident at the Augria Sand Dunes and the Pleiades watchtower of the achievements of Meili Portrout, who had sold herself as being capable of guiding the group to the Sage's tower. The atmosphere at present was distinctly different from when she had exchanged those words with them. It was a gaze which was usually directed at Felt, almost as if looking upon a heretic or a foreigner in the beginning. At the point where she had joined the royal selection, Felt had picked a fight with every single person there. It was close to the tone of bewilderment and confusion they had directed at that stray child from the slums back then. And so, Felt, you guys with the who me faces might be the reason for this. Stomping heavily across the red carpet, Felt walked directly to the center of the throne room. Closing one eye, she glared at the man and woman who were already standing there. The pair that turned to face Felt were both young, barely 20 years of age. A gentle-looking man with bright green-colored hair and a beautiful woman with short purple hair, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the rainy season. Despite the circumstances, the two of them stood dignified, not at all overwhelmed by their surroundings. In fact, even at Felt's opening, deliberately made as an attempt to seize the initiative, the two of them remained unshaken. The gentle-looking man gave a wry smile while the woman waved her hands softly and fluttered with an oh my, purple-haired woman, heh, aren't you awfully sudden? Even though this is the first time we've met in this way, Felt Chan really is just as prickly as the rumors say. Felt, rumors, huh? What kind of rumors are those exactly? Purple-haired woman, small and adorable yet majestic and dignified, strong-willed and unyielding to anyone, putting even men to shame. The reputation is that the gap in charm is enough to make one dizzy. Felt, now those are a bunch of unwanted rumors out there. As Felt expressed her dejection with that answer, the woman giggled with a glossy allure. Clothes coated in deep crimson like a ripened fruit, a hat of similar hue tilted upon her head, the woman boasted an appearance and atmosphere that resembled that of a scribe or perhaps a maid serving someone of high status. However, the way she unreservedly closed the distance with others and her sleepy, drowsy red eyes made it difficult to pin her down. If said bluntly, she gave the impression of being someone not easily dealt with. However, green-haired man, Sakura, the person before you is a candidate in the royal selection. Please stop speaking so smoothly in your usual tone. We wouldn't have enough lives to spare. And standing next to the woman, the gentle-looking man chided his companion's attitude. That said, his rebuke was thick with the tone of a jest, offering no guarantee of his own seriousness or sincerity. In fact, at the man pointing this out, the woman by the name of Sakura simply smiled, going, Hua, Sakura, are you trying to make me the bad guy too, Tiga-chan? I'm already in bad standing thanks to that child's selfishness, so to be told that by my only ally is such a let-down, Tiga, then all the more reason not to increase our enemies. First impressions tend to linger, you know. Especially since right now we are in a position where we aren't exactly welcome, right? Sakura, yees, Tiga-chan's reasoning is sound, I suppose. Tiga, I am glad you understand. As Sakura stuck out her tongue in a sulky gesture, the man named Tiga nodded theatrically. Then, turning himself towards Felt and Reinhard, he removed the wide-brimmed hat that had been pulled low over his head, and placing it against the chest of his dark purple cloak, Tiga. And so, my companion has been terribly rude, Felt-sama. I am Tiga Rallian, and this is Sakura Element. We look forward to making your acquaintance. As he spoke, the gentle-looking man Tiga bowed with a distinct style, and closing one of those yellow eyes he had turned toward Felt, he was a handsome man whose affected gestures truly suited. Taking in the sight of Tiga and Sakura, Felt was convinced. Without a doubt, these two who appeared to carry an atmosphere so distinct from the rest of the royal castle were the reason Reinhard had taken her from the royal residence in a hurry. Felt. Reinhard, these two Reinhard, yes. They are the two envoys from the Church of the Divine Dragon. Standing beside Felt where she had halted her step, Reinhard faced the two in question. Inadvertently, Felt and Reinhard, along with the duo from the Church of the Divine Dragon, faced off with each other in the middle of the throne room, drawing the attention of those present there in the royal castle. Paying no heed to such attention, Felt crossed her arms and glaring at Tiga, Felt. As far as I know, the Church of the Divine Dragon wasn't supposed to involve itself in the country's politics. So why are you in a place like this? Tiga, I am unsure of whether you will believe me, but in reality, this contact has been involuntary on our part as well. As you said, the Church has been trying to distance itself from national politics. Although, of course, I won't say that is because we lack a sense of belonging towards the kingdom. Felt, involuntary contact, huh? You say that while knowing that you might be able to do something for the body of Crush Karsten, who's a royal candidate herself, Tiga. That is in response to Felt's words, Tiga faltered slightly. Next to him, Sakura covered her mouth with her hand and giggled once more. Hearing that laugh, Felt growled with a "hoo" in her throat, and as Sakura tilted her head to the side, Sakura, no, Felt-chan really does have very sharp ERs. Even though that topic you mentioned just now was supposed to be a secret kept only within this castle. Felt, you shouldn't underestimate the hellish ears of this guy standing next to me. He'll even listen to my footsteps when I get out of bed at night to go use the toilet. Reinhard, while I will not deny it, that is a misleading way of phrasing that might invite misunderstanding, Felt-sama. Felt, shut up, quit forcing a smile like that and just look brazen. That'll scare them way more, right? The origin of the information that the discussion being held with the Church of the Divine Dragon at the castle involved Crush had actually been Otto, so Felt concealed that fact out of obligation. At this point, adding on a few more rumors about Reinhard having hellish ears or a habit of eavesdropping would not hurt him much anyway. It was a fact that he could likely distinguish the sound of a needle being dropped a kilometer away, too. Be that as it may, Felt the problems in the Church of the Divine Dragon bit. Sakura, oh my, does Felt-chan hate the church as well. I do think our activities in, say, the slums have had a positive impact Thuo. Felt, sorry, but I hate taking charity. I've never lined up for the bread the church hands out. And it's not like I'm saying that those activities are useless or that I hate them. What I'm talking about right now is the part where your bunch can save Duchess Karsten. Sakura, does that mean that you want to leave a rival camp alone to suffer? Felt, you Trina make me say no specifically. Sorry, but I ain't got that much free time. Felt stuck out her tongue at Sakura, who, despite her sweet manner of speaking, laced her attacks with poison. Indeed, Crush belonged to a rival camp, but the reason she had fallen into her current state could not be helped. Everyone who had been present at that event bore a guilt regarding it, and if she was heading towards recovery, it was only human to try and take whatever helping hands were available. However, those of the Church of the Divine Dragon alone were for Crush a terrible mismatch. After all, Duchess Crush Karsten declared at the start of the royal selection that she would annul the covenant exchanged with the dragon and break away from the peace protected by it. Everyone, speaking thus, interrupting the conversation of Felt and the others, was an old man with a long beard who sat in a chair in the row of the Council of Wise Men Miklatov McMahon. Felt, sighing slightly at the words of one of the sages who had finally decided to talk. Felt, the very person who made the declaration that the whole country relying on the dragon was pathetic, she's now borrowing the power of the Church of the Divine Dragon that worships said dragon. It must look kinda lame, be careful of what you say, Felt-sama. This is not a matter of appearances, Miklatov, no, it is as Felt-sama says. Appearances in summary, it is a matter of optics. In that regard, Crush-sama will receive an irreparable blow. Though that is only if she chooses to take the hand offered to her. One of the civil officials present tried to interject in the exchange between Felt and Miklatov, but he was chided by none other than Miklatov himself. The sage's interjection implied that the final right to make the decision regarding the proposal from the Church of the Divine Dragon lay with Crush and her camp. However, Reinhard Ferris, holder of the title of the Blue, he who was the one and only knight of Crush who now lingered in the utmost torment, was also the friend Reinhard thought of as he lowered his eyes slightly and uttered that name from his lips. Felt had witnessed with her own eyes when she had visited how his beauty, usually mistakable for that of a lovely woman, had withered away from exhaustion, and how much he agonized and gasped beside Crush. She had not heard of Crush's condition improving since then. If that was the case, his state of mind would be the same. His precious master continuing to burn in the flames of a deadly poison in a living hell. If a means to save her was offered, no one could blame her one and only knight, no matter what decision he made. Miklatov, of course, even for us, there was a debate regarding this proposal from the Church of the Divine Dragon. First, we had to ascertain whether the content of the proposal was factual or not. Depending on the result Felt, maybe the guys who got affected in Pristella could be saved too. If you think about that, the things we're hung up on are pretty small potatoes, I guess. Miklatov, Are you convinced then, Felt, you really think I can be? She understood the logic and she understood the reasoning. However, emotional acceptance was a different matter altogether. Having joined the royal selection, Felt intended to keep moving in order to win. But with Priscilla having died in the recent events in the Empire, if Crush were to drop out because of this, it would be a completely different outcome from the way Felt wanted to settle things. If it were to end in that manner, would it be all that different from Reinhard just going on a rampage and rendering all the other royal candidates into invalids? Miklatov, it is not as if anyone is to blame. If one must point fingers, every bit of fault lies with the witch cult. Felt, I know it's too late now, but I really should have roughed up that wrath bastard a bit more before throwing her in prison. If I'd done that, maybe my gut would have settled down a little. Of course, she knew perfectly well that doing so would not solve anything, and it probably would not have made her feel any better either. In the first place, most of the damage in Pristella had been caused by gluttony and lust. The aftereffects left by wrath were extremely minor. Reinhard understood this as well, so no one took that hateful grumbling of Felt seriously. In any case, Felt, I get what's going on. The church brought a treatment method and the Duchess, whatever. Whether Krushnichin will be saved or not depends on whether her knight accepts that treatment. We don't have the right to butt in there. Even if she had her own thoughts on the matter, only the people involved could choose what to do. Having admitted that, Felt asked so, directing her question to Reinhard beside her and then to everyone present in the room. Felt, I understand the flow of things up to this point, but why was it necessary to drag me here in such a rush? I appreciate the explanation, sure, but you know Emelianichin is in the royal capital right now too, it's not just me. If it's just this explanation, it shouldn't have made a difference if you told us all together. This matter had the ability to significantly affect the royal selection. That was all the more reason why this information should have been shared urgently, not just with Felt, but with Emilia as well. In a situation such as this, it was unlikely that Reinhard would try to outwit Emilia by bringing along only Felt. It was doubtful Reinhard even possessed the concept of outwitting others. Despite that, there had to have been a reason why Felt and only Felt was brought to this place. Felt, if there is a reason, is it you guys from the church? But as of right now, I don't have anything I want to discuss with the church, though I guess we could talk about the Divine Dragon. Her words became somewhat muddy and her tone dropped in the second half. Felt's perception of the Divine Dragon Volcanica, whom the Church of the Divine Dragon worshipped so grandly, had just recently changed. Felt, after all, when I went along with Meili to the Pleiades watchtower, I ended up having to watch Reinhard fight that empty-headed dragon up close and personal. The battle between the Sword Saint and the Divine Dragon had not taken place in an environment where either could exert their full power, but it had still been a fierce, apocalyptic clash. Through that battle, Felt had learned that the Divine Dragon was in a state far removed from the majesty spoken of in legends, but if she had been asked to explain the details, she would have been at a loss for words. However, Tiga, in response to Felt's concerns, shrugging his shoulders, Tiga, no, summoning you, Felt-sama, wasn't our intention. Or rather, regarding the discussion just now, the church is actually in a delicate position. Felt, just now you mean the stuff involving Crush Nichin. And what do you mean delicate, Tiga? Well, simply put, the church hasn't actually given a clear answer yet on whether we would act to save Duchess Crush Karsten. Felt involuntarily groaned in a low voice at the reply given by Tiga, who frowned with a troubled expression. It was a statement that made no sense. She had understood the situation to be that the Church of the Divine Dragon possessed a means to heal those afflicted by the witch cult, had declared they would save Crush with it, and had contacted the royal castle. But what Tiga just said completely undermined that premise. But that treatment is supposed to be administered to Crush Nichin right now. If the church hasn't given an answer, then why is that Sakura? That is because one of our impatient girls went running ahead on her own. Running ahead, Sakura, yees. That is why we also rushed to the castle in a great panic to hear the situation from everyone. It really is quite the end. It was hard to tell just how much of it to believe given Sakura's lack of seriousness. However, Tiga, who seemed far more capable of normal conversation compared to Sakura, did not stop nor deny her statement, but instead placed a hand on his forehead as if embarrassed by his own kin. If it was true, then the Church of the Divine Dragon had some reckless personnel of its own. But even so, that still doesn't explain why I was called here. Miklatov, HRM. Regarding that point, we too find it exceedingly troubling. Since Knight Reinhardt happened to be present, we ask that you attend as well, Felt-sama. After all, in the dilemma we now face, Felt-sama is a concerned party. Having been told that it was a problem related to her, narrowed her crimson eyes and licked her lips. Even if it had taken quite the detour, it seemed as though they were finally arriving at the main topic. The movement of the Church of the Divine Dragon regarding Crush's fate, the fact that this was unexpected even for the part of the church, and the reason why Felt was called to this place where their envoys were present. That was Miklatov, the person I mentioned earlier, who contacted us on their own from the Church of the Divine Dragon, is a woman with beautiful golden hair and crimson red eyes. Furthermore, Felt did not interject as Miklatov spoke these words. The characteristics of this person were being told to her as if they were significant. Felt was not dull enough to miss what that implied. While watching Felt's reaction, Miklatov voiced the continuation of his explanation. Miklatov, that person gave her name as Phylor, claiming to be the same name as the daughter of Ford Lugunica-sama, the younger brother of the king, the very girl who went missing 15 years ago. Phylor Lugunica, daughter of Prince Ford Lugunica. While the significance carried by that name and existence was massively important for the kingdom, it was of even greater significance to Felt above all else. After all, Felt's participation in the royal selection had not been solely decided due to her causing the dragon gem embedded in the insignia to shine, the act that qualified one for the royal selection. There was an even greater reason, the suspicion that Felt might have in fact been the missing Phylor. As fate would have it, it had been 15 years since Phylor had vanished as a baby. That lined up with Felt in terms of age, and her hair and eye color were also consistent with the characteristic traits of the royal family of Lugunica. Of course, Felt had never thought of herself as a member of the royal family, and she had never attempted to take advantage of it. However, she was not so self-centered that she could completely disregard the possibility those around her might have been expecting. There were many in the kingdom of Lugunica who saw and felt the possibility that she was of the lost royal family. No matter how Felt saw herself, she could not change the expectations and envy of others. Such was human nature. And even without speaking of the greater picture encompassing the subjects of the kingdom, to those who happened to be present there during the commencement of the royal selection and to even Reinhard as well, it was a glimpse of hope that they cherished. Without a doubt, it was true that the possibility of the royal family's survival had bestowed Felt, who originated from the slums, with an initial blade to wield in the fight upon the stage of the royal selection. And then Felt, the real Phylor who disappeared, Felt muttered this under her breath, the situation suddenly sinking into her chest. Indeed, no wonder such a great uproar had spread through the royal castle. Perhaps the possibility that Crush had been saved by the Church of the Divine Dragon, raising real concerns about her possible withdrawal from the royal selection, was itself being treated as a trifling matter in the wake of that fact. That was just how astounding the existence of the nun from the Church of the Divine Dragon who called herself Phylor was. Felt Sama. Suddenly she was addressed by Reinhard standing next to her, causing Felt's breath to catch slightly. That appeal certainly had not caught her off guard, but nevertheless Felt had failed to pick up on what emotions had been contained within that voice. No, she must admit it. The clear turmoil stirring within Felt prevented her from picking up on Reinhard's emotions. Felt, in the beginning, when she had been brought to the commencement of the royal selection by Reinhard, she held naught but strong feelings of rebellion and hostility, partly due to her life of forced confinement in the mansion after being taken there from the loot house. Ultimately, she had decided to participate in the royal selection due to the course of events that transpired there, including Ramji's intrusion. However, the reason Reinhard had brought her there in the first place, endorsing her as a candidate, must have been due to his suspicions of the survival of the royal family, the foundations of which had now been shaken to their very core. They had been repudiated. No, it was not a repudiation. They stubbornly remained as uncertainties. In addition, Felt had so far scoffed at that possibility and walked all over it. And yet, when it was repudiated once and for all before her own eyes, a clear turmoil churned within her soul. It was not due to some desire to attain royalty. Those who had hoped Felt was a member of the royal family found their expectations betrayed, a disappointment caused by circumstances beyond her control. Felt how pathetic. Discerning the true nature of that budding turmoil, Felt was disgusted with herself. She hated herself for always being so bold and brazen, pretending to be unshakable no matter what might happen. Yet as soon as she realized that something unforeseen might have been lost, something she thought she could be free of without it bothering her at all, she panicked so disgracefully. Gritting her teeth at how pathetic she was being, Felt forced her heavy, stiff neck to turn, somehow managing to look in the direction of Reinhard, who stood beside her. No matter what kind of face Reinhard was making there, having braced herself, Felt looked up, and within her vision was a pair of eyes looking straight back at her, the azure skies captured within them. Not a single bit of worry or turmoil lay there whatsoever. Even disappointment, to say nothing of dejection, was absent. There was truly only one thing present there, the utmost trust in Felt, that was all. Felt, what the hell sort of eyes are you making, huh? Reinhard, in my own way I believe they contain my unwavering loyalty to you, Felt Sama. Felt. Ha, shut it. Whether he intended it in jest or in complete seriousness, Felt replied to Reinhard's response by poking her elbow into his side as he gave a slight smile. He had no choice but to do so. What was particularly aggravating was that Reinhard's bearing just then had made the emotions weighing on her suddenly feel so much lighter. Felt, no matter what, I'm me. Can't do anything except fight back like that. She had needed an impetus to openly fight back against that which was obvious. By chance, that was provided by Reinhard, and despite wanting to object to that, Felt refrained from any complaint. She had objections, but they were not bad objections, although she would never admit that to Reinhard. And just like that, a definite and clear decision had immediately been made within Felt. Knight Marcos Gildark has returned. Indeed, as a guard brought the news to the throne room, the expressions of all those there abruptly became tense. As Felt became alarmed by such a reaction, Reinhard leaned in to whisper in her ear, saying, Reinhard, it appears Commander Marcos brought the woman in question to crush Sama. Regardless of the right or wrong of such a remedy, Felt, we're coming face to face then. What a relief that it's after I made up my mind. Responding to Reinhard's whisper, Felt took a long, deep breath. Then, having Reinhard remain where he was standing next to her, she waited for a moment. Then, so many people have been waiting for me. The circumstances are what they are, so perhaps it's only natural. Felt heard such notions from an individual as they stepped through the door of the throne room and peered inside. Felt, so was she the one calling herself Phylor, the nun from the Church of the Divine Dragon who had marched into the royal castle? Just as she had heard prior, the woman was a nun with long golden hair and crimson eyes filled with determination. Though she was boldly standing tall, she seemed uncomfortable receiving the attention of the entire room all at once. However, due to the presence of the large armored figure just behind her, she could hardly step back. In the end, she shook her head as if in resignation and stepping straight into the room. Phylor-chan, Phylor, JJ. Upon taking her first step, she recognized the figure of Sakura turning and waving, and her carefully prepared expression stiffened dramatically, the color immediately draining from her face. As it was, she had shifted her weight onto her front leg and then halted her movement, but after a brief pause, she attempted to turn around. Phylor, everyone already knows, so please behave yourself and come over here. Phylor, not just Sakura, but even you, Tiga. Of course we were going to show up. Seriously, you're just being selfish. Though the half-turned Philor appeared distressed at Tiga's appeal as he shrugged in exasperation, she also appeared resigned. Abandoning the option of turning tail and fleeing, the girl plodded over dejectedly, her shoulders hunched, and before Tiga and Sakura, who were naturally acquaintances of hers, she took a deep breath and Philor, devoting ourselves in prayer for the people of the kingdom is the true purpose of the Church of the Divine Dragon, and I merely followed that doctrine. How about that, Tiga? No matter how you put it, Sakura, I don't think you're escaping a scolding and a lecture. Philor, but I'm not in the wrong. Immediately after puffing out her chest and making a grand declaration, her bluff was shattered. Toward the nun at her wit's end, who raised her voice to nearly that of a shriek toward Philor, Felt instinctively raised an eyebrow. The girl had a considerably different air about her compared to the first impression she gave off at a glance. Moreover, Felt, you're quite a bit taller than me. Does the difference come from the luxury you lived in as a kid? Philor, hold up, luxury. By luxury, are you referring to me? If that's the case, that's a big mistake. The Church of the Divine Dragon's motto is the spirit of charity. Most of the Church's spirit of compassion and charity is directed outward, not inward. In other words, Philor, we're famished almost all the time. With her hand on her stomach, Philor loudly complained about the Church's righteous poverty. Felt scratched her cheek in response to the vigor and volume of her voice, and upon finishing her declaration, Philor was smacked on the back of the head. As she turned around with an ouch, standing there behind her was Tiga, who had struck her head. Directing his eyes in Philor's direction, looking at her like a troublesome little sister, Tiga, don't go around flaunting our shame. It's a secret we'd taken great pains to keep from the heart of the nation until now. You're not planning to expose anything and everything like that, are you? Philor, there's no way I would. If I were that loose-lipped, you too, Sakura. In that case, what about the sacrament? Philor, the sound of Philor gulping in response to the questioning echoed with remarkable forte throughout the throne room. As Tiga and Sakura both examined her face from either side, Philor opened and closed her mouth for a moment, and then, Philor, I am made everyone leave. Tiga and Sakura, Haya Philor, what grand size. Is this the thanks I get for helping others? This too is in the scriptures. Even evils perpetrated under the cover of dusk are as a bonfire at midday in the eyes of the dragon. The conceit of being able to keep it concealed is the very darkness of delusion thou dost construct for thyself. Hoisting up the thick scriptures she had hastily produced with both hands, Philor gave her excuse. Felt was not very familiar with it, but she took the substance of what she had said just now to be something along the lines of, secrets always come out in the end, so do not become overconfident in them. That aside, there would most likely be some complaints about the scriptures of the Church of the Divine Dragon being used as a dictionary of excuses. Knight Marcos, did all go well, ignoring the representatives of the Church of the Divine Dragon arguing amongst themselves. Miklatov fished for information from the commander of the Royal Guard who had entered the throne room alongside Philor. His name called and a question asked of him, Marcos responded, Sir, with a stern look still on his face. Marcos, I personally accompanied her and bore witness to the power of Miss Philor's sacrament. Felt, bore witness, meaning Marcos, the wicked flames that dwelt within Duchess Crush Karsten have entirely lost their vitality and their influence has vanished. Marcos's report caused Felt's cheeks to stiffen with emotions she had no answer to. Crush had been saved, that was indeed joyous news. Yet Felt could not fully call the fact that she had been saved by the Church of the Divine Dragon joyous news. However, just as she had prepared herself a moment ago, only those involved could have made that choice. Miklatov, is that so? With the wisdom of his years, Miklatov accepted something akin to the complicated emotions Felt had experienced, then assessed Philor's state of affairs with a single glance. Philor raised her head to meet his gaze, and as Miklatov stroked his long beard, he continued with a, well then, Miklatov, there is much for us to discuss. Of course, there is also the matter of the sacrament Miss Philor has provided us proof of, but above all else, Philor. Was there something else? Puzzled, Philor frowned as if she were completely clueless as to what Miklatov had left unspoken. Aside from that reaction of Philor's, Miklatov's hesitation to put it into words earlier was most likely out of consideration for Felt, who happened to be in attendance. However, Felt, I don't need that sort of consideration. Reinhard, of course. At Felt's command, Reinhard gently placed something in her outstretched palm as if he had known to do so. For a moment, Felt examined the feeling of the object in her hand, and then flicked it with her finger in front of her toward Philor. Philor, what? What's this? Quickly putting out both her hands, Philor caught the object flying right at her. She blinked at that sudden action, to which Felt softly snorted. Then, turning to face everyone there who had gone wide-eyed at that action of Felt's, making a show of shrugging her shoulders, Felt, "This is what everyone here all wanted to see, right?" Felt pointed with her thumb, and just beyond it stood the figure of Philor, both hands enveloping that which she had received within her hands. The insignia she received shone. It was undoubtedly proof that she had been chosen as a dragon priestess by the dragon gem. It was the sixth brilliant omen of light that blessed the existence of a dragon priestess recognized by the dragon gem. Chapter 4, You're Welcome. The invention of a magic stone engine as opposed to a steam engine couldn't come sooner, said Subaru, his eyes focused ahead as he sat at the coachman's seat, reins gripped. Snugly seated atop Subaru's knees, Beatrice knitted her eyebrows at his words. "Beatrice, there's another curiously odd thing you blurted out, in fact. What is a magic stone engine, I suppose? Subaru, a technology that isn't in this world yet. See, if we could use the energy from magic stones to create a system close to a steam engine, then maybe we'd be able to make a locomotive." Beatrice, locomotive? Subaru, it's kind of like an iron dragon carriage that doesn't need a ground dragon that can keep on running till its supply of magic stones run out. It can only travel across places where there's railway tracks, so it has less liberty, but on the other hand, it would make it possible to come and go from places at a substantially good pace wherever there's rail connectivity. What do you think, Beatrice? No matter what one may think, it seems to be convenient, in fact. That is, if you can close your eyes to the absurdly nonsensical parts, I suppose. Subaru tapered his lips in apparent displeasure at Beatrice, her reply failing to conceal her dismay. He did think it was a fairly considerable idea, but it truly would be quite difficult to transmit the image in his head to those who had not seen the real thing. Above all, in terms of knowledge pertaining to working locomotives, Subaru was nearly just as lacking as Beatrice. If only he had been more informed about the construction of steam engines, he could have said something with more of a sense of reality. June, Subaru, oh, my bad, Patrash. I didn't mean any offense, especially not after you came all the way to the Empire to receive me. It was only a right person at the right place kinda talk, Patrash. June, Beatrice, unfortunately it seems that won't suffice to swindle her, in fact. The more you upset Patrash, the less likely she will be to return, I suppose. Subaru, now that's a situation I'd like to avoid no matter what, please don't be mad. Having failed to share the exact image of a locomotive, he must have transmitted that the role it would perform would intrude upon hers. Scratching his head at the objections of his beloved dragon Patrash, Subaru adjusted his clutch on the reins once again and narrowed his eyes at the unchanging, unrelenting scenery of sand. After shutting down Al's attempt at the Pleiades watchtower, Subaru set his course straight for the royal capital along with his group, determined to uncover the things he needed to learn no matter what, while carrying the truths that had been brought to light during the loop that had been undone. The shock of Al's betrayal was weighty, and in order to digest that as well, the group departed from the tower with enthusiasm, crossing into the realm of bravado. However, the road to the ever-important royal capital was long. After all, the journey spanned from the eastern edge to the western edge of the kingdom of Lugunica, a distance crossing across almost the entire kingdom. Even borrowing the power of the energetic and exceptional Patrash, it appeared to take a substantial number of days, so even though on one hand a part of him braced himself, his vexation amplified on the other. In this agonizing state of mind, even if Subaru could escape into his mind to explore ideas for new means of travel, he would probably concede them as unsalvageable halfway through. Subaru, if a locomotive or train did become a practical reality, I wonder how much travel time would be shortened. It should undoubtedly be able to move faster than a ground dragon without rest. He did not have the leisure for it now, but once things calmed down, he would consider discussing it with Roswell or Otto in a more serious caliber. As a concept, it was similar to the coupled dragon carriages invented in the Empire, but those were based on ground dragons and relied upon the running capacity of each creature, so a magic stone-powered device should have a higher level of convenience. Subaru, if we could make it happen, I bet it would knock Abel's socks off. Just imagining him frustratedly asking me to teach him how we did it makes it start to feel more and more worthwhile. Beatrice, if it involves magic stones, then Betty may also be able to offer advice, but won't cooperate if it's for some worthless objective like getting the better of that Abel, in fact. Subaru, right. Seeing Abel's sniveling mug was a worthless motive. Forget it, erasing away the image of the grimacing mug of Abel that surfaced in his mind with his hand, Subaru set his chin on Beatrice's temple and let out a short sigh. Beatrice registered the sigh above her head and the solid sensation at the back of her head, the black orb hanging from Subaru's neck. Beatrice, Subaru, that forbidden technique, Subaru, it's something that you brought to light. I'm sorry, but that's all the explanation I can give. Beatrice, you won't be reproached or anything, I suppose. What Betty is concerned about is the composition of that magic and the anomalous precision of its method of target selection. It felt like a glimpse of Mother, in fact. Subaru, Mother, Echidna, huh, Beatrice, I suppose. Beatrice nodded as Subaru recalled the Witch of Greed he had encountered in the sanctuary. Speaking of her detestable face in the midst of the great disaster of the Valatian Empire, he had even seen her face to face when Sphinx took on her appearance. In light of the depth and expanse of the scars that Witch of Greed had bequeathed, the credence of their exchanges in the tomb was lost on Subaru by this point. Moreover, the existence of the Witch of Greed, in contrast to the scars she had left behind all throughout the world, had been far too inordinately meticulously suppressed. Not fading away due to the passage of time, it would have been more natural to deem it a purposeful erasure from history. That raised a question: who is responsible? Subaru, it is true that Echidna ended up dying, so it's not like she did it herself. But considering she continued perpetrating evil deeds even after death by entering and exiting people's dreams, that too becomes dubious. Beatrice, at least that should expectably be impossible, in fact. To freely visit people's dreams even after death should be unfeasible for even dream arts users who are masters of the dream method, I suppose. Subaru, dream arts users. Dream method, Beatrice, magic that uses dreams as intermediary to meddle with the opponent's mind, in fact. On top of that, it is a kind of forbidden art and its users were almost entirely eradicated, I suppose. Subaru, that kind of thing's definitely still out there somewhere. Interfering with the mind. Maybe the users just planted some convenient memory in people's minds that they had been eradicated and let themselves slip away. Beatrice, that's way too pessimistic, in fact. Anyhow, I suppose. The approach of Mother, whom you and Amelia encountered in the tomb, may seem to apply the principles of the dream method, but strictly speaking, it is something entirely different, so invading the consciousnesses of living beings like invading dreams should be undoable, in fact. Subaru assented to Beatrice's adorable explanation, her upraised finger waving. He was unaware of the detailed principles, but the castle of dreams that Echidna inhabited exclusively used the special ground known as the tomb as its nucleus, so it did not stretch to the outside, or so it seemed. If that were the case, then the fear of Echidna having done everything by her own power would disappear. Subaru, but in that scenario, it'd mean that there would be someone who acceded to Echidna's will and carried out the concealment, with the most likely candidate being Roswell Beatrice. If it is the crime of someone close, there's no choice but to choke back tears and push him out, I suppose. Subaru, like I said, we can't push him out till the royal selection ends, and even after the royal selection ends, I'd like not to if possible. Also, the one who plays the part of a pretty girl in front of me, Beatrice, actually making some secret moves in the shadows as Echidna's apostle, is a development that's convention for entertainment, you know? Beatrice, Betty being the final boss is a plotline that's been discarded long before, in fact. It doesn't have a fragment of convincingness or cohesiveness, a trashy idea that's just fishing for shock value, I suppose. Subaru, I think so too, but you're really telling M she had no intent to entertain even the idea of her becoming Subaru's enemy, even in jest. That too was evidence of the extent to which she cherished Subaru, nothing more. All that said, assuming it was neither Roswell nor Beatrice who went around erasing any traces of Echidna, then Subaru, the witch cult. Beatrice faintly twitched and halted her breath. This nervous reaction by Beatrice was proof of her internal agreement with Subaru's muttering. The Witch of Greed, no, not confined to information about only Echidna, but all of the witches affixed with the deadly sins other than the Witch of Envy, were on the verge of having their entire existence erased down to the last traces. And when the Sin Archbishops had all simultaneously appeared in the Watergate city of Prestella, they had shoved their respective egotistical demands onto the city for things that they wanted in exchange for the lives of the city's inhabitants. Back then, there were those like Regulus who were simply seeking to fulfill their own desires, but there were also objects of demand in the mix that would have been difficult to imagine as what the individuals personally desired. Subaru, on top of that, I've also heard from Otto before. No matter what part of the world, if there's something that's happened to be found with a connection to the witch, then the witch cult would come to rob it, that sort of thing. In reality, the fortified city of Garkla, which Subaru and the others had visited in Valatia, was said to have collapsed into annihilation in the wake of that same Regulus's sizable rampage. Forced to reminisce about an enemy he did not wish to recall, he felt a deep sense of revulsion. Anyhow, Subaru, I feel that the destructive rampage at Pristella does support the rumors Otto had spoken about. If that's the case, then the group's rampages aren't just simple terrorism by a cult group, there's an entirely separate strategy, and that's exactly what's attempting to erase the witches from this world, isn't it? The witch cult espoused the Witch of Envy, and assented to the offer of worship to that being. Because this cursory information had been spread as common sense, the fact that they sought to erase all traces of witches other than the Witch of Envy might have been getting concealed. Subaru, not if you want to hide a tree, put it in a forest, but if you want to hide a witch, then put it in the Witch of Envy episode, huh? But if that's the case, then the one who created the witch cult would be Beatrice. It cannot have been Mother, in fact. Following the same train of thought as Subaru's, Beatrice anticipated this conclusion and negated it. Lips sealed shut, Beatrice's visage as she looked onward was out of Subaru's sight. However, imbued in her words was something far too brittle to be labeled conviction, a feeble orison. She must have known that rationally, Subaru's idea did conform to reason. But whatever more forbade Beatrice from acknowledging it was the truth of the person in question being Beatrice's creator and family whom she had spent an invaluable spell of time with. Subaru understood that to an aching extent, and simultaneously it became a source of ire toward Echidna. Subaru, to make my adorable Biko go through something so grueling, the witch who had left Beatrice behind for 400 years in the Forbidden Library, after commanding her to wait for that person. That Echidna's true intent behind her instruction was the desire to know whom Beatrice would choose as that person, the reason being a fearsomely wicked curiosity, was something Subaru knew. Naturally, he could not possibly reveal that to Beatrice, nor did he intend to convey it. To repudiate the emotions with which Beatrice cherished Echidna and then overwrite them with himself was a vulgar, pathetic thought. Beatrice could continue to cherish Echidna. All Subaru had to do was become something greater than that for her. Subaru Biko, I love you, Beatrice. The flow of conversation changed, I suppose. Love and purpose brimming over, Subaru hugged Beatrice tightly from behind. Upon his embrace, Beatrice's solemn face turned red. This was it, exactly this. Not to dismiss this discussion with vague undecidedness, Subaru, we won't find an answer at this time or place. We need to go to the royal capital and wait. This is where the conversation ends up again. Godamit can't wait for the invention of the magic stone engine. Clutching the black orb hanging by his breast, Subaru vented in annoyance. The itinerary was yet long, the set destination of the royal capital yet far away, and Subaru's impatience would be dissolved through rather unanticipated means. That being, good grief, got tired of waitin'. You're finally back? Awaiting Subaru and the others in the post-town of Murula that they reached after crossing the Sand Sea was a bald giant with crossed arms as thick as logs. Ramji's reception, and the surprise they received from it was where it began. Beatrice, it is surprising that there is still a surviving member of the Giants, I suppose. I had thought that just about all of them would have already died out in a similar vein to the Oni clan, in fact. Ram, unfortunately never have I happened to meet another giant side from myself. It's possible that I'm the last of the giants still kickin' in this world. Subaru, seriously. Isn't that way more severe than simply being on a countdown to extinction? As Beatrice stared up at his huge body, the giant in question, Ramji, replied to her. And hearing that, Subaru furrowed his brow at the hopeless situation of the giants. After all, if the only survivor still remaining was the ultra-elderly Ramji, there was no longer any hope for posterity, with extinction and inevitability. If the final survivor of the race had been younger, they might have been able to leave more threads of possibility, but Ram, what it stands to reason that a race done serving its purpose would die out. The Giants and the Oni clan, there's no further reason to keep them alive in the world here to come. It's up to the individuals to live and perish as they please, that's just how it goes. Subaru, you know, I really don't like that sort of fatalistic outlook. Though even if I say all that now, I guess it's too late to do anything about it. Ram, those are some laudable things you're saying. Seems like you've also gone and learned a bit of prudence. As Subaru poked his tongue against the interior of his cheek in frustration, Ramji's own cheeks bent into a smile and he clapped the former on the shoulder with his large palm. In fact, this was the first time Subaru was getting to properly talk to Ramji since the day upon which the start of the royal selection was declared, when both of them had taken measures to sneak into the castle. He had heard that Ramji served as the brain of Felt's operation, but only upon exchanging a few words with him here after a long while did it finally begin to sink in. Subaru, looking back on it before even Biko, Ram, Gia, and Felt were some of the first people I met in this world, so it's somewhat deeply emotional. Though going deeper on that line of thought, I met that unk at the fruit stand before ever meeting Emilia Tan, which is a bit to begin with. If he was going to start talking about the pace of his encounters, he would also have to include Tonchinkin, causing his head to act up. Either way, sharing a reunion with an old acquaintance was something of great joy to Subaru. All the more when it came to somebody whom he had gotten to know on the very first day of his summoning to another world. Hence, Subaru, you're one of those people too, Reinhard. Thank goodness. Your conversation with Ram Gi was so lively, I thought that I had been completely forgotten about. Subaru being forgotten. You of all people, you ever experienced that sort of thing? Reinhard had such a sense of presence that even if his name were to be devoured by the authority of gluttony, it seemed like it would be impossible to forget him. And in all likelihood, he would never find himself in the situation of having his name eaten to begin with. As Subaru pointed that out, Reinhard gave a wry smile as he shrugged his shoulders. Reinhard, fortunately, I have not had the opportunity as of yet. And so, it is not as though I feel no burden. After all, my own actions can never be undone. As he spoke, Reinhard's eyes glanced behind Subaru towards Garfield, standing there with an imposing air about him. Off to the side from their reunion, Garfield was silently casting his sharp, emerald-green eyes towards Reinhard. Basking in his gaze, Reinhard softly narrowed his own blue eyes, and Reinhard, you have gotten quite a bit stronger since the last time we met. In such a short time at that, it is an incredible feat. Garfield, TCH, you're saying that so lightly. Even though for me it was a matter of leveling up after being thrust to the brink of dying countless times, the depth of your strength keeps getting more and more unfathomable. Reinhard, I wonder, are you not going to challenge me like you did in Pristella anymore? Garfield, even if I tried now, there'd be no winning. Besides, if my amazing self went and lost against ya on my own, that classification just end up causing trouble for Emilia-sama. Turning away as he clicked his tongue, Garfield firmly held back his own combative spirit. He was not overthinking it. In reality, since her knight's strength was of no match, the one who would be compared to Reinhard was the military officer of the Emilia camp, Garfield. If it became known that Garfield was defeated in a head-on fight against Reinhard, even if that classification was already fully understood by society, it was entirely possible that the camp would gain an impression of lacking strength. Thus, Garfield had considered all of that by himself and held back. Subaru, Garfield, you've grown up so much. Garfield, fuck Captain, don't pat my head. I just said some pathetic shit bout how I can't win right now. There ain't no reason to be praising me. Subaru, there is, 1000% yes there is. Oi, everyone, let's all praise Garfield. Garfield, our roar. As Garfield's face shyly flushed red in embarrassment, he was surrounded by Subaru, Beatrice, Petra, and Meili as they commended him good. It was a reverse pattern too when they had comforted Subaru in the Pleiades watchtower just a short while ago. And after they finished thoroughly doting on Garfield in such a manner, Petra, so then, what business might two members belonging to Felt-sama's camp have with us? Indeed, the one to properly broach the matter at hand was the most reliable member of their group, Petra. With her hands on her hips, Petra's small form was eager to play the negotiator of the camp, giving Subaru an unanticipated sense of reliability and filling his heart with ardent emotion. Unexpectedly, he felt as if he sensed a glimpse of the loop that had been lost, in which he had endeavored to an unknowable extent in order to take back Subaru in the battle against Al. Beatrice, what's with that heart-rending expression? In fact, Subaru, it's nothing, I'm just easily moved to tears lately. Biko, could you give me a hug? Beatrice, there's no helping it, I suppose, you require much attention, in fact. With a reluctant face, Beatrice switched from holding Subaru's hand to a stance of clinging to his waist. With that, Subaru refocused on the conversation playing out before his eyes. The reason why Reinhard and Ram had come all the way out here to wait for Subaru and the others, Reinhard, of course, we came to pick you up. There are urgent circumstances transpiring in the royal capital. Emilia-sama was feeling rather uneasy, so Felt-sama ordered that I come here. Petra, Emiliani-sama. But then why would Felt-sama Reinhard? The two of them became friends. And so she said she would lend a hand to help her friend out. Meili, my Felt-chan was played by Emilia Onessen, she now. I know the fee Ling. I might also be able to get along with Felt-cha N. Hearing Reinhard's reply to Petra's suspicion, Meili smiled mischievously. But from the way she spoke, it was an admission that she too had been moved by Emilia's kindness, but it was unclear if Meili herself was aware of that. Subaru kept his mouth shut. Moreover, Subaru was also surprised. Of course, he did not have any impression that Emilia and Felt had a poor relationship, but to think that Felt would take action for the sake of Emilia. Subaru, it would have been unimaginable back when she had first stolen her insignia Rom. I'll tell ye this now, young'un, but spillin' that story ta the public be a real trouble. If y'all were ta go spreadin' that poor reputation, we'd also be forced ta make some plays. Subaru, it'd be one thing if I had no memory of it, but that would just be suffering the consequences of my actions. Though you guys wouldn't be the only ones in trouble if the details of that incident were to come to light, as Ramji gave that warning just as a precaution. Subaru shrugged his shoulders. The disruption of the insignia robbery in the royal capital was actually linked to the schemes of Roswal, who commissioned Elsa behind the scenes. Furthermore, Elsa was also entangled with Meili, so all those things falling under greater scrutiny would be more of a pain for the Emilia camp. To begin with, it was unthinkable that Emilia would bring up the fact that Felt had stolen her insignia at this stage. All the more if they had become friends. Subaru, if anything, there's also a chance that Emilia Tan has forgotten the fact that Felt previously stole her insignia, though I doubt she would have, right? Reinhard. From my perspective, Emilia-sama has overcome that past to seek friendship with Felt-sama. That is what I believe, Subaru, right? I also prefer Emilia Tan that way. But the problem was the fact that Emilia had been driven into a situation of feeling uneasy. As he thought about just what might have happened in the royal capital, Subaru suddenly realized that the cause of Emilia's current feelings might lie within himself. That maybe it was the effect of the report he had entrusted to Flam before departing the Pleiades watchtower. Reinhard, no, I have also heard about Priscilla-sama and the matter concerning Aldono. It had caused Emilia-sama great heartache, but it was rather you all that she was worried about, Subaru. Hence that was not the immediate cause. Subaru, is that so? That's a relief. Well, it isn't a relief, but I understand. But if it's not that, then what else happened? Rom, circumstances that are shaken the very bedrock of the royal selection, one could say. Everyone, hearing Ram Gi's grave tone, Subaru and the others all shifted their expressions. Circumstances that shook the foundation of the royal selection. To hear of such a thing was a great emergency, and the fact that Reinhard did not deny it was proof that there was no mistake in that perception. It was unclear whether that was because of the dropping out of a royal candidate as the result of Priscilla's death, or whether there was some other factor at play, but Reinhard, concerning this issue, it is necessary for all camps to come together to discuss. Hence I went to pick up Ram Dono, who was residing in our domain, and from there came here to pick up all of you, Subaru. Subaru, then, you must be wanting to go reconvene with Felt back in the royal capital as soon as possible. Reinhard, Ratchins and the others are also in the royal capital. In this situation, it was more pertinent for me to follow Felt-sama's orders. In truth, I had wished to go pick you up at the tower, but I wished to avoid heading into the Agria sand dunes without Meili's abilities and risk passing you by. Ram, and so we decided to wait for y'all's arrival in this town. And hearing Ram Gi bring it to a finish, the questions that had arisen within Subaru's mind were settled. Under such circumstances, Reinhard and Ram Gi were waiting for the arrival of Subaru and the others in Murula. While he was grateful for that, he also grew frightened of what sort of issue had driven them to go to such lengths. However, Subaru, I can't afford not to ask, but time is of the essence. Let's talk as we move. Reinhard, indeed, let us do so. There are also many things I wish to ask you, Subaru. After we parted in Pristella, the events that transpired in the Empire, to the extent of what you can say. Subaru, there isn't really anything I can't tell you about. I spill it all. I've also got plenty of things I want to ask the guy with as huge a reputation as the Sword Saint, Reinhard. So long as they are things I can answer, then by all means. Nodding to each other, a consensus was reached between Subaru and Reinhard. For Subaru, who had yearned for a non-existent locomotive due to how tantalizing transportation felt, being able to borrow Reinhard's power here was no mere lifeboat. It was nothing short of the Millennium Falcon itself. And then before they re-embarked for the royal capital, Subaru, oh yeah, Reinhard HM. What is it, Subaru? I think you probably won't understand what I mean, but hear me out. Thank you. At Subaru's words of gratitude, as had been prefaced, Reinhard seemingly did not understand what he meant and raised his eyebrows in surprise. And while Subaru's lips curved into a smile at the fact that he had taken the Sword Saint by surprise, Subaru, I don't really know all the details either, but I'm at least convinced that you had to go through extreme toil. So thank you, Reinhard. Nothing really comes to mind, so I wonder how I should respond. Subaru, in that case you can just say you're welcome. Reinhard, understood. You're welcome, Subaru, that pronunciation's way too good. As Reinhard responded so to such unexpected gratitude, Subaru thanked him again and pat Beatrice on the head as she clung to his waist before commencing the preparations for their trip. Since Reinhard would be hastening them in one go across a distance that would normally take several days, it would likely be some absolutely outrageous transport method. He had to brace his heart. Reinhard, as he proceeded with preparations to depart with his allies, Subaru did not notice that watching over his back, as if to evaluate him, were Reinhard's two eyes, hand placed over the hilt of the sword at his waist. Chapter 5: The details of a detour. During the time Reinhard served as their method of transport, Subaru's mental preparedness had been doubly ineffective. Reinhard, it may feel a bit uncomfortable, but you should get used to it soon. And with this preface from Reinhard, he suddenly hoisted up the dragon carriage that Subaru's group was riding along with Patrash, swiftly running into the sky, launching himself into it. Subaru, ababa, the scenery outside the windows rapidly passing by, and the inside of the dragon carriage which, like a visual bug, felt almost completely still in spite of that, made Subaru and Beatrice embrace each other as they shook. Theoretically, this was not hard to understand. In short, it was the same as when a ground dragon applied its divine protection of wind evasion. The problem was that the one responsible for this display was Reinhard, a human who ran at a speed so ridiculous that it defied common sense. I've already been through this NCE. Hopefully you guys all savor it too. Still, is it really possible to get used to this? Quietly, Meili sat with her chin resting on her knees. With Petra fearfully clinging onto the cloak of the girl already experienced in this, Meili chuckled with a fufu. Meili, I didn't know Petra-chan could even get ska red, how surprisey ng. Petra, rather than being scared, I'd say it's more about being shocked by the occurrence of something unimaginable. The Sword Saint-sama is a lot crazier than I'd heard. True, haven't heard of the previous Sword Saint's bane this outlandish. Guess you could say Reinhard's special. Near the end of the conversation with Meili, seeing that Petra cued him to weigh in, Ramji replied while rubbing his head. Even Ramji, whose body was crammed into the narrow seats of the dragon carriage, seemed unfamiliar with this running style of Reinhard's, as he placed a hand on the wall for peace of mind. Seemingly, this method of transport was not usually employed by the Felt camp. However, this was also something that could have been considered a staggering advantage. Ram, if we got around this way outside of emergencies, we'd lose popularity for using the power of the Sword Saint in vain. To some extent, a wanin of the Sword Saint's influence is a problem for the kingdom. If we're careless, then forget leaving the country. This way of travelin' might get banned too. Subaru, right, that joke of a Reinhard locked to Ramji's curled lips. Subaru spoke on the absurdity of a parallel world's international laws. As implied by its name, the Reinhard law concerned only the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria, the purpose of which was to decisively forbid him from leaving the kingdom of Lugunica. When spoken about, it seemed like a joke, but in reality, when one realized just how out of the ordinary he was, it was hard to frame as overdoing it. Although Reinhard's power is absurd, almost stupidly so, but I just wish the other nations would see that he doesn't have the personality to cause needless harm. Ram, even though you're from another camp, you seem to value Reinhard pretty highly, no? Subaru, we're friends after all, and when everyone's on a trip outside the country, it's sad being the only one left at home. Something like a trip to Valatia, there's nothing fun in Valatia. Flopsan and Mediumsan should use their influence to build at least one amusement park. Hopefully, by either sneaking around Abel's gaze or winning him over, they could somehow squander some of the Empire's money on entertainment. He hoped that they could make a big amusement park. Beatrice, Garfield, what are you looking at, I suppose? Garfield, nothing, was just thinking that if my amazing self could do something like this, I could make stuff way easier for the captain and the rest of ya. Like how Jib never is suited for different jobs, it feels like my amazing self wouldn't be able to do it no matter what. While Subaru was imagining his construction plans for Valatia land, Beatrice struck up a conversation with Garfield, who expressed his vexation by the gnashing of his fangs. Certainly, he could do something similar to Reinhard with pure brute strength, but without a functioning divine protection of wind evasion, the comfort level of the trip would have been hellish. In the first place, treating his sworn little brother like a workhorse, even in an emergency, would have made Subaru feel bad. Subaru, so that's why we haven't put Reinhard's running style to use. This gives a bad feeling for sure. Reinhard, I am happy you understand. I would also feel awkward about this if it were not an emergency. Subaru, you've joined the conversation like it's perfectly natural, as if it were natural. Reinhard's voice rang out. It was the effect of his divine protection of telepathy, which Subaru had once experienced in Pristella. Apparently, people aside from Subaru were hearing his voice this time, so Petra and the others were unable to conceal their surprise at Reinhard's voice suddenly resounding in their brains. Though Meili seemed to have gained a tolerance for the divine protection of telepathy, and so continued to look smug. At any rate, Subaru, for now, my surprise at Reinhard's running style has dissipated, but I still have to process the other shocking revelation. Is it true? About the entry of this Phylor girl, Reinhard, yes, there is no falsehood in that fact. Though he could not see it with his eyes, Subaru could practically feel Reinhard's nod of affirmation, was shocked by the truth that had been revealed, and once again took a deep breath, then swallowed. While Subaru and the others had been in the Pleiades watchtower, there had been an astonishing development in the royal capital. The Church of the Divine Dragon had made contact, and a woman who could make the insignia glow, known as Phylor, had made her entrance on the stage. The organization that up until now had been keeping a low profile had come forward with a fact that could not be ignored in the royal selection. Naturally, as the knight of the royal candidate Emilia, Subaru was greatly troubled. However, Subaru, that Crush-san was saved is great news. The great tremor that ran through the royal selection was an incident that he could not escape hearing about, but among the topics that had been brought to his ears, the one that mattered most to Subaru was the recovery of Crush. In Pristella, within the Sin Archbishop of Lust's malignant clutches, Crush's body had been burdened with a curse that brought incurable pain. For a long time, he had deeply lamented that he had not been able to protect Crush while fighting on the same battlefield as her, a persistent thorn in his side. Subaru, seriously, if I could have taken all that stuff off Crush's shoulders, then I would have been happy to do so even if my entire body turned completely black. Lust's blood had been poured into her, and Crush had been saddled with a blight too terrible to even cast a glance at. Having been baptized in that same woman's blood, however, Subaru suffered a very different amount of damage than Crush. Of course, the effects were felt over the entire body, but unlike Crush, who continued to suffer in pain, the worst he experienced was his arm and leg being covered in what could only have been considered a creepy, deformed tattoo. That, and the fact it was completely gone after that time his arm was blown off, in addition to the feeling of surprise he felt whenever he remembered the effect on his leg when he was on the toilet or in the bath. Somehow, Subaru was able to alleviate Crush's suffering in exchange for his own suffering. So saving Crush that way had been one possibility. Subaru, Crush-san, didn't agree to that. After the battle in Pristella, ever since she refused his proposal to take on her curse, stating that she could not burden Subaru further as he would soon be traveling to the Pleiades watchtower, her physical condition had always been at the back of his mind. That she was healed was undoubtedly good news as far as Subaru was concerned. However, what's hard-tossed stomach is that the very people it matters to the most can't just celebrate her recovery. As Jiai's grave words indicated, Crush's recovery, that it was carried out at the hands of the Church of the Divine Dragon, would have been a great regret for her and her companions. Subaru understood that much, and because he understood, he could not say anything recklessly. It would have been frivolous to say something like, even if it came at the cost of a major disadvantage in the royal selection, what matters most is that she is still alive. Subaru, but now this Phylor person has appeared, and she was able to prove her qualification as a priestess by making the insignia glow. That can't be good, right, Meili? That's right, GHT. Even though the number of royal candidates finally dropped by one and a spot opened up, the fact that it was immediately filled will set us right back to the beginning. NG. Petra, Meili-chan, if you don't pick your words properly, then I'll also get angry. It's for that reason we went to the tower in the first place. Meili, well, the helmet guy messed all that up. Don't get angry. Yahie I'm so RRY. Remembering her role as a little devil, Meili voiced her insensitive jokes, giving an insincere apology to the scathing gaze of Petra. After a small sigh at Meili's behavior, Petra continued with an anyways. Petra, Meili-chan's cheeky tongue aside, what's concerning isn't the issue of the open spot. It's just this Phylor lady has golden hair and crimson eyes, right? Subaru, that's what they're saying. It's Petra, those are the characteristics of the Lugunican royal family, aren't they? Also, I'm sure that was the name of the princess who was kidnapped 15 years ago. Phylor, with a finger on her lips, Petra stated what knowledge she had. After Petra finished speaking, in the pause for the crucial word that was born, a different person took over. Jiai, Ramji attracted the gazes of everyone in the carriage. However, he dropped his gaze to his knees. 15 years ago, the crown prince's daughter who disappeared was called Philor. That's the same name as the nun from the Church of the Divine Dragon currently in the castle, Beatrice, and they are saying that this nun made the insignia glow in front of everyone in the castle, in fact. If that's true, then it makes sense that the trouble it creates could shake the royal selection, I suppose. It was a truth which sent deep tremors throughout the Lugunican royal castle. After sharing the context for such an event, the dragon carriage was enveloped in a quiet air. However, Subaru remained firm in continuing to not read the room and asserted himself with a listen. Subaru, I'm not really convinced by all that. Reinhard, what do you mean by convinced? Subaru, I'm finally starting to get used to talking with your voice in my head, but anyways, this is what everyone is concerned about, right? This person named Philor from the Church of the Divine Dragon, she could possibly be the lost Lugunican royal. The fact that the insignia shone seemed like proof of that royalty. Petra, yeah, that's right. You aren't convinced by that? Subaru, nah, after all, wasn't it the same for Felt? Unfortunately, even though it followed his mortifying memories of the day the royal selection commenced, Subaru had not heard Felt's declaration of her beliefs. Before that, he had been expelled from the throne room for his great blunder. However, even though he had not been present, everything that happened there and what Felt had said were all shared with him later. Originally, the existence of a 15-year-old royal being revealed in that place should have caused questions to surface. Subaru, so the same was the case with Felt. Well, in my opinion, the existence of a princess who was secretly taken away and grew up among the common people in the streets is a more exciting twist, so I'd like it if it ends up as Felt being the royal. I see. But if it's as you imagine and Felt is the kingdom of Lugunica's princess, then the royal selection will be settled with her win. Are you okay with that, Subaru? Toward Ramji's single closed eye, Subaru's gaze widened. He thought it might have been a bad joke, but it was not taken back. Further, other than Subaru, everyone seemed to agree with Ramji's thoughts. Unexpectedly, he was in the minority. No, having become entirely isolated, Subaru became upset. Subaru, no, why? Garfield, course it's like that, what do you mean why? In the first place, the reason we're doing this royal selection is cause of the royal family dying out, right? But if that ends up not being true, then shouldn't the only surviving royal become king? Subaru, it's a hereditary thing. Reinhard, I wish you would choose your words more tactfully, but that is what is being said. The two martial artists of the group, Garfield and Reinhard, rebuked him, and Subaru realized the difference in perception between him and the people of this world as he let out a sigh. For Natsuki Subaru, who was born and raised in Japan, the representative of a country was decided not by lineage, but was naturally elected based on other criteria. The circumstances of the royal selection were another factor that influenced him, as it was similar to the system of elections that Subaru was familiar with. Instead, for the people of this other world, the prince would have naturally been next in line after the present king, and the child of that prince-made king would come after him. So if Felt was confirmed to be a royal, then the natural progression was that Felt would have been next in line to the throne and the royal selection would lose its very purpose. Subaru, so that means it would have been really bad if Felt was confirmed as royalty. Since it stopped at the point of being just a suspicion, the royal selection was given the go-ahead. With that said, can you still diligently serve as the young lady's knight while holding your head high? Subaru, stop. I was just a little unfamiliar with common sense here. We have Biko, Petra, and Garfield who are all growing up to be smart kids. Beatrice, allow yourself to be corrected. The pretty and charming Betty is the most grown-up one here, in fact. Embraced on Subaru's lap, Beatrice puffed out her chest. As he watched Subaru pat her head, Ramji patted his own head with a staggered look on his face. He understood it had certainly just been a discrepancy in perception, and he had shown some shameful behavior. However, in spite of that, Subaru's doubts were still not cleared. Subaru, I stumbled a little, but my doubts are still unresolved. In the case that their royalty is confirmed, I understand that the royal selection would become meaningless, but ultimately there will be the same doubts as to whether Philor Chansan is the real deal, just as there was for Felt. And if that's the case, Reinhard, whichever one is true royalty must be verified. Subaru, perhaps those words were intended to have been as devoid of emotion as possible. Because of that, what Reinhard left unspoken cut as sharp as a blade. Subaru exhaled, letting the meaning of those words seep into his brain. Felt and Philor, it needed to be verified which one was real. There are only suspicions with no conclusive evidence, but the royal selection still continued up till now. But since two candidates have appeared who may be part of the royal family, then naturally, they can't be left as is. As for those who are holding malicious intent, I'm also afraid of the possibility that they might have infiltrated the royal selection. Subaru, malicious intent, whichever one ends up being true royalty doesn't automatically mean that the other one is evil. Maybe they just coincidentally had golden hair and crimson eyes. Beatrice, it can't have been a coincidence, those are traits unique to the royal family, I suppose. Subaru, but didn't the insignia shine for both of them? As both Ramji and Beatrice gave logical explanations, Subaru grew fervid. He was only able to argue from an emotional point of view. In the first place, Subaru could not explain why he became so passionate. Simply, if meeting Reinhard and Ramji when he was first summoned factored into his fondness for them, then the same was true for Felt. As for Felt's current position and efforts, he did not want them to be for nothing just because she was not of the royal family. Furthermore, this Phylor that he had not even met yet was being made out as a bad person, and he did not want to accuse her of being a schemer and blindly curse her. Above all, Subaru, if they really wanted a member of the royal family to take over so badly, then when Felt appeared, regardless of the circumstances behind the royal selection or the royal family, why didn't they do a DNA test or something to check? By starting the royal selection without doing that, Emilia and so many others, Beatrice. Subaru, as Subaru bit his lip and suppressed his voice, Beatrice, who sat on his lap, grew anxious. At the feeling of a hand gently holding onto his, Subaru tightly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Nevertheless, the violent emotions in his beating heart refused to calm down. Emilia, Felt, Crush, Anastasia, and Priscilla, they had all put their beliefs and even lives on the line in order to compete in the royal selection. That an unexpected interruption would butt in was an unacceptable twisting of the premises. Subaru, if that happens, Beatrice, if that happens, what will you do? In fact, Subaru, with Reinhard's help, maybe we could make an appeal for the royal selection to go on or something. Reinhard, I see. Ram, no, you don't see. Don't go round saying such terrible things. You as well, impulsively reeling up the sword saint, what would you do if he actually followed through with that? Garfield, if that happens, then my amazing self will also jump on board. Petra, Garfsan, things are getting complicated now, so could you calm down? Please. Subaru's bitter words, as he was at a loss on what to do, were met with vehement opposition by Ramji and Petra. A battle of protest between being active and remaining passive burst forth, as Petra glared at Garfield, who withered away with a glower. But by no means was it all entirely a joke. No, Subaru was actually quite serious. If he had that level of resolve, then he would show his spirit as a knight to the royal candidate he was dedicated to. Subaru, there's so much to do when we get to the royal capital. Geez, I feel like I've just been restlessly moving around for the past 6 months now. Beatrice, that is nothing, I suppose. Betty feels like she's been moving non-stop for 11.5 years now, in fact. Subaru, don't say weird stuff like that, it's messing with my head. Subaru's banter was met by even more outrageous banter from Beatrice. Horrified by her words, Subaru lamented the scale and number of problems waiting for them at the royal capital. He was worried about Emilia, who had personally encountered the cause for their concerns firsthand, and he wanted to visit Crush, whose body had recovered. He had to pay his respects to this Phylor and personally interrogate the traumatized higher-ups about the status of the royal selection. Then there was the matter of the alorb that hung around his neck. He needed to investigate the various reasons that led to his sudden outburst. But for the time being, what needed to be dealt with, Reinhard, Subaru were arriving. Subaru, seriously, that was crazy. Sorry for making you take the scenic route. As he was shifting his focus, Reinhard's report came in with great timing. As one would have imagined from the scenery passing by at high speeds, he had been moving extraordinarily fast. Cecilus moved faster if one were purely speaking in terms of speed, but unfortunately he most likely did not possess the strength to carry a dragon carriage, so it seemed that the Cecilus running style would not bear any fruit. If it was just one person, then maybe he could imitate it by carrying them on his back. While he was thinking such, he was taken aback as the reality of the scenery outside the window had truly set in. With the high-speed run coming to a halt, the dragon carriage slowly lowered to the ground. That was to say, they had arrived at their destination. And as if to prove it, what in the world is this? Subaru, suddenly the moment he heard that voice, Subaru quickly rose to his feet and jumped out of the dragon carriage whilst carrying a surprised Beatrice, who let out a Nkaya. Before him was Reinhard, who had run whilst carrying the dragon carriage without breaking a sweat, and Patrash, who appeared full of tension after being carried by said Reinhard. With the ridiculous appearance of the dragon carriage in her eyes, standing in front of the door of the nostalgic Roswell Manor was a blue-haired Subaru, Beatrice, Subaru. WH, what's wrong, I suppose? Without thinking, Subaru knelt down and clutched his chest, bringing down a shocked Beatrice with him. In a panicked flurry, Beatrice whacked his head and shoulders while she was at his mercy, but Subaru's heart cried out at the wonderful sight before him. Because standing in front of the Roswell Manor, greeting Subaru and the others was, "Subaru, that oh-so-familiar look of yours, I just realized how precious it truly was. That's just how you are no matter when or where we meet, huh?" Saying this with an elegant face, simultaneously disgusted and relieved, and in a maid uniform indeed, Rem in a maid uniform sighed. Capitalizing upon Reinhard's travel method, Subaru had requested to drop by the Roswell Manor in the midst of their journey to the royal capital. The purpose went without saying, to have Rem present when requiring the memories from the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony Roy Alfred, which was one of the reasons why they were en route for the royal capital. "Subaru, I don't expect the discussion with Gluttony to go so harmoniously, but that Al must have drawn it out one way or another. Then there's no reason to think that we can't do it. On top of that, I've already missed the scene of Ram and Rem's reunion. If I let the return of Rem's memories slide this time, then I'll be beyond recovery." To this powerful beseechment of Subaru's akin to shedding tears of blood, Reinhard awarded his approval with not a second of displeasure hinting on his face, despite surely wanting to return to Felt as quickly as possible. There was nothing to say but that he was truly a good friend. Subaru would also like to take up any request coming from Reinhard, but it was certainly dubious whether he would readily nod in assent to a request of taking a roundabout detour of hundreds of kilometers with a dragon carriage on his shoulders. However, Reinhard had in reality just pulled that off. Furthermore, that was not all that Reinhard had taken upon himself. "Subaru, sorry for making you come along for all this." Reinhard, "No, I don't mind. Moreover, even though it escapes my realization, I have also sustained the devastation begotten by the authority of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. I was made to forget one friend at the very least." Subaru, which reminds me, he apparently said that he'd turn being forgotten around into a good opportunity to challenge you, Reinhard. "You can win now that you don't know the skills up his sleeve kinda thing." Reinhard, that is something to look forward to in all honesty. His brows slightly upraised, Reinhard then smiled in true delight as Subaru watched with a sideward gaze, internally apologizing to Julius for having started a fire by saying things that were unnecessary. Perhaps he may have just crushed the possibility of winning that might have existed. But he could also envisage the possibility of Julius finding it unfair that he would be the only one who had knowledge of skills up the opponent's sleeve, and rather progressively reveal his hand. So any apology besides internally was deferred. To make such piddling thoughts rush was how heavy the atmosphere of this place was. "Subaru, as you'd expect, the prison tower lives up to its name." A strangely chilly sweat began to trickle down Subaru's forehead as he murmured. He was not panicking, nor had he come running. Yet the perspiring and dripping icy sweat was Subaru's body responding with rejection to this space. In the uppermost strata of the royal capital of Lugunica, this stone spire constructed in the vicinity of the royal castle functioned as a prison where the premier criminals of the kingdom were incarcerated. Naturally, in order to ensure none of the captives could easily meet with anyone, all isolation cells were sealed shut with an iron door. It was not in the style of jails one would see in manga where prisoners would be behind steel bars. As Subaru stepped inside, he tasted a 7-3 ratio of relief and evasion. "Subaru, the folks over at the Gladiator Island were criminals just like criminals would be, but they were more clear-cut scoundrels. It would not be an apt portrayal of the characteristics of the nation. But the crimes committed by Hien, Whites, Idra, or the others who had been his comrades on the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive were based upon violence without malice. There were occasionally those in the mix who had been thrown into slavery without pardon or mercy like Hien, but even those who were deemed to be so-called serious offenders were only differentiated by the extent of their violence, minor or major. On the other hand, the aura of the prison tower that incarcerated the criminals of Lugunica had a malodor of blood that Subaru could trace on his skin, entirely unlike the Gladiator Island with which he was familiar. "Subaru, does this place have a high proportion of captured witch cultists after all?" Reinhard, "That's right. Based on the fact that a principally large number of their activities happen in Lugunica, that summation is correct. In fact, Wrath is also imprisoned in the underground of this place." "Subaru, the underground, I hope Gluttony is kept at a good distance apart." Reinhard, "You can be doubly as sure." There's also the difference in the circumstances of their capture, but none can heedlessly come close to Wrath. Including the other prisoners as well, you see. The authority of the Sin Archbishop of Wrath, Sirius Romane Conti, was something like mind contamination through engulfment in her words or moods, cressively infecting the atmosphere. Considering its influence, it would be impossible to say her hazardousness had been ridden of, even after forbidding her movement. In fact, it seemed as though part of the repugnant presence wafting inside this prison tower was conceivably coming from the Sin Archbishop of Wrath. Subaru, I've got a physiological revulsion inside me, but before long I may need to speak with her as well. Reinhard, when that happens, do reach out to me. I will accompany you the same way as this time. Subaru, that's reassuring. Counting on you for real. Oh, such reassurance from Reinhard as he knocked his chest and bore it upon himself. However, Sirius's authority was also something that might invert the results of Reinhard's strength. Careful handling was requisite. Anyhow, she was not the reason for Subaru and company's call onto the prison tower. Unfortunately, Sirius shall feast on the chilling air of the underground for now. In lieu, this way, so said the prison tower guard who was leading their way as he pointed to one of the doors. A man with potent nervousness and professionalism reflected upon his face in equal part, to whom Subaru nodded before locking his eyes onto the door. A door depressing to even look at, transmitting a sensation of brumal gloom. Beyond this door lay the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, imprisoned. Subaru, even so, he's in a state identical to the Alorb, so it's dubious whether he himself is conscious of the situation or not. Shedding light on his own experience of when he had been sealed within the Black Orb, all he felt was an indescribable sensation akin to being submersed in lukewarm water, unable to move. In environs where even maintaining a clear consciousness was insoluble, Beatrice's diligent constitution and industrious gallantry in elucidating the forbidden technique's construct for Subaru was something for which he wished to confer onto her the annual Subaru Award. But it seemed as though the list of nominees alone would fill his hands, so he would rather keep deliberating his deliberations. Beatrice, Subaru. Why are you squeezing Betty's cheeks, I suppose? Subaru, well, I can't give you the annual Subaru Award right away, so I thought I'd give you an expression of affection instead. Beatrice. After this business is finished, you can do as you like, so focus on what is in front of your eyes right now, in fact. His forlorn skinship pierced through. Subaru tapered his lips at Beatrice's sober reprimand, and with a "that's right," swallowed his breath. Beatrice at the front gate, Reinhard at the rear gate. That was the best formation Subaru had come up with for paying Gluttony a visit at the prison tower. Truthfully, he would have liked to have the affiliated Rem also stationed in presence here, but he did not consider it feasible in any fashion until the first attempt at discussion had gone over well. His assumption was that persuading or coercing Gluttony would require a tenacious attempt. Subaru, after all, he's been fastened with yin magic, so Biko is especially indispensable. Beatrice, you can entrust it to Betty, I suppose. And if upon being unfastened the opponent immediately gets frenzied, Sword Saint, you will have to clobber him down, in fact. Reinhard, yes, I accept. I will not let him lay a finger on you or Subaru. Please rest assured, Subaru, that does assure me a lot for real. And with that, setting his hopes on the strength of his far too dependable reinforcements, Subaru nodded to the guard and bid him open the door's lock. As the guard steadily opened the door, Subaru matched its progression with tightened fists. Inside the tower, imbued in scant light in the reaches of an isolation cell that felt particularly dusky, imprisoned was Roy Alfred, fastened with yin magic in a form akin to a monolith. They shall awaken Roy and force him to vomit forth Rem's memories, along with the names and memories of all the countless victims. To exchange words with Sin Archbishops would surely be a battle that would scrape off one's own sanity, but if a definite reward lay ahead of it, then Subaru shall steadfastly. Subaru, after holding his breath in resolution, a gasp now unwittingly escaped from Subaru. His eyes adjusting to the caliginous dim light, the spectacle within the isolation cell was not what Subaru had provised. What was supposed to await them was Roy Alfred, embedded in a monolith shaped like a dark slate, his condition akin to a preserved specimen. However, ahead was an entirely unforeseen spectacle. Everybody, Subaru and the others, froze, oblivious to its import, but it was Reinhard who gently shifted him aside by his shoulders and stepped into the cell. Beatrice was right beside him, her entire body reclined onto Subaru as they huddled close. No, she was the one propping Subaru up. For all strength absconded Subaru's legs, verging upon collapse even now. With Subaru nearing collapse and Beatrice supporting him as his backdrop, Reinhard entered the interior of the cell and observed that which had been scattered about the chilly prison floor, shaking his head side to side. He turned around to say, "Reinhard, it is unfortunate, but he is dead." By Reinhard's feet as he imparted this was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, bizarre eating, Roy Alfred, his heinously cruel corpse, limbs torn off, his body cleaved apart and severed into fragments, turned over, unraveled. There was this terrible spectacle. Chapter 6. Instantaneous water heater pandemonium arose within the prison tower for a moment, people with altered expressions restlessly circling about from left to right. Watching this scene from afar, Subaru rested his spine onto a rampart slightly distant from it all, hugging his knees. Setting his forehead onto his curled knees, Subaru released a deep sigh. Far too many shocking things had happened. That naturally applied to sighting a gruesome corpse without any prior preparedness of his heart, but to think that this cadaver could possibly have been. "Are you all right?" Subaru's face was buried in his knees when that voice addressed him, making him slowly uplift his head. There he saw Rem, her expression bedimmed by anxiety. The girl crouched right beside him, peering at Subaru's face, and used the handkerchief in her grasp to wipe his dispirited visage. The faintly moist handkerchief felt cool, and a sigh escaped Subaru with a "my bad," chaperoned by a sense of salvation. "Rem, there's no need to apologize. It would seem you saw something quite terrible inside." "Subaru, that's right. I also didn't want you to see him, so there's that, but I'm glad we kept you waiting outside just in case, Rem." "You didn't need to see something like that, Rem. Rem, please don't be so overly protective. I witnessed many casualties in the Valatian Empire. A few more at this point wouldn't." "Subaru, I get it. But if you don't absolutely have to come into contact with it, then I'd like you to not. If you're trying to save someone and end up letting them die because of your insufficient strength or something, those kinds of situations can't be helped. But this kind of stuff is the type of death that absolutely nothing good can come out of coming into contact with." Even Subaru would not repudiate the existence of deaths that were meaningful and significant, or deaths as consequence of persisting in one's convictions. Would he repudiate even that, then he would not have silently seen off Priscilla. However, the death in the watchtower that he had witnessed just before the gruesome, appalling death plight of Gluttony Roy Alfred was far removed from any such ilk of nobility, an unsightly and repulsive thing. There was no decent meaning in plundering the life of another, and furthermore desecrating a corpse to such a degree. It could have been part of a malevolent scheme, or perhaps a vehement rage that eluded satisfaction, unless it tormented even the cadaver bereft of a soul. He was a Sin Archbishop who would have purchased hatred as a matter of course, but nobody deserved this cruel, a manner of death. "Subaru, shit, HK, nausea scourging the pit of his stomach." Subaru clicked his tongue in frustration. It was rage directed toward the one who had ripped Roy's limbs and torn him apart, and at the same time, chagrin at once again losing the key to the resolution of the authority of Gluttony, whose solution had finally seemed to be within his grasp. Quite honestly, he did not wish to ponder it. That perhaps if Subaru and Reinhard had not taken a detour after meeting up and had instead hastened directly to the royal capital, they may have found Roy still alive. And ultimately, Subaru had the power to verify that for certain. In fact, if it had been the Subaru from the Empire with his mentality from when his body had been shrunken, he surely would have enacted that without any hesitation. But Subaru, clutching the alorb which dangled from his neck, Subaru bit down on the inside of his cheek. Hypothetically, even if Subaru were to lose his life now and return by death, his most recent restart point was in the Pleiades watchtower, just before sealing Al away with all Shamak. There was also the possibility that his restart point had shifted forward, but based on his current experience, that was the latest update. And to return once more to that time frame and to repeat the moment in which it was necessary to preemptively shut down Al before he could set his plan into motion was not something Natsuki Subaru was capable of. Subaru, it was not that it was not a viable option, nor was it a restriction on the part of all Shamak. Simply, Natsuki Subaru lacked the courage to return to that scene and face Al once more. If he were to fail in stopping Al, all the while hoping that it might be possible to change his mind through conversation, it might be Subaru who ended up getting sealed all over again. Were that to happen, Subaru's failed resolution would end up being entrusted to his allies once more. In order to prevent that, Subaru refrained from manifesting a short-tempered return by death. However, that would mean that the victims of Gluttony would have happened just when he began to think that. Once again you're trying to shoulder all the responsibility on yourself. Suddenly, upon Subaru's hand which clutched the alorb, placed her own. Fixing her gaze straight ahead at Subaru's face as his breath caught in surprise, narrowed her pale blue eyes and I'll tell you this now. Please don't make it your own responsibility to recover my memories. The matter of my memories is my own problem. It's troubling that you take every last thing without exception and carry it upon your back as if it's your own problem. Subaru, HK, no, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. I have to get your memories back no matter what, Rem. Like I said, that's all wrong. Why is it that for a problem that's mine, you're the one who's going through the most headache? That's something for me to worry about. It doesn't belong solely to you. Subaru, that's eyes darting about. Subaru lost the ability to say anything before Rem's gaze. What flashed through his mind were the chills of that moment in which he had thought his life was over, back when Rem had spoken the words "You are not a hero" to him in the fortress city. Just like that time he thought he might end up being deprived of his privilege to struggle for the sake of Rem. Rem, please don't give me that wet puppy dog look. Subaru, Rem, no, that was too much of an overstatement. A drenched puppy dog would still be cute, so you look more like a wet flying dragon or something. Subaru, though I'm way more open to being treated as cool rather than something cute. Rem, it was not a compliment. Also, please do not misunderstand. With Subaru confused as to what said misunderstanding was, Rem began to collect her words after the passing of a moment. Then she prefaced with, "All right, Rem, I have a general grasp on the situation. The person who was being held in this tower, somebody who had some sort of connection to Spica-chan, would have been the first step to regaining my memories. But that person died, causing you to be immensely frustrated, all the while you are leaving me, the person most affected, off to the side." Subaru. When you put it like that, it makes me sound like an incredibly selfish guy. Rem, it seems like you have finally gained awareness of your current position. Rem plainly and gently guided Subaru along towards comprehension. As he heeded her words, some leeway returned to Subaru's respiration, after he had felt backed up against the wall all on his own. And perhaps having perceived that change in his expression, Rem's eyes smiled in relief. Rem, even I am in low spirits. Right on the brink of my memories possibly returning, but witnessing you there in a state of frustration greater than even my own, I did not have any time to be feeling down. Subaru, I'm glad that you didn't have to feel down, Rem. Rem, even though you were feeling down instead and making the rest of us worry. Subaru, I'm terribly sorry, Tilda. Basking in Rem's stern gaze, Subaru clutched his head and apologized. He never would have thought that he would be treated as a thief who stole her right to feel saddened. But that was also what Subaru truly wished at heart. Subaru believed it would be best if Rem, Emilia, and everyone else never had the time to be in low spirits for the rest of their lives. Rem, the fact that it seems like you're thinking that it would be fine if you were the only one who ever felt down is unpleasant. Subaru, Rem, I think you have a bad habit of believing that everything is always only your fault whenever something goes awry. So you're also trying to find solutions all by yourself. Would you stop it already? Subaru, so what you're saying is that I shouldn't worry about things all by myself? Rem, that is what I have been saying from the start. Subaru, have you? Well, I guess you might have. Yeah, you have. You have been saying it. What an idiot I am for not noticing the things you've been saying. Stupid. Before Rem, who abruptly averted her gaze, Subaru smacked his own head repeatedly. As he hit himself, he felt a separate sense of guilt welling up in his mind. After all, Rem had called out to Subaru like this out of pure concern for him. And yet, because Subaru did not face her properly and failed to receive Rem's thoughtfulness head-on, he had ended up making her say things that did not need to be said. Subaru, I'm sorry. Even though I brought you out here with such enthusiasm, I ended up causing you premature joy. Rem, I don't find that to be your responsibility. Only Subaru, only. Rem, Spica-chan will be forced to carry an unnecessary burden. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, ones who named themselves so, lay baiting Kato's and Roy Alfred Gourmet and bizarre eating. With the demise of this duo, there was only one individual yet subsisting who was endowed with the right over their authority, that being Spica. That was to say, the expectation to safely regain the names and memories eaten by gluttony that shall not return all the more at this juncture, was set onto Spica's shoulders. Rem seemed uneasy about exerting that kind of pressure onto Spica, but Subaru, I don't think Spica will find it to be an unnecessary burden, but let's contact Abel and ensure that there's proper security around Spica. Tell Sesai to be vigilant as well. Putting aside whether Sesai will be able to, Rem, yes, it was a tragedy that had befallen the body of Gluttony. There was no certainty whether or not the same threat would advance towards Spica. Subaru shared the worry and anxiety that Rem harbored and decided to direct this exhort towards Valacia. He did not wish for any intrusion to impede upon Spica, who remained in Wallachia, having determined what she ought to do. He must use any means possible to that end, no matter how overly protective he was called. "Sorry to keep you waiting." As Subaru and Rem's conversation arrived at a brief terminus, approaching them with one hand lightly upraised was Reinhard, exiting the prison tower's interior. Receiving the duo of Reinhard with Beatrice at his side, Subaru hastily stood up as he dusted off his behind. "Subaru, Reinhard, how's the inside?" "That's serious, Reinhard, fortunately, if that is the correct thing to say. I was nearly fully certain, but she who is imprisoned in the underground is unharmed. The isolation cells of the prison tower are all respectively independent, so it seems she was unaware that Gluttony had even been apprehended in the same tower. And it is not just her. No other prisoners were harmed. Subaru, Sirius is unharmed, and so are the other prisoners. It's definitely dubious to call it good news, but one thing is clear. Upon Reinhard's report of having completed his check of the interior of the tower, Subaru nodded with a loathsome facial expression. This was to say, the aim of the perpetrator of this crime within the prison tower was solely Subaru and Reinhard, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Their answers overlapping, Subaru and Reinhard intersected gazes and nodded. Based on the situation at the crime scene, that was the only conclusion this circumstance accorded. However, that was not to say this conviction was not shadowed by questions. "Rem, based on what Beatrice Chan told me, even that is not something so simple, is it? Beatrice, the inspection is done, I suppose." That perception is unmistaken, in fact. Drawing in her jaw toward Rem as she peered at her, Beatrice lined herself up beside Subaru. As she proceeded to gently hold Subaru's hand, Beatrice inquired about his state. "Beatrice, are you feeling a tad fine now, I suppose?" "Subaru, not quite fine, but better." "Sorry for shoving the whole crime scene inspection onto you." "Beatrice, Betty said so herself, in fact. Besides, there is not much that even Betty can do for a corpse, I suppose. What Betty can do is only provide insight from the perspective of a great spirit, in fact. Reinhard, please tell us your view." "You see, I am unfamiliar with that regard." The gazes of the trio assembled upon Beatrice as she closed her eyes at Reinhard's urging. She cleared her throat with a tiny ahem and surveyed the three as though about to give a lecture. "Beatrice, to begin with, that Gluttony's body was secured with yin magic, I suppose. Betty and Julius had worked together to do it, so it was rigid and solid security, impervious to any measly attempts on it. In fact, that Betty couldn't develop that advanced form by herself is mortifying, I suppose. Reinhard, I have received confirmation on that end from those in charge of the prison tower. That the apprehended Gluttony was completely suspended like he had become a slate. Beatrice, a thing impossible to meddle with, of course, for the captive person, but also from those on the outside, in fact. Unfastening it would require suitable mastery of yin magic, I suppose. Subaru, that's not all. Even after getting him out of the monoliths, you'd then have to go at it against the Roy who'd rush out. Go at it and take his life. In other words, it would be necessary to overcome these two stages. Upon Rem's concluding remarks, Subaru and the rest were submerged in silence, their expressions troubled. Understood insofar in order to kill the monolith status Roy, it necessitated skill in yin magic sufficient to rescind that monolith, and thereafter the strength capable of killing Roy. Neither of these two things would be achievable in a brief period, nor capable for a person simply idling about without association. Reinhard, and that is to say nothing of their success in slipping through the network of vigilance to trespass into the prison tower. Yin magic, mighty strength, covertness, to fulfill these three conditions is not something so simple. Subaru, taking into account all of my various grudges, I'd want to cling to the conclusion that Albartsan is the perpetrator. Regrettably, even the vicious old man would fail to meet the condition of being a yin magic user. Although he would almost not be surprised to learn that among the shinobi techniques, there was something that exhibited similar strength, and that Albart had been stealthily wielding it. Reinhard, it is without doubt that Wallachia is a belligerent nation, but they would not go so far as to choose impetuously risking diplomatic relations, given the country's present situation. To begin with, I have heard that the arrival of Emilia Sama and the others at the royal capital is not unrelated to the matter of Wallachia. Subaru, you're right. I'd like to trust the flow that the wolves of that country have become a bit more sordid, rather than suspect Wallachia's desire for suicide. But I'm sorry for the whole mess, Reinhard, sorry. Whatever happened for you to apologize, Subaru? I had you take a detour just to have Rem tag along, and on top of that, you must have brokered our entry into the prison tower. And yet in the end, this is how it turns out. Ah, Rem, stare. As Subaru was about to apologize for the pointless errand, he noticed Rem's frigid gaze fixed onto him. So this was another link in Subaru's vice of thinking everything was his fault. However, that this thought had come to him was a fact, and withdrawing it would not sit right with him. Beatrice, it is unfortunate that the result was unfavorable, in fact. But thank you for exhausting your efforts, I suppose. Subaru, that's it. As expected of my Biko. Alright, Rem-san, Rem, sigh Subaru, a sigh. Rem's glacial gaze was replaced by her sigh, to which Subaru covered his face with his hands. Observing these affairs, Reinhard's lips cleft into a tiny smile. Subsequently, with his smile brimming, he declared, Reinhard, come now, it was nothing. You're welcome, he said. I see, gluttony was it's kind of frustrating when things didn't quite go right. Within a room of the royal residence, having received the report on the happenings at the prison tower, Emilia slanted her well-shaped eyebrows, muttering so with a conspicuously pallid complexion upon her face. Her current state, bleared by fatigue, was a seldom sight for the ever-cheerful Emilia. Regardless, bearing the self-consciousness that one fragment of her fatigue came from his own weight, Subaru knew this was a disappointing show from him. Having parted ways with Reinhard, who had returned for Felt, Subaru was accompanied by Rem and Beatrice as they headed toward Emilia's sojourn, the royal residence. There he rendezvoused with everyone who had arrived before him. Apart from Roswal and Frederica, who were making for the Bariel domain with Schultz in tow, roughly everyone from the Emilia camp was present at the royal residence. In other words, in spite of whipping these tired bodies to come running to the royal capital, it was a pointless errand, it would seem. How dare you spur such premature joy, Barusu? Subaru, just so you know, everyone aside from Nisama is also disappointed, and even within that my dismay is of the top class. I might just start crying tears of blood, Ram, ha. Tears of blood. That would just be the bursted blood vessels around your eyeballs. Ram can assist you in crying right this instant, in fact. Subaru, scary. Just because it was a shock, your ferociousness is showing a bit too much. Even Ram, albeit more aggressive than usual, was thus present as well. Naturally, when Subaru had explained why he was bringing Rem to the royal capital, Ram had insisted in no uncertain terms that she would be coming too. Subaru understood her sisterly conviction that there was no way she could fail to be present when Rem's memories returned, and since he himself had wanted Ram there, he had agreed. Still, the burden of the past several months, from their challenge of the Pleiades watchtower to their forcible incursion into the Empire, must have been tremendous. Ram had managed to hold herself together through sheer force of will, but now that this whole affair had ended in a complete miss, the strings which held her taut had finally snapped. Even as she kept flinging barbed remarks, she had basically gone groggy. In the end, just after delivering that final jab to Subaru, she was escorted off by Rem and Petra straight to a bedroom, and it looked like she would be nursed there for a while. Otto, though to be fair, Ramsan is not the only one barely hanging on. All of us are. There was the trouble involving Natsuki-san and the others, then the murder in the prison tower, and now the appearance of the Church of the Divine Dragon, plus the upheaval in the royal selection caused by the individual at the center of it all. As they watched Ram leave the room, Otto muttered that with his brows drooping. He had accompanied the party that had gone ahead to the royal capital with Emilia, and he was supposed to deliver a full report at the royal castle on the great disaster in the Valatian Empire, including the news of Priscilla's death. Amongst the matters on the agenda was also the question of the future accord between the Empire and the kingdom that Abel had entrusted them with, an important duty both for their camp and for the kingdom itself, or so he had surely believed. And then, out of nowhere, they got blindsided from a completely unexpected angle, thrown into a situation no amount of preparation could have readied them for. Even Subaru could not bring himself to tease Otto over it. In the middle of all that, just as Subaru was agonizing over where they should even begin, Emilia, will you talk to us about Al? As if she had seen straight through Subaru's hesitation, Emilia chose that topic as the first item on the agenda. Flam, Felt's attendant, possessed a divine protection that allowed information to be transmitted between the twin sisters regardless of distance. Borrowing that power, they had already sent Emilia's group a rough outline of what had happened to Subaru and the others at the Pleiades watchtower. But that had only been a simple summary. The details were another matter. Having understood how anxious Emilia and the others must have been, Subaru explained everything as thoroughly as he could. How they had gone to the Pleiades watchtower in search of a Book of the Dead. How that night Al had betrayed them and attempted to do them harm, only for them to get the drop on him and contain him first. How he had not been granted any leeway to talk through the root of the reason that had driven Al to such violence. And finally, that Subaru had no intention of letting his relationship with Al end there, without knowing any of those reasons. Emilia, yes, I feel the same way Subaru does. I think that's the best thing to do. After hearing him out and spending some time thinking it over, Emilia gave her approval to Subaru's conclusion, delighting him. Her amethyst eyes swayed with complicated emotions, but even so, she quietly gazed at the alorb hanging from Subaru's neck and nodded. He had already told Beatrice and Petra his thoughts while they were on the way back. So among those present, the ones forming a new opinion based on Subaru's explanation were Emilia, who had just answered him that way, Otto, who looked like he had just bitten into an unripe persimmon, as well as Rem. Alsan loved Priscilla-san. I cannot speak more on the matter. It was Rem who had laid Ram down in the bedroom and had now returned to the sitting room with Petra. And so, for the time being, the Emilia camp's stance toward Al's actions was decided. Perhaps because he did not want to spoil the atmosphere, Otto kept his thoughts to himself for now. Subaru figured he could make him vent those thoughts later, together with Garfield. With that in mind, Subaru slapped both cheeks with his hands. Whether it was about Al or about the prison tower, there was nothing they could do for either of those matters right now. Which meant that if there was anything they could discuss at present, the remaining topic was, Subaru, let's talk about this Philor from the Church of the Divine Dragon. About Philor, whose existence could shake the very foundations of the royal selection. Everyone, the moment that subject came up, the air in the sitting room changed completely. But rather than becoming taut with tension or strain, it was filled with a much broader sense of bewilderment and confusion. In truth, Subaru included, every last one of them was at a considerable loss over the situation. Subaru, to begin with, what kind of discussion is even happening at the castle right now? The whole premise was that the Church of the Divine Dragon wouldn't involve itself in the political core of things, right? And then suddenly there's talk of a sixth person who can make the insignia shine, and on top of that, she's using the same name as the princess who vanished 15 years ago. All of that came totally out of nowhere for everyone, didn't it? Emilia, well, it sounds like they're in the middle of discussing all of that right now. But the church broke its own rules this time because they wanted to save the people who were hurt in Pristella, right? Nobody can really say that's wrong, and actually, Subaru, they healed Crush-san's body. Emilia-tan, you and Otto saw it too, right? Emilia, yes, we did see it. Right, Otto-kun? Otto, I could not exactly stare a lady down so blatantly, but at the very least, the convulsive-looking black marks that had been visible have disappeared. Beside the nodding Emilia, Otto answered in such a way, his gaze flicking for a moment towards Subaru's leg. Was he implying that if the same conditions were met, Subaru's leg could be healed too? To be honest, it did not inconvenience him that much, but every time they all bathed together, Otto and Garfield might have felt awkward about it, so if it could be healed, he would not mind getting that taken care of. Subaru, but it's kind of terrifying, becoming indebted to the Church of the Divine Dragon for that. Meli, E-W, Oni-san, what are you getting all scaredy like that, faux tilde R? Subaru, no, I was just thinking that this might be another one of those you put yourself last situations I'll get scolded for. Rem, if you are aware of that, then please carry yourself with a little more dignity. Meli poked at him, and Rem sounded exasperated too. Still, if he had spoken out loud that this was a case with no actual harm involved, and that he did not want to make a disadvantageous position for the camp over it, he would probably get chewed out, so Subaru could only try to fumble past the issue with a fake little ahem-ahem. Not that he was trying to bail Subaru out, but the one who spoke up then with a coarse hey was Garfield, seated on the window frame of the room. Scratching his head roughly, he hesitated for a moment before saying, Garfield, there's probably all sorts of complicated crap tied up to this. So what my amazing self's bout to say, that's just how my amazing self feels, got it? Emilia, Garfield, HM, tell us. What is it, Garfield? If they can heal the folks in Pristella, then my amazing self wants em to be healed right away, and to get those guys to do the healin'. Between the black dragon and the flies and all the rest, ain't there already been nothing but draining crap? Curled up with one knee hugged close, half of his body exposed to the sunlight, Garfield's plea was earnest. There was a family in Pristella Garfield had grown close to. During that battle, the father of that family had fallen into the clutches of lust and was turned into a black dragon, having even been used once as a decoy. Even now, that transformed black dragon body remained unchanged, and by Emilia's hand, he was being kept frozen like the other victims, slumbering in a corner of the city. If people in such a position could be cured, Garfield was saying, then whom one had to rely on should be secondary. Subaru, and I agree with him. There are people suffering, people in pain, and if there's a way to save them, then it doesn't matter who does it. That's what I think, Petra so Subaru gets to say that sort of thing. Even though you were the one insisting that it had to be you to wake up Remni-sama, throwing yourself into danger over it. Subaru, now that you mention it, maybe I did say something like that, but man, you really remembered that well, Petra. Petra, that's not something I can forget. It kind of shocked me after all. Part of me thought Remni-sama was unfair, and part of me thought, wow, even after hearing that, I'm still the kind of girl who won't give up. At Petra, who puckered her lips mischievously, Subaru could only scratch his head in total surrender. In truth, before Rem woke up, while he had said that it would be fine no matter who awakened her, so long as she woke, he had absolutely also declared that he wanted to be the one to do it. In truth, he was a little too scared to look over and see what kind of face Rem was making upon hearing that. Be that as it may, Subaru, putting aside what I've said in the past, let's look to the future. No matter how the discussion at the castle gets wrapped up, now that it's been proven that the Church of the Divine Dragon has a way to heal them, the people of Pristella are going to be treated, right, Otto? Yes. No matter which way the heated debate turns, I do not think there will be any hesitation on that point. The real issue will be whether it is treated as merely a debt owed to the Church of the Divine Dragon, or as something more than that. Subaru, the sixth qualified candidate for Dragon Priestess, ultimately, how that individual's standing would be handled was not something Subaru and the others had any control over. Depending on how the people at the royal castle, or more precisely, the Council of Wise Men, chose to define those matters, this camp centered around Emilia would decide its own stance as well. But when Subaru thought about it that way, the one still weighing on his mind was Phylor herself. Subaru, Emilia-tan, you actually met her in person, right? What kind of person was she? Emilia, let's see, I thought she was a really earnest girl. A good girl, Subaru, I see. And what do you think of Meili? Emilia, Meili, I think Meili is a really hard-working girl who cares about her friends. A good girl, Meili, I get what Subaru Oniasan is trying to saw y, but don't use me as your prop, Oka y. It was not that Subaru doubted Emilia's eye for people, but when filtered through Emilia, there was always the danger that anyone at all might be judged as a serious, sincere, hard-working, good person. That said, Subaru's own assessment of Meili was not all that different, so it would be wrong to question Emilia's discernment based on that alone. At this rate, it might have actually been more useful to ask Abel what he thought. Subaru, what about you, Otto? Even if you only caught a glimpse of her for a moment, what did you think? Otto, I did not exchange many words with her, but my impression was that she was a devout believer of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Someone sincere who believed that serving others was the highest good, and Subaru and Otto, she seems to have a somewhat reckless streak. From what I have heard, this whole affair was Phylor-san acting on her own, disregarding the Church's intentions. Subaru, on her own. You mean healing Crush-san and making the insignia shine? Otto, the former, yes. The latter was apparently the result of how events unfolded. But given the circumstances, I cannot help thinking the Church of the Divine Dragon wanted to keep her existence hidden. Subaru, well, that's as for Subaru's question of why, no one there had an answer. Was Phylor truly the princess who had disappeared 15 years ago, or not? What was with her appearance bearing the traits said to belong to Lugunica's royal family, and what was the truth behind that name? Why had the Church of the Divine Dragon kept her hidden, allowing the royal selection to begin and continue in ignorance of her existence? The mysteries were simply too many. And because they were, Subaru, hey, Emilia-tan, Emilia. Look, Subaru, lifting his face to voice an idea, and Emilia, overlapping with him, spoke. Startled, the two looked at each other with rounded eyes. Then, feeling as though they could read the same thought in each other's gaze, they laughed together. Apparently, Emilia had arrived at the very same conclusion. That was to say, Subaru, don't you think we should try meeting this Phylor person and talking to her directly? If he were to think back on it, Subaru did not possess a particularly strong grasp on the overall picture of the royal capital of Lugunica. Near the fountain in the commoner district where he had been so grandly summoned to another world, the commercial district with its fruit stand, whose shop owner he had met several times, the headquarters of each candidate from whom he had received a series of blows following his terrible fight and parting with Emilia, and finally the loot house in the slums. Although he held emotional attachments regarding each of those places, they were merely a small portion of the royal capital's vastness. Consequently, to Subaru, the place of worship for the Church of the Divine Dragon, which was inconspicuously nestled in a corner of the royal capital's commoner district, seemed to be a case of it being the darkest at the foot of the lighthouse, as if it had been built right on the edge of his awareness. One Subaru, I had no clue there was such an obvious church, Emilia. It's really surprising. But if we're talking about a church, didn't you know you even saw one in Prestella, where the wedding between Regulus and me was about to happen? Subaru, you mean where I busted down that door? Now that you mention it, was that also one of the Church of the Divine Dragons? Due to that ironclad association of churches and weddings, his sense of duty to rescue Emilia no matter what had taken over, allowing him no leeway to even consider the setting. But in retrospect, it had indeed been a church, and if it was a church within the kingdom which possessed no custom of belief in gods, it was inevitable that it would be connected to the Church of the Divine Dragon. Subaru, in that case, while wedding Emilia Tan was a sight for sore eyes, that incident itself is a detestable memory for me, so my impression of the Church of the Divine Dragon is off to a negative start. Betty wasn't there, but as expected, a Sin Archbishop would hardly do something respectable, I suppose. But tarnishing your impression of the Church of the Divine Dragon over that would be a false accusation, in fact. Well, this wouldn't be the first time this guy said something so frivolously. Subaru, Biko and Rem are both booing at me. Do girls really still yearn for wedding dresses? So does my bad-mouthing of the church give me a bad image? In response to Subaru's timid question, Beatrice and Rem looked at each other, then shrugged their shoulders in unison. Subaru's own shoulders fell in dejection at their response, and putting her hand over her mouth with a giggle, Emilia smiled, putting him at ease. While casting a glance upon that smile, Subaru took that rare opportunity to regain his composure. Subaru, at any rate, although there's a lot of circumstances that led up to our outing, having Emilia Tan and me, plus Biko and Rem, going in this combination is like a dream party in a sense, isn't it? Beatrice, whether it's dreamy is uncertain, but it's certainly quite unusual, I suppose. Emilia, yeah, now that you mention it. Until Subaru brought you out of the Forbidden Library, you wouldn't really join us on outings, Beatrice. I'm sure it was the same for Rem before she fell asleep. Rem, I have no recollection of such things, but I'm sure you're right. I'm also having fun walking around with Emilia-san and Beatrice-chan. Subaru, you left me out on purpose just now. I'm so lonely, I'm so miserable. Even saying that, this was an unusual yet delightful combination, so Subaru remained unbothered. For the time being, these members comprised the team that was going to visit Philor of the Church of the Divine Dragon, the lineup tasked with the mission of scouting out the enemy. Presently, they were at last approaching the place of worship where the involved party from the aforementioned Church of the Divine Dragon was, but under what pretext could they summon Philor then? It happened at that moment. You can't keep on branding others as liars. Alright, allow me to show you. This is the proof that I went up to the castle. And then, an energetic voice could be heard from the premises of a large building enclosed by stone walls. Judging from its roof and the ambience of its structure, it was most likely a church, the steeple of which was in view. As soon as they blinked their eyes in confusion, Subaru and the others saw it. On the other side of the stone wall, a red light faintly swelled, asserting its existence. Subaru, that could it be? Wah. Amazing, amazing, it really glowed. What did you do? What did you do? You finally stole something. You thief, first you call me a liar, and now you say I'm a thief. You just who do you think I am? I am a nun, one who bears the sacraments. On the verge of becoming a saintess, it was the boisterously merry voices of children and the voice of a girl who seemed to be playing with them. Subaru and the others looked at each other in response to what they had heard, before hurriedly navigating around the stone wall. And then, upon reaching a break in the stone wall, the front entrance to the church grounds, now, behold. This is the brilliance of our divine dragon, who reduces those with wicked hearts to ashes. This too is in the scriptures. Man is born of the earth, and the dragon descendeth from the heavens. He that forgets to revere the heavens and foolishly trusts that he hath wings upon his own back shall not realize his sin before his fall. Kaya, wa. Ajia, they bore witness to the figure of a nun brazenly declaring such things, with red light glistening from within her hand held aloft the dragon gem on the insignia radiating. She chased after the squealing children who ran around erratically. She had not noticed her visitors and pursuing the fleeing children with an ooh ho ho ho, while the insignia glowed behind them. None, now who will repent amidst the blinding light of the high and exalted dragon? Subaru and company, stopping dead in her tracks, the nun swiveled around as if making a creaking noise. There she discovered Subaru and the rest observing the scene, and her mouth fell agape. Upon seeing the reaction of the golden-haired, crimson-eyed nun, Subaru was at a loss for words. However, at Subaru's side, Emilia rustled around in her pocket. Emilia, look, I can do the same thing. And as the produced insignia glowed red, just like the nuns, just like Philor's had, with angelic innocence lacking any ill intent, Emilia followed up by saying she was also the same. Immediately afterwards, Subaru saw with his own eyes as Philor's pale skin, from her neck to her face to her ears, all turned red with shame in a single instant, and Subaru faintly thought that she seemed like an instantaneous water heater. Chapter 7. My friend, are you okay? Do you think you can handle it? One-chan, watch what you're doing. Is that the silver-haired half-elf everyone's been talking about? Splash it on her head, don't just say such nonsense off to the side. Also, don't incite such blatant malice. This too is in the scriptures. Thou shalt not touch the scales of the dragon with an impure mind. The defiled shall not be permitted to pass through the golden gates ere they have been struck by silver rain, and the filth of their hearts hath been ground away. Which means, it means if you even think about doing naughty things, I'll be just as mad as if you actually did them. Now look, I have guests to attend to. Run along and play outside. A resonant voice gently shooed the innocent children outside. At that scolding, the children squealed as they noisily fled outside the building. There were 2 boys and 1 girl, with the girl being the one with the nastiest comments. As all of them were clad in habits dyed indigo, nearly as dark as black itself, they were most likely members of the church. In any case, Subaru took it in stride, thinking it was good for them to be so energetic. I apologize for our children being so noisy. I admonish them daily, and yet it doesn't quite seem to be sinking in, or rather, perhaps they just look down on me, ho. Watching the backs of those children, the golden-haired, crimson-eyed nun leisurely shrugged her shoulders. It was Philor. In the midst of preparing to entertain her guests, she lamented that the children had continued to bother her, and in truth, it seemed that their behavior was an equal mix of fondness and ridicule. In any case, rather than offering any consolation on that matter, the attention of Subaru and the others was seized by the tea set being carried upon a silver tray along with the girl's unsteady gait as she approached them. Rattling and clattering, everything upon the tray was indicating imminent disaster. Watching the state of the tea set's precarious journey to the table in the common room they had been shown to, Subaru and the others gulped. Do you need a hand? Philor, please wait, don't touch me. Right now, I'm maintaining a perfect balance on the tray, and even a single wrong step would spell the end. Slowly, really do your best, weaving between Rem, who offered to help, and Emilia, who earnestly cheered her on. Somehow Philor gingerly managed an emergency landing with the tray onto the table without spilling a drop. As they reflexively applauded her with an ooh, whilst wiping her forehead, she said, Philor, sorry to keep you waiting. My apologies for making you anxious and on edge all of a sudden. Normally, I would leave it up to someone else to welcome guests in this way, but there is no one else here aside from me at present. Emilia, no, it's fine. Thanks for welcoming us. If anything, we're the ones who dropped by while you're so short on hands. Philor, no, it's no trouble. The doors of the church should always be open. This too is in the scriptures. Fearing and revering the power of the dragon is itself a sign of love. Love without reverence is conceit. Reverence without love is servility, and righteous love's to be found in the nobility of standing tall in the presence of the dragon. Emilia, and that means, Philor, in other words, it means you should always be at your finest so that you never have to worry about when someone important might be watching you. Raising her index finger, Philor answered Emilia's question in that way. That quotation was likely a verse from the scriptures of the Church of the Divine Dragon, but she had an excellent sense at how to simplify and convey the ideas to make them easier to understand. Moreover, the way her explanation made the ceremonious language easy to comprehend was welcomed by Subaru, whose understanding of religious beliefs was superficial. Subaru, that said, the way you were shouting at those kids with spit flying everywhere was you at your finest? Philor, Beatrice, and after that the way her face turned bright red after noticing Betty and everyone else was quite the spectacle, I suppose. Philor, Subaru and Beatrice pointed this out. Philor clutched her chest and groaned after each point. While feeling quite pleased with that reaction, suddenly Rem next to Subaru and Emilia next to Beatrice each pinched their ears. Rem, that was an unnecessary comment just now. Emilia, geez, don't bully her. Subaru and Beatrice, ouch, 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 and so Subaru and Beatrice were each made to pay the price for their mischief, leaving them with some damage. In the end, simply bringing out the tea had resulted in a tally of 3 casualties. But that was enough of such nonsense, Philor. Once again, I thank you for visiting me. I am Philor, a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon who just caused quite the commotion at the royal castle. Everyone, Subaru and the others stared in total silence as Phylor introduced herself with her hand upon her chest. Then her expression quickly clouding over Phylor. Hey, please say something. Otherwise, I'll get anxious. Subaru, nah, it's just that I was thinking, oh, so she is aware that she caused a commotion, huh? Phylor, well, of course I am indeed. If everyone in the castle was looking at you with such indescribable eyes, anyone would think, huh? Did I do something wrong? Subaru, well, we weren't there for that, but I do in fact understand that unbearable sensation of feeling out of place like that pretty well. Phylor, really? The hellish sensation. Emilia, oh Subaru, could you be talking about the time when you went off and declared yourself my knight in front of everybody and then I was embarrassed so I said you weren't? Subaru, that's pretty much it. With Phylor jumping up and Emilia clasping her hands together in front of her chest, Subaru was bombarded by innocent exclamations from both sides, and this time it was his old wounds that began to sting anew. Or rather, from Emilia's perspective, her rejection of him on that occasion was simply due to her embarrassment. Of course, he had not conducted a survey on her feelings about that time, but contrary to her cute reason, the damage Subaru had suffered was horrific. Rem, I can't even bear to hear what was said just now, but is it true? Beatrice. Unfortunately, Betty had yet to form a contract with Subaru at the time, so she doesn't know the details, in fact. However, it wouldn't have been strange for Subaru to make such a mistake back then, I suppose. Subaru, it's super depressing hearing Rem and Biko saying all sorts of things about that day after so long. Just so you know, before you lost your memories, you understood the situation, Rem, and you were rather sympathetic toward me. Rem, are you sure about that? Perhaps my previous self was so dumbfounded that I simply refrained from commenting. Subaru, stop it, now I'm kinda starting to feel like you could be right. Truthfully, regardless of Subaru's feelings at that time, his way of doing things, his methods, the way he spoke to others, the way he presented himself, he had no doubt that he had persisted in making poor choices in all aspects. Still, he had already reflected on that, so he hoped he would be let off the hook already, even though he had been the one to initially bring it up. However, as Subaru found himself being crushed by his own actions in the past, Phylor, I understand those feelings. Both of her hands unflinchingly reached over the table to firmly grasp Subaru's right hand. As he looked, he saw Phylor leaning forward directly in front of him, nodding towards Subaru. Meeting the wide-eyed Subaru, those crimson eyes of hers blazing, Phylor, the icy stares of everyone around you, glaring at you who appeared out of nowhere and clearly don't belong. Subaru, Phylor, your tongue, which had started speaking with such enthusiasm, is unable to turn back now. Subaru, yeah. That's exactly right. Phylor, after you've more or less finished speaking, there's a long silence that feels like an eternity before someone says something. Subaru, those few seconds are endlessly long. Phylor, I realized that I really overdid it, that I might have made a mistake or something. Subaru, Phylor, the shudder of fear she had experienced coursing through her. He felt every bit of it as if it were his own. No, in truth, it was his own. Realizing this, Subaru also grasped Phylor's hands in return. Hands clasped together atop the table, Subaru and Phylor nodded to each other. Indeed, Subaru and Phylor were comrades who had both gotten carried away and made a mess of things at the castle Rem. However, aren't your positions quite different between the likes of Phylor-san, who immediately produced results, and you, who postponed the opportunity to make amends? Subaru, since Stuop, we were totally having a moment just now. Phylor, indeed. This too is in the scriptures. Sharpen not thy claws that tear at thy neighbor whilst sheltered beneath the shade of the same wing. Brothers who quarrel under the same sky are those who err in abandoning the benevolence of the dragon by their own hand. Emilia, and that means, Phylor, we are all comrades who have suffered the same taste of shame, so get along instead of arguing. Subaru, I totally get it. Maybe I'll join the Church of the Divine Dragon. Beatrice, that would be a delicate matter, so don't treat it so carelessly. In fact, taken in by the overly kind treatment, and on the verge of joining a new religion, Subaru was stopped by Beatrice's loving open palm. If love for the object of one's faith was a major driving force, then Subaru was surely already an adherent of Beatricism, as well as Emiliaism and Remism. Subaru, no, by that logic, that's a whole lot of religions I'm joining. Up to now, I've been pretending to be non-religious as typical of a Japanese person, but perhaps in the eyes of God, I'm actually an unfaithful person. Rem. Well, isn't that right, Subaru? Those are simply unbelievably cold eyes. As soon as he muttered something nervously, he was stabbed to death by Rem's pale blue eyes. With Emilia and Beatrice also offering wry smiles beside Rem, Subaru stopped investigating the topic further. Having made his tactical retreat, Subaru and the others turned their gaze to Phylor once again. Frankly, she already was very easy to get along with at this point, but there was something he needed to tell her. And that was, Subaru, I heard you help crush San. This might sound odd for me to say, but thank you. Seriously, thank you, Philor. Saying this, Subaru bowed so deeply that he nearly cracked his forehead against the table. In response to those words of gratitude from Subaru, Philor's eyes widened, looking toward Emilia and the others. Though he had prefaced it as odd, it apparently did not dispel the reason for her astonishment. However, Emilia also bowed her head toward Philor. Emilia, allow me to give my thanks as well. We all wanted to do something to help crush San, and you were the one who actually managed to make it happen. Beatrice, actually, a solution was just being looked into on our end, I suppose. You've performed a great achievement, in fact. Rem, I've only heard about it, but I think it's truly admirable. Just like that, not only Emilia but Beatrice and Rem as well all conveyed their gratitude in succession, leaving Philor's jaw hanging agape for a time. And then, somehow absorbing that shock she had been struck by, she slowly shook her head. Then before them all, calmly showing a smile filled with benevolent love, Philor, think nothing of it. I merely did what I had to do. If someone should be saved by that, then that itself is my greatest wish. It was a response truly fitting for the nun of benevolent love that Subaru had embraced. To the extent that he could have said it was beyond reproach if only her nostrils had not twitched in delight. Of course, out of both his appreciation and a samurai's mercy, Subaru refrained from commenting on it. Philor, I was found abandoned in front of a church when I was an infant. That was a little over 15 years ago now. Upon the conclusion of their initial exchange that had started with greetings, Philor began to recount for them the position she had been placed in, the circumstances which surrounded her, and the story of her own life related to it all. Subaru and the others reflexively exchanged looks in response to the comment about an abandoned child that initiated the conversation. Because when it came to the suspicions that Philor was the missing princess, it was truly not a topic that could be avoided. Emilia, you were abandoned, so then you don't remember your parents. Philor, correct, I don't know their faces or their names. But everyone in the church is my family. So I've never felt lonely. Well, I've occasionally been perturbed when some heartless individual would mock me, but I've basically been fine. Because someone has always been there for me. Subaru, I see. But you know, did you ever think it was weird or something? After all, golden hair, crimson eyes, and Philor are like a royal flush or a critical hit or something. Philor, this is the Church of the Divine Dragon, remember? It is only natural for the church to distance itself from the royal family and the royal castle, so I never received such information. No, looking back on it now, they probably kept it a secret from me on purpose. You jerks, her fists trembling upon the table, Philor lamented her situation. As one might surmise from their considerably startling first encounter with her, as well as their brief conversation up to this point, Philor appeared to be the fairly impulsive type, or rather, someone easily swayed by her own emotions. Her negotiations at the royal castle, which united Subaru with her in a bond of powerful empathy, seemed to have also been a consequence of an outburst of these emotions. Philor, from the start I have thought that the witch cult's debauchery has been unpardonable as of late. Then came the incident in Prestella. I had already run out of patience. Subaru, so you ignored those around you who were trying to stop you and raised an uproar in the castle? Philor. You could have phrased that with a bit more consideration. I know, how about saying I did so in a dignified and ladylike manner? Subaru, all right then. You raised an uproar in a dignified and ladylike manner. Philor, I feel like my commendable qualities aren't quite coming across as well as I had thought they would. Be that as it may, for Subaru, who had obeyed her instructions, it was not on him to take responsibility for the extent of their effectiveness. At any rate, it was clear to him that Philor had acted out of a sense of duty and fierce indignation. However, the interest of Subaru and the others lay in the part concerning what had led her to take such an action. That was, Emilia, a sacrament, that's what you mentioned, right, Philor? The atmosphere in the common room became slightly tense as Emilia's words broached the subject. A sacrament, that was the something that Philor was said to have used to cure Crush's body, going so far as to march into the royal castle to demonstrate it. This was the possibility of overturning an authority. And for some reason, the Church of the Divine Dragon had concealed its existence, and she had attempted to expose it to the public. It was a means by which they could save the victims of the witch cult. Subaru, wetting his lips with his tongue, Subaru tried to contain his faint sense of urgency. As it was declared to be a sacrament, it was only natural that it would be quite a significant secret of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Depending on the circumstances, mere knowledge of its existence might have been enough for the Church to treat them as an enemy. If they were to dig deeper into it, even Philor would shut her mouth. Philor, the sacrament. Yes, indeed. It is a secret art handed down from antiquity only within the Church, and there are very few individuals who can use it. The Church calls such individuals saintesses, and I myself am qualified as well, hence why I can employ that power. One Subaru, you told us way too readily, is that allowed? Philor, whether it's allowed or not, though the Church has tried to hide it, it has already been discussed extensively at the castle. It's pointless to try and conceal it at this point. This too is in the scriptures. Thou shalt not defile the earth, the dragon hath purified with the poison of selfish desire. It requires 1,000 years of prayer and the tears of sinners to fill a spring that hath dried up but once. Emilia, and that means, Philor, in other words, if you try to profit only yourself, it's incredibly challenging to recover if something were to happen. And I thought that right now was the time when something had happened. Therefore, contrary to the intentions of the Church of the Divine Dragon, who wished to conceal the sacrament's very existence, Philor had chosen to wield that power publicly, in accordance with the doctrines to which she adhered. Naturally, the Church of the Divine Dragon was in a state of considerable disorder after she had done such a thing on her own accord, and the royal castle, which had incurred a huge debt, was likewise surely in a state of mayhem. However, setting aside the chaotic consequences, Subaru was certain that her motive was born of good intentions. Philor, right now they are discussing how to handle me at the royal castle. Higher-ups from the Church and my long-standing family are both participating. But, Emilia, even though it's about you, Philor, you aren't a part of the discussion. Philor, even though I wanted to join them, they chased me away. It's about me, and yet if I were to be present, they said things might get complicated. But there's at least a slight chance it wouldn't, so don't you find that heartless? Beatrice, it's lamentable that you estimate the chance of it not happening to be low, I suppose. Subaru, don't tell her that, Biko. Red-faced, Philor complained about her unjust treatment, but looking at the impulsive and straightforward girl, he could not help but admit that the judgment of those involved was apt. Philor claimed to be 15 years of age, and contrary to her mature appearance, she was most certainly 15 years old on the inside, or perhaps even more childish. This might have also been influenced by her upbringing as a sheltered child, isolated from the rest of the world. To be honest, Subaru could not comprehend the intention of the Church of the Divine Dragon who had raised her in such a way. Then those concerned are at the castle. And so Philor-san was left alone in this church. Philor, it's as you say. Well, I don't feel lonely because those kids from before are here for me, but I've been instructed not to go off on my own. I want to go and spread the power of the sacrament as quickly as I can, even a single second quicker, and yet, Subaru, I've never heard of this saintess of motivation. He supposed that was just how much she desired to deliver salvation, but there were also saintesses that lacked such a saintly affectation. Nevertheless, it was also as Garfield had discussed at the royal residence. When he thought of the victims in Prestella who were waiting for such a time as this, he could do nothing but agree with Philor's sentiments. If anything, as far as Subaru was concerned, he felt like giving Philor some encouragement. Subaru, I totally get how you feel. Maybe I'll beg Reinhard and he can carry Philor to Prestella in a single leap. Philor, HK, what a fascinating proposal. However, I was told to wait patiently. Subaru, you didn't make a promise, did you? Besides, even if you promised, if it saves someone in the end, then breaking it just a little bit. Emilia, Subaru. Are you perhaps not only breaking your own promises, but making others break them as well? That's really not good, you know. Beatrice, even a habitual promise breaker has reached his limit, in fact. Subaru, reprimanded with the nuance of I understand your feelings, but Subaru could only respond with that gurgling noise. Together with Philor, who made a similar sound herself, they bent the knee before that promise. At the moment, all they could do was pray that the discussions at the castle would come to a swift and constructive resolution. At any rate, I heard that Philor-san is a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Subaru, even with such a position, you included Emilia-san so readily. Subaru, who had been offering up a prayer in the direction of the castle, frowned quizzically when Rem suddenly broached this different topic. However, that subject was not entirely off the mark, as made apparent from the reactions of Emilia, who frowned, and Philor, who lowered her hands that had been raised in prayer, the same as Subaru. Rem had pointed it out. When it came to the relationship between the Church of the Divine Dragon and Emilia, her true point was that, the Church of the Divine Dragon reveres the power and grace of the Divine Dragon Volcanica and the covenant with it. And the grandest achievement of the Divine Dragon within the kingdom of Lugunica is the sealing of the Witch of Envy, isn't that right? Subaru, oi, that can't mean Rem. The more devout adherents of the Church of the Divine Dragon may feel conflicted concerning Emilia-san, that's what I'm saying. Subaru rose to his feet in spite of himself, but Rem did not turn toward his countenance, nor attempt to meet his eyes. Her lips pursed tight. Rem knew her remarks had been callous and could very well end up demolishing the heretofore relatively amicable atmosphere of the meeting, and yet Rem still spoke out. She would not simply avert her eyes from that unnatural situation and allow it to remain unnatural. Truthfully, Subaru had not perceived that peculiarity until Rem had pointed it out. There was also the fact that the Church of the Divine Dragon's existence was entirely foreign to him, but what was more significant for Subaru was this. Although he felt novel amazement each day at Emilia being an ultra-beautiful girl, from their first encounter until today, she had never once been an object of dread or awe to him. But he must not forget, due to her lineage and the characteristics of her appearance, Emilia constantly had her resemblance to the most dreaded witch in this world thrust upon her. Subaru, and that resemblance to the Witch of Envy was certainly an affair that could never be ignored, nor openly approved of by the Church of the Divine Dragon, who dedicated themselves to the Divine Dragon itself, one of the three great heroes who, 400 years prior, had put a stop to the atrocities of the witch. Moreover, Philor was a bearer of the sacrament that was a secret of the Church, and a presence placed in a position akin to that of a saintess. Having been raised under the doctrines of the Church of the Divine Dragon, it would not be strange if she bore such an impression of Emilia. Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. This sort of thing was something Subaru should have taken notice of, not Rem. Despite his position as Emilia's one and only knight, he was far too lacking in knowledge of and vigilance towards places where she might be harmed unjustly. Would he try to make up for it by cursing himself and saying it was his own fault, even if Emilia's face clouded over as a result? He regretted his own lack of knowledge, and that had been one of the reasons he had hastened back to the royal capital. And yet, Emilia, Rem, just when have you been studying? You really surprised me. However, as Subaru felt such regrets, Emilia herself spoke, neither to rebuke her good-for-nothing one and only knight, nor to express surprise upon realizing Rem's remarks. She simply smiled, thanking Rem for her decision to bring up that topic. Rem, something like studying isn't really that big of a deal. It's just I am also in a position where I have been given a place for myself to belong, so I simply listened to what Ni-sama had to say. Emilia, still, it makes me happy. Even though I made you worry, how weird, Rem. No, it's not that I don't understand. I often feel pathetic for worrying others, but it also makes me feel cared for. Emilia, Fufu, is that so? In that case, Rem, please take good care of me, too. Rem, I think Emilia-san has done so for me already. Casting her eyes down, Rem directed that retort back towards Emilia, who stared straight ahead at her. However, to Subaru's eyes, that attitude of Rem's was just her way of hiding her embarrassment. Emilia's pure, honest gaze could strip away any contemplated motives. Subaru understood exactly how Rem was feeling, as he too was frequently made to face himself because of it. Subaru, Biko, cheek, Beatrice, good grief, I suppose. Immediately following the exchange between those two, Subaru called out in such a manner to Beatrice. As soon as he did, Beatrice slapped Subaru's face with her tiny palm as if she had been preparing to do so, numbness racing from her lovely hand with a smack. Subaru's shoulders trembled. Emilia, Kaya, why'd you do that so suddenly? Taken aback by that unexpected action, Emilia gently touched Subaru's cheek. As the coolness of those fair fingertips soothed his stinging cheek, Subaru shrugged his shoulders with a nah, Subaru, I just got a little fired up. It's mentalism by Biko to stand back up. Perhaps I'll call it B-entalism. Or maybe B-therapy. Which one do you prefer? Emilia, sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Emilia responded in her usual tone to Subaru, who had spouted out such pointless words. From that response alone, he recognized that Emilia appeared unafraid of the circumstances which were worrying Subaru, nor did she appear disheartened over Subaru's shameful display. Subaru, of course, I can't just rely on that. It's also a problem that my judgment regarding circumstances that should worry our camp is worse than the amnesiac Rem. Rem, reflect properly on that. Subaru, you're telling me that because you think I can do it, right? All right, leave it to me, Rem. Well, that's fine. Subaru had begun to lose heart, but with that encouragement from Rem, his motivation was restored. After doing so, Subaru once again turned sharply toward Philor. She was a nun and saintess of the Church of the Divine Dragon. However, that was precisely why, Subaru, there is significance in freeing such people from prejudice, I think. So how about it, Philor? For a start, how about forming a friendly relationship with Emilia Tan? Emilia, a friendly relationship. Hey, Subaru, do you mean? Subaru, yeah, in other words, the two of you becoming friends. Firmly clenching his fist, Subaru made that vehement proclamation. And in response to that, with her amethyst eyes sparkling, Emilia clasped her hands together in front of her chest. It went without saying that Emilia craved companionship. She possessed the accomplishment of directly making a proposal to Felt and becoming friends with her. And it was not only that friend monster, Emilia, Phylor, friends with me. Seriously, making an ostentatious noise, Phylor placed both hands on the table with a thud, jumping at the offer. Her large crimson eyes trembling violently, looking back and forth between Subaru and Emilia. Phylor, no, my apologies. There must have been some sort of mistake. Perhaps I misheard you. You didn't say friends, you must have said, friendless. You meant I have no friends. Subaru, yikes, this saintess is far too much of a loner. Emilia, but I might know just how you feel. I was also really anxious when Subaru tried to be friends with me since I didn't understand what he might be thinking. Subaru, I'm sorry for making you anxious. My feelings haven't changed since the start and have only grown even stronger with the passage of time. Ouch. Rem, did you just step on my foot? Rem, incorrect. I simply dropped this iron ball. Subaru, you brought the morning star with you? Cheerfully, Rem concealed the morning star, which she had dropped on top of Subaru's foot, behind her back. He trembled in fear after she had nearly crushed his foot, but the sight of Rem in a maid uniform, carrying around that spiked iron ball that Subaru had so diligently polished while at the mansion, was heartwarming to see. Emilia, hey, Phylor, ignoring Subaru and Rem, Emilia approached Phylor, who was escaping reality. Then, when Emilia touched her hands upon the table, Phylor's shoulders jumped with a start, and she stared at Emilia in astonishment. Emilia, Subaru's the one who suggested it, so by just going along with it, I'm just being really lackadaisical, but how about it, Phylor? Phylor, how about it, you say? I'm not really sure what you mean. If you don't say it more clearly, I'll misunderstand you. Or rather, am I not doing so right now? Is this a dream? Emilia, no, this isn't a dream. Besides, let me be clear so you don't misunderstand me. If you'd like, let's be friends together. Phylor, yes, of course, very well, I'd be happy to. In an instant, her delicateness and meekness up to that point did an about-face, and Phylor, her face brightening in a flash, clasped Emilia's hands in return, and the two of them nurtured a new friendship in close quarters. Despite being overwhelmed by such a speedy development, Subaru sensed that the wind was unmistakably blowing in a favorable direction, and he nodded deeply. Subaru, I'm glad we were able to progress the conversation without it turning sour somehow. However, that momentum, it reminds me of when Biko listened to my persuasion. Beatrice, when it came to Betty, it was more romantic and dramatic, in fact. She wasn't so ravenously starved like this girl, I suppose. Subaru, it hurts, it's cute. Upset with no other outlet for her irritation, Beatrice stamped on the foot opposite the one Rem had nearly crushed, but the weight of it and the way she pouted were adorable. Furthermore, when he took a glance, Rem was patting her chest as if in relief that Emilia and Phylor were kindling a relationship. Although it had been something that had to be touched upon, it was a relationship that could have been severed by her. You could surmise what Rem was feeling. Subaru, are you also satisfied, Rem? When it comes to friends, Rem, I don't believe it is something so simple. Besides, I have Katia-san. Subaru, you don't really care about how many friends you have. I, for one, consider pretty much everyone I met on the Gladiator Island to be my friend. Rem, I have Katia-san. It was quite an obstinate answer. Well, how one categorized their own friends was up to them, so it would be tactless to say much on the matter one way or another. At the very least, an amicable relationship had been forged between Emilia and Phylor. Could this not be called a historic achievement for both the Emilia camp and the Church of the Divine Dragon? Emilia, I was also able to become friends with Felt-chan, and I've promised to become friends with Anastasia-san too, so perhaps I'm good at making friends. Emilia was Emilia, and she had gained self-confidence by making multiple friends in a short span of time. At this rate, her momentum might well cause her to end up greeting passers-by on the street, one after another, and increase her number of friends that way. That might not be a bad idea, but while he could not say either way, he felt it might be disgraceful in a different sense, so he would have to put a stop to Emilia's craving for friends for the time being. Phylor, hey, wait, Emilia, you'll allow me to call you Emilia, right? We're friends now, aren't we? Still, isn't it a bit cruel to mention the names of friends other than me? It doesn't really matter, though. It's fine, but if you could just pay a little more attention to me since we only just became friends. Philor was Philor and had perhaps been without friends for too long. Her speech had a slight yandere quality to it, as if she was expecting a bit much from her friend. This was probably due to her desire for friends being overly directed at a single person, so it might be dangerous if she did not make more friends and successfully distribute that desire amongst them. If Rem could not be forced to do so, then it seemed like Subaru or perhaps Beatrice would have to take on that role. Subaru, but actually, would that be okay from Philor's perspective? Of course, the only thing my Emilia Tan has in common with the Witch of Envy is her looks. Philor. You have some sort of problem with my Emilia. Subaru, yikes, this saintess, it's no wonder she can't make friends. At this attitude of Philor's, who had pulled on the arm of Emilia she had grasped and settled down into her chest, Subaru pressed on his forehead as he thought that this friendship might end up being more troublesome than he anticipated. Laughing at the exchange between Subaru and Philor, Emilia hugged her from behind and, Emilia, geez, settle down. I'm sorry, my friend, Subaru, what the? Why am I having dominance asserted over me right now? Emilia Tan, what am I to you? Emilia, Subaru is my knight, right? Subaru, right. Phew, that was close. That satisfied my self-esteem. The rift between the silver-haired half-elf and the Church of the Divine Dragon that could have arisen had not, but instead, a rift began to arise between Emilia's one and only knight and her friend. It was on the verge of becoming something much more substantial. Philor, did you kick out Lucian and the others? Didn't you promise to be watched over as proof that you were properly reflecting on your actions? Suddenly, the door to the common room was pushed open and the figure of a young man appeared there. With a wide-brimmed black hat, clad in attire of deep violet, and with a handsome, slender face, once he noticed Philor, along with Subaru and the others aside from her, within the room, his yellow eyes widening with an oya. Visitors have arrived, Goodness, those kids, they abandoned their post and didn't even tell me. I'll have to give them a proper scolding later. Philor, oh, welcome back, Tiga. Hey look, this girl is Emilia, my friend. Isn't that great? My friend, friend, haha. With the brim of his hat lowered, the young man's eyes were obscured. Delight overflowing, Philor introduced Emilia to the young man while still cuddling with her. She was a beautiful girl, so it was just barely within the acceptable limits, but her face made it appear that she was on the brink of friend addiction. At Philor's words, the young man by the name of Tiga said, Emilia, and raising an eyebrow and looking between the aforementioned Emilia, Subaru, and the rest, Tiga, I see. I'm also glad you were able to make a friend. However, the way you're making a triumphant face at me is unacceptable. For instance, say, would you be my friend? Subaru, me, Tiga, yes, I'm Tiga Rallian. And you are Subaru Natsuki Subaru. Treat me well, my friend, Tiga. Likewise, my friend. Tiga leisurely walked over and extended his hand, which Subaru shook without any hesitation. He responded effortlessly to the foreign words thrown his way, and he even threw in a wink perfectly. While doing so, he repeated the words, my friend, over in his mouth a few times, quickly acclimating himself to them. Meanwhile, Philor, who had long suffered a friendship deficiency disease, could not hide her shock at the lightning-fast friendship between Subaru and Tiga. Her eyes widened in astonishment and pointing at Subaru then Tiga, Philor, aren't you scared? What if you get rejected or something? Subaru, what's up with the upbringing where you're from? She has such a fearless personality and yet she's so cowardly only when it comes to making friends. What a strange balance. Tiga, I have no excuse for it. After all, since she has been so strictly sheltered, she craves contact with the outside world. We may have a long association from here on out, so gradually help me tame her. She's not going to bite you, Philor, that was an unnecessary comment. There's no way I would bite. Just who do you think I am? Aren't I Emilia's friend? And Naya Saintess? Rem, is it okay to treat the position of Saintess so lightly? Rem's murmurs were quite reasonable, as their impressions of Philor were being tossed all about in a short time. Be that as it may, the return of Tiga, who appeared to be someone from the church involved in the matter, probably meant that the discussions at the castle mentioned previously by Philor had come to some sort of conclusion. Tiga, indeed it is so. That said, there's much we must talk about amongst ourselves. Apologies, but I would like to ask you to leave for today. Subaru, are you serious, my friend? Isn't it so distant to have things such as secrets between us? Tiga, is laying everything bare a requirement for friendship? I'd rather be friends that are considerate about the essential points and put in an effort together to maintain the relationship between them. How about you? Subaru, it's no good, I was cleverly rebuffed. Iko, be a sore loser. Beatrice, unlike with you, there are no such things as trivial secrets between Betty and Subaru. In fact, Rem, that really was just being a sore loser. He had not seriously considered what defined a friend, but Tiga's description had a certain level of persuasiveness, so he was at a disadvantage in continuing to persist. Therefore, it seemed like they had no choice but to go along with Beatrice being a sore loser, who had understood Subaru's intentions and to obediently remove themselves. Subaru, well, we learned a lot. I wasn't sure until I met her, but for now it seems like Phylor had no intentions of throwing the royal selection into chaos. Emilia, yeah, hey, Phylor is a good girl. Phylor, hear that, Tiga? That's my friend, Tiga, I get it. Thank you for being friends with our Phylor. He had wondered what they would do if she refused to detach herself and continued to cling to Emilia forever, but Phylor obediently released Emilia, and so they successfully extracted her without any incidents. And then, standing next to Phylor in place of Emilia, as she returned to Subaru and the others, removing his hat and bowing elegantly, Tiga, thank you, and by the way, it's not like I'm just chasing off Phylor's friend and my friend. I have a piece of good news for you as well. Subaru, good news for us. What, Tiga? The word is that the slumbering Duchess Karsten has awakened. Subaru, HK, Crushsan has. Naturally, Subaru leaned forward, asking for confirmation, and Tiga made a show of giving a fashionable nod. He felt like he had been tricked into giving the reaction that was anticipated of him. However, he did not mind being tricked. Crush's awakening was certainly welcome news. Subaru, Emiliatan, after this, Emilia, yes, of course. Let's go visit her. I want to speak with Crushsan too. Phylor, well then, I'll also tag along with Emilia and the others and Tiga. Phylor, you're staying here. You'll wait with me for Sakura and the rest to return. Tiga seized Phylor's shoulder as she tried to slickly line up with them. Glaring resentfully at that hand of Tiga's resting on her shoulder, Phylor, isn't it strange? After all, this is about Duchess Karsten, right? I have a duty to ascertain the results of the sacrament. Indeed, a duty. How about it, Tiga? In that case, it wouldn't make sense if you didn't also fulfill your duties as a bearer of the sacrament. Of course, we shall go confirm Duchess Karsten's condition. But later, as members of the church. Phylor, Emilia, no, it's fine, Phylor. I'll make sure to visit on your behalf too. Phylor, I'm not getting through. Even though you're my friend, she had estimated her friend too highly. In any case, although he felt bad for Phylor, his desire to verify Crush's safety weighed quite heavily on Subaru. That was exactly why he wished to leave right away. Subaru, let's talk again at another time. I'm glad I got to speak with you today. So that's it, Phylor, how perfunctory. I'm not okay with MMHMMM Tiga. Allow me to handle this and go on ahead. Restraining Phylor, who was still brimming with lingering attachments, Tiga assumed the role of a villain and saw them off with an excessively reassuring statement. And so, despite their feelings of reluctance, Subaru and the others slipped away from the church. Boy 1, Awa leaving already. Boy 2, how was Wanshan? How was she? Girl, it didn't go anywhere after all, huh? Good grief, she's hopeless without us. And as they left the church, the children who had been playing with Phylor saw them off. It was a rather scathing assessment, but it was accurate nonetheless. In any case, Subaru, wait for us, Crush-san. There's so much we want to talk to you about. Indeed, unable to contain his restless feelings, Subaru's pace only quickened. And so, after seeing off the fleeing Emilia camp who had turned up there, Tiga released his restraint on Phylor. Freed, Phylor staggered and placed both hands on the table, following the lingering vestiges of Emilia and the others, as she turned to scowl at Tiga. Tiga, what a look your eyes have. Is there something you want to say to me? Phylor, hate you, Tiga, don't just say nasty words. It couldn't be helped. There are things we must discuss, and the fact remains that Duchess Karsten has awakened. Phylor, HMPH. The outstandingly sociable Tiga Rallian-san wouldn't understand. Turning away while pouting, Phylor then picked up her own untouched cup of tea from the table and took a sip. The course of the conversation had unfolded so tumultuously that she truly did not have a single moment to drink her tea until now. Tiga's yellow eyes narrowed as he observed Phylor's profile, but Tiga, even so, of all people, it had to be Emilia Sama. Phylor, what about her? No way, even you with the silver-haired half-elf stuff. Tiga, there's that too. However, it's more than that. Phylor, the insignia, asked this by Tiga. Phylor produced the insignia from her pocket after looking a bit embarrassed. When she opened her clasped hand, the crimson dragon gem's light blossomed. While gazing at that light and the girl who had made it gleam, Phylor, he muttered. That was Tiga, we're going to be busy from here on out. After all, we are a year and a half behind, huh? Interlude. Why, when I discovered that flower bud yet to blossom in that courtyard, I unwittingly halted my feet. It was a courtyard with blossoming flowers of all kinds and hues. Regrettably, I was not very well versed in the names or varieties of flowers, but I had heard that these were precious blossoms that had budded from seeds brought from all over the country. That was how expansive and ornate this flower garden was. The gardeners entrusted with its care must have found their labor's fruit worthwhile. The refinement of this flower garden was truly proof of such. In all honesty, when I had first entered the courtyard, I did not harbor many expectations for its flower garden, brimming with color. I was already deficient in the sensitivity to admire flowers and did not bear much interest in the courtyard at my parents' home. Even though I had been spoiled by my sympathetic father and allowed onto this land the royal castle of the royal capital Lugunica, I did not estimate myself so highly as to expect my inclusion in the discussions between responsible adults. Thus, with no other choice to kill time until the business of my father and the others had concluded, I stepped into the courtyard and was unwittingly bewitched by that flower bud. What lay before my amber gaze was a large bud with its head drooping. Enclosed within it were petals with a faint tinge of red, and the reason for my captivation by the bud yet to blossom was because my own self, sojourned with an unescaping frustration, seemed to overlap with that flower bud was a rather poetic thought, and far too excessive an intoxication with myself. But it was true that I empathized with the flower bud yet to bloom its marvel in the midst of a flower bed blossoming with outsized flowers, their fluorescence proclaiming their enchanting allure till the very horizons. Just what is it that I am capable of, and what is it that is desired of me? I am blessed in my birth, blessed in my pedigree, blessed in talent. This conceit I did possess. I also possess something akin to a purpose that I must live up to fruits of outcome even greater than those that would correspond to my birth, my pedigree, my talent. And finally, I possess the self-awareness that this conceit and this purpose were fatally incompatible with my own desire. If I were to say it, then amidst the blossoms of flower seeds planted in that flower garden, I was the sole immature seed that remained a flower bud, fostering doubts for how to bloom. The other seeds bore no doubt, no indecision, and discerned their domains, comprehended them, and implemented themselves fulfillingly. And yet I was, just what kind of a flower will you blossom? I inquired so of the flower bud and sealed my breathing, met with silence incapable of responding. Enveloped in the sweet scent of the fragrant blooms, I failed to understand or be understood by even the flower bud with whom I had felt a camaraderie. After all, what my insolent self wished for was not to blossom into a grand, enrapturing, and vivid flower, but rather to become a gigantic tree that would protect those flowers from wind and rain. Yes, I found myself who bore this doomed desire to be a futile, comical existence. Fuog, that moment, something fell onto the flower bed of swaying buds in the company of a terribly unseemly shriek. I widened my eyes upon the abrupt happening, rendered immobile as though my feet were stitched to the ground. Within my blank white mind, all thoughts suspended, resounded the delayed echo of an alarm bell warning of danger, and the plenitudes of mental preparation and first responses in such a circumstance. But before I could haul them out of the depths of my mind, the personage who had fallen onto the flower bed before my eyes, nearly face first, sprung himself upright. Cough calf. Gotheg, joy, what is that mud? Mud? Vocalizing so whilst disheveling his beautiful golden hair and blinking his eyes that were red as glimmering jewels, the young boy who had grandiosely smeared himself with soil crawled himself out of the flower bed. That was, as expected of my eminent self, despite imagining it to be the end of the line by falling onto a paving stone head first. It would seem my eminent self can shrug off even such predicaments with my natural fortune. That was, my first reminiscence with the last Lion King. A hoarse breath escapes me, and my consciousness returns to life. My 5 senses begin to awaken, and a myriad of information is successively dispatched into my brain. In that moment, the most powerful beseechment to my mind and body is that of inescapable, vehement thirst. Thirst, yet it is not simply the mere thirst of the throat. Not enough, not enough, not enough. In every single conceivable place inside my body, there is not enough water. They are craving moisture, starving for hydration. My nasal cavity that is the passageway for air and my throat are both thirsty. My gastric lining that digests food is thirsty. Even upon blinking, my eyeballs become thirsty. The veins that should be circulating blood throughout my whole body are thirsty. and my soul that beseeched this deficiency is thirsty. Thirst. It is thirst. Thirst is eating to rot my lifeline. My mouth is so thirsty that my numb tongue is unable to enunciate a proper sound. Wanting to do something about this thirst, I tried to call for someone. I can't vocalize any voice. Rather than calling for someone, moving myself will be faster. No, I cannot even conceive of it. Like how someone who is drowning ends up drowning their rescuer by clinging to them, my mind has turned into a blank slate from the thirst. My body, thirsted to its utmost, I beseech it from the top of my head to the ends of my feet and scrape together the meager strength that is left in my body and somehow try to appraise myself. I appraise myself. I try to stand up. I stand up. I try to walk. I start walking. I try to search. I search. Desperate. I am desperate. In my mind that is tyrannized by thirst, I admonish myself that this is my last chance. If I halt my feet, if I slip and fall, if I make even a single error, I won't be able to do the same thing again. I won't be able to search. I won't be able to walk. I won't be able to stand up. I won't be able to appraise myself. I will sink in the deluge of this aimless, barren thirst and never again, never again, never again. With every fragment of strength in my frail body, I somehow push open the heavy door and exit outside. As I curse this thirst of my body that would verge on defeat by even the faintest of breezes, I compel my gaze to swivel. My vision is bleary, difficult to see. Narrow, I immediately discern it is due to one of my eyes being covered. But even before my vision is secured, a faint, fragrant aroma carried upon the breeze wafts to me. Lured by it, I tilt my head to discover a vase with amber and pink flowers arranged therein. No time to think. I pounce at the vase as though flopping onto it. As though tearing at it, I extirpate the adorned flowers and tilt the vase in my grasp with both of my arms. And as though showering in the water that was arranged for the flowers, I drink, drink, drink. The spilled water traces the edges of my lips and my cheeks, dousing my nape, drenching even my black nightgown. I don't mind. In a violent fit of coughing, I discard the vase and the sound of shattering porcelain reverberates. I violently wipe my mouth with the back of my hand and turn around. Vases are set in the corridor at even intervals. I approach one with greater strength regained in my feet, throw the flowers aside, and gulp down the water. Toss away the vase, and again I make for the next vase. Repeating this twice, thrice, pouring water onto my parched body whilst retrieving my own existence from the thirst, I once again make for the next vase. You mustn't. Accompanied by a piercing call, my wrist is seized and I turn backward. The one gripping my wrist, frozen in place with eyes dilated, restraining me is an aged, white-haired butler before I could haul out the memories of who he was, submerged in thirst as they were. A mired, violent emotion overspills from me. Let me go, my right arm apprehended, I swing my left hand and clobber the opponent's body with all my might. I literally hold nothing back. I attack to smash his bones or cleave his flesh, but the aged butler effortlessly parries this with another hand and brings it to a close with both sides unscathed. Physique, ability, experience, I could discern a sprawling plethora of reasons for it. But I won't stop. Let me go. Let me go, Tilda. Let me go this instant. A strike for each word, for each swing of the arm. I am reminded of how to swing, my precision augmenting. However, no matter how sharp my fingertips are as they rend through the wind, the aged butler defends against them without a modicum of trouble. I can gradually feel the creeping shivers of thirst seeming to crawl up from beneath my feet. I'm begging you, please let me go. My throat is parched, I'm thirsty, so thirsty, so thirsty, so thirsty, so thirsty, so thirsty, I can't tolerate it, HK. Please calm down and compose yourself. I will provide you with water right away. To add to that, you mustn't walk barefoot. You must receive treatment, water Ria Ellie. You have water, I do. I shall bring it immediately. But before that, please receive treatment. The vigor that wrings my body in desperation steadily dissipates at the aged butler's entreaty. The thirst yet subsists. The thirst is marginally better than what I had experienced right upon waking up. If he has the water to cure that thirst, then I am glad. It's a huge help. I'm very grateful. Treatment. As my body gradually relaxes its strength, I incidentally cast my gaze downward upon that incongruous word. I look to discover that by the aged butler's and my own feet are bestrewed red vestiges left on the carpet lying on the corridor. They start midway through the corridor and terminate below my feet. It's blood. I didn't take notice, but I must have stepped upon the broken shards of the smashed vases and drenched the corridor with bloodstains, it would seem. What I had trampled underfoot was not just the shards, but also the flowers I had thrown aside from those vases. The trampled, scattered petals meld with the efflux of blood, painting dreadfully foul, mottled patterns. Dreadfully foul mottled patterns. In that moment, ominous black mottled patches flash through my mind. My slender throat howls a screech, writhing in agony. He must have let his guard down as I was seeming to calm down for a moment. The aged butler's restraint unfastens in reaction, and I flail my liberated arms to rend my drenched nightgown to inspect my body. Coiling bandages and pallid, wearied skin bereft of color the parts those bandages are concealing, repulsive black patches drape over my entire frame, cursing this body with toxic venom. "No, Ferris. Ferris, where are you?" The wailing screams escape from me as my own body seems to me something so unsalvageably defiled. I don't want to rip off the bandages and witness what lies underneath. The ugly black patches concealed beneath the dressings, I don't want them on my body for even a second longer. I don't want to look at them. I don't want to touch them. I don't want to come close to them. I don't want to be defiled. I would rather just die. Crush Sama, this ugly, repulsive body of mine is captured by two slender arms from behind. They do not pinion me. They have not come attempting to stop me with any such physical technique. I am only being embraced by those arms wrapping around me from my back, purely by force and impulse. If I wanted to shake free from them, I could, but not an iota of such intent surfaces within my mind. My body is simply as I entrust it, faintly enveloped in a fleeting, radiating blue light. It's all right, I am right here. I am here right next to Crush Sama. Fair is Ferris, yes, HK. That's right, it's Ferris. The arms coiled around my body tighten their embrace, yet I feel neither ache nor fear. When I take notice, I have already collapsed at that spot, sitting slumped upon the floor. Naturally, the person hugging me, Ferris, has also sunk to the floor of the corridor with me. I incline my head to peer, and right there is the lovable boy's face, close enough for our breaths to intertwine. His round pupils quivering in tears as he is earnestly endeavoring to not let his facial expression collapse, he appears so very beloved and gallant. In natural spontaneity, the sense of rejection toward all things which brims inside my body dispels. But I am scared. I am still scared. My body, those black mottled patches are still. Crush Sama, if you are concerned about that matter, then that has already been Ferris. Will Gi. As the aged butler is about to say something, Ferris calls him so and cuts him off. Upon sustaining Ferris's glance, Wilhelm, yes, Wilhelm. He's Wilhelm. The aged butler is Wilhelm, is the sword demon, is a preeminent swordsman, is a dependable person. Wilhelm at my front, Ferris at my back, I am interposed between them. I am Ferris, please listen, Crush Sama. You need not worry about your body. Please excuse me. As he embraces my trembling, racking body, soothing my faltering gaze, Ferris's hand slowly begins to unravel the wrapped bandages. I can only gasp at his tender yet terrifying action, unable to do anything but view as those dressings slowly come undone. The frayed nightgown that I had rended from the neck to the breast with my own hands, the skin peeking from its gaps comes bare and unconcealed. Absent from there are the patches I had feared, as my eyes begin to widen. Ferris, it is not only here. From your arms, your shoulders, your legs, the patches have been removed. Whilst pronouncing so, Ferris unwraps the bandaging on my collar as well and elevates my arm as I stand stunned. While it does seem parched, desolate from the thirst, all traces of those black mottled patches have disappeared from my arm. And at last I notice that torment, as though cauterizing my body, as though boiling, scalding water torrenting throughout my entire body, has come to cease without my awareness. The thirst persists. Its remnants are yet there. However, that is the thirst which craves for life that my body is seeking after having broken free from that torment. Ferris, that curse did you. From my body, Ferris, the leeway to reflect upon myself is birthed in my heart as my mind finally arrives at it. Whilst I continued to rot in that torment, every morning, every evening, every day, Ferris had devoted his power to exhaustion in order to heal it, in full intrepidity and sincerity. His wish has borne fruit, and he has rescued me from that prison of anguish. Ferris, no, that's incorrect. I was unable to do anything. However, those questions and anticipations are repudiated by none other than Ferris himself. Shaking his head, disappointment sojourning in his yellow pupils imbued with a deep dye of dejection and despondency toward himself, he gently touches my arm from which those patches have vanished as I swallow my breath, watching his lips quiver in trepidation. He wavers to voice what he must, resolves himself, then wavers yet again, repeating this cycle a number of times before Ferris finally commits to his determination and vocalizes it. That being, Ferris, in order to heal your body, Crush Sama, we turn to the cooperation of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Ferris, a girl who named herself as a saintess of the church, lent us her strength. I was unable to aid you, Crush Sama. I'm truly very sorry. With enough tears to fill a cup in his eyes, Ferris speaks with a quavering voice to which I am rendered voiceless. Steadily, my brain, released from the agony, progressively being liberated from the mighty thirst, comprehends the significance of the words he has spoken. The Church of the Divine Dragonite is an organization that harbors deep, profound faith in the existence and grace of the Divine Dragon who has protected the Kingdom of Lugunica since antiquity, and lends assistance in maintaining peace and calm for the citizens of the kingdom. Forbidden from involving itself in the body politic for the purpose of prohibiting their actions from carrying too much influence, the Church of the Divine Dragon's faith and fidelity, whilst agreeable as a legitimate and splendid thing, to the contrary is something we couldn't easily recognize for the being that the Church of the Divine Dragon esteems to the utmost, and our way of being are fully irreconcilable with one another. The Church of the Divine Dragon follows and proffers gratitude toward the covenant formed between the kingdom and the Divine Dragon. That is to say, the preservation of the covenant is the first priority for the kingdom's prosperity above all else for them, and the members of the royal family who were lost to an inordinately unmerciful blight have been regarded as cogs for the covenant, the same philosophy as the kingdom. With the same values that disposed his death, the death of Fourier Lugunica, as merely an act of nature. A chill creeps up through me, the surge of formless emotions bayonet my chest, I feel nauseous. The thoughts, images, sentiments surfacing in my mind all give a chaotic stimulus to my five senses. Light kindles my hearing, odor kindles my vision, ache kindles my taste, voice kindles my touch, taste kindles my smell. Things that ought not originally have connection join forces and crusade upon me. Why did that name come forth? Why did that smile emerge in my mind? Why did his voice resound in my ears? Why did I feel that face from those reminiscences? Why did I remember the taste of the blood and tears that grieved his death? Why did Crush Karsten remember Fourier Lugunica? Crush a sensation of revival. The loss and purpose, the loving affection and sorrow, the rage and joy, the warmth and glacial cold. That person, eternally estranged and forever distant, the pleasant recollections and unpleasant attachments of him coalesce together, meld together. But I am lethally aware of one thing. Crush, the royal selection. A note spills from my trembling lips to which Ferris's shoulders shudder, and even Wilhelm, whose face I can't see, I can tell firmly stiffens his body. We are irreconcilable with the Church of the Divine Dragon. Never could we reconcile with one another. It is nobody but ourselves who chose, determined, and declared that we could never keep pace or view the same sights together with them. And yet, if you're saying I was saved by one whose power we absolutely must never borrow. Crush Ferris, yes. When I call his name, Ferris's voice bears no tremors. Giving a short bow, his gaze straight forward, forging a resilient expression, he does not avert his eyes. His yellow eyes tell that, regardless of what he may be told now, he has made this choice and has resolved himself for it. Crush, I must say it to him. I know his reasons, for why he had no other choice but to select that option. I know it was to save nobody else but myself. Just what days of anguish must he have endured as he remained by my side as I continued to rot, every morning, every evening, every day. Unable to save what he wished to save, with how much powerlessness of his healing hands had he been forced to contend. I had seen it up close from the closest of distances with my own eyes, and that's why. That's why I must say it to him. I'm so sorry for making you worry. I understand what you must be feeling. Crush, that's why I must say it to him. I forced you to take a bitter decision, but its responsibility rests upon me. Crush, that's why I must say it to him. Please don't lament. It is thanks to you that I am in this condition at this moment. Crush, I must say it. 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 I must say it, 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 Crush. Why, as though cascading forth, this spills out. This completely dissimilar in warmth and texture from the words I thought I must say. Crush, shouldn't you have known? Stop it right this instant. Shut your mouth, close your eyes, and lacquer your consciousness. The things before your eyes, everything that has transpired, the choices that were made, avert your eyes from all of them, forget all of them, defy all of them. Crush Ferris, you alone were supposed to be the same as me, and yet, I must not say it. I must not let him hear it. I must not let him learn it. After all, he tried to save me. After all, he devoted his prayers for me. After all he did was wish to remove the suffering of what he loves. That's why I must not say it. Crush, why I must not. Crush, why did you betray our vow to Prince Fourier, that I would have rather died than betray that person? Chapter 8, The Consequences of a Choice. We cannot thank you enough for your continued concern for our household. No, it's only natural. It's not something you should be thanking us for. Saying so, with feelings of great embarrassment from the hospitality shown by the individual who had served him tea in response to these words of Wilhelm's, Subaru hurriedly shook both of Beatrice's arms, who sat upon his lap. As she stared intently at that behavior of Subaru's, his state of anxiety was probably conveyed to Beatrice through his heartbeat against her back. She sighed as if she had no other choice, continuing to act as Subaru's puppet. Presently, having concluded their meeting with Philor, who had thrown the royal selection into a maelstrom of chaos, upon hearing the news of Crush's awakening from the Church of the Divine Dragon, Subaru and company had been unable to contain themselves, and thus headed directly for the Karsten residence in the noble district. Of course, if they were to conform to proper etiquette, it would have been necessary to schedule an appointment before visiting. However, despite forgetting even that and their visit not receiving a single mark in regards to high society standards, they still were warmly received. Wilhelm had ushered them into a parlor, and the four of them sat side by side on a couch with Beatrice on Subaru's lap as they impatiently waited for the arrival of that moment. Likely noticing Subaru's air of restlessness, Wilhelm, bowing deeply, Wilhelm, it shall take just a bit more time for Crush-sama to be ready. My heartfelt apologies, Subaru, no, we're the ones who came here so suddenly. If anything, I'm just grateful we weren't turned away. Wilhelm, as if we could turn you away. Crush-sama too was most pleased to have you and Emilia-sama come to visit, Subaru dono. Subaru, no, when it comes to that it's the other way around, or perhaps I should say it might be the other way around. I might even cry when I see Crush-san awake. As pathetic as it sounded, there was a very real possibility that such would come to pass, so he hoped that Wilhelm, Emilia, and the rest would be able to prepare themselves in advance for that. At present, all he could do to endure his restless thoughts was shake Beatrice's arms back and forth, coinciding with each no he would give in response to Wilhelm. Beatrice, but no matter how you look at it, you're swinging Betty's arms around way too much, in fact. That's enough, these arms and shoulders are getting sore, I suppose. Subaru, sorry, my bad, excuse me, I just can't calm myself down. After all, Beatrice, who had been acting as Subaru's calming doll, finally reached the limits of her patience and barked at him. Poking at Beatrice's cheek, Subaru paused there for a moment. Vexing, restless feelings filled his mind. However, it was worth bearing with them. Subaru, after all, Crush-san is Wilhelm indeed. Regarding that, there is no doubt. Filled with a torrent of emotions, Subaru sighed, to which Wilhelm assented with equally profound sentiments. No, to call them equal would be far too impudent. Wilhelm's relief must have been many times, many dozens of times, greater than Subaru's. The recovery of the one to whom he had sworn to devote his fealty, that alone would be a colossal occurrence. Emilia, I've said it many times already, Wilhelm-san, but I'm truly grateful. Indeed, it was Emilia, seated next to Subaru, who once again showed her appreciation for the efforts of Wilhelm. Emilia, who had been present when Philor had administered the sacrament of the church to treat Crush, had also shown her appreciation for Wilhelm and Ferris that same day. In spite of that, since Crush's consciousness had not returned after that, now having the opportunity to speak with the awakened Crush, Emilia's amethyst eyes shone with anticipation yet again. Beatrice, good grief, at this point, what careless blunders you two might make are frightening, in fact. Rem, if you and Betty don't stay on guard here, this may well end up as a disaster, I suppose. Rem, I agree. Leave it to me when things go too far. I'm slowly getting used to the handling and weight of this iron ball, bit by bit. Amidst Subaru's and Emilia's inability to calm down, Beatrice and Rem kept their composure as visitors of one in recovery. It was exceedingly reassuring to know that the two of them were prepared for when it would matter most, but the slight movements of Rem, combined with the sound of chains, were also frightening and exciting. It seemed like Subaru would also need to wield considerable resolve when asking Rem for support. Subaru, oh yeah, speaking of supporting, what about Ferris? Is he helping Crush-san with her change of clothes? There are a number of things I want to talk to him about too. Suddenly realizing that the visage of one who ought to have been present could not be found, Subaru had such suspicions. Subaru, Wilhelm, and the rest had the unanticipated joy of Crush's recovery. However, the one who must have been experiencing that the strongest of all would have been none other than Crush's one and only knight. Of course, it surely was also a terribly bitter feeling for him, that despite being a healer, Crush's salvation came via the Church of the Divine Dragon. But Subaru held no doubt that Ferris was the sort of person who would rejoice in the well-being of Crush more than wallow in his own reproachful feelings, born of his sense of powerlessness. However, Wilhelm-san, for but an instant, Wilhelm's face stiffened, and in response, Subaru raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yet Wilhelm swiftly rebuffed that tension with a "pardon me," saying, "Wilhelm, Ferris, well, in truth, he is feeling a bit unwell." It would seem that, immediately following that which transpired regarding Crush-sama's health, every bit of the anxiety he had been bearing until that point erupted all at once. Emilia, oh no, did something happen after that? I'm worried for Ferris. Even though Crush-san was finally able to wake up, Ferris might blame himself for falling ill. Subaru, yeah, that's true. Wilhelm-san, is Ferris in bad shape? Wilhelm, no, things should improve with some rest. Nevertheless, I would ask that you refrain from visiting him for now. I believe that he himself would not wish to interfere with the feelings of everyone who has come to visit Crush-sama. Emilia, I don't think it would be interfering, but yes, I understand. We'll do it next time. If it was not one thing, it was another, but if it was truly as Wilhelm had said, then Emilia would nod in assent with his suggestion, and Subaru would also be in agreement with that. They also planned to sojourn in the royal capital a while longer. Even if they were to miss him today, there would be another opportunity to thank Ferris. For now, his wishes ought to be respected. And it was just as they caught their breath in that moment. I am terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Witnessing the individual who had opened the parlor door and spoken so, Subaru rose to his feet in spite of himself. Appearing there at the entrance to the room was a beautiful woman clad in a dark nightgown and pink shawl with a well-proportioned and slender build, and her distinctive green hair. That person was Crush Carson. Subaru, the last time he had seen her, Crush had been gasping in agony, in a state where it was excruciating to even lift herself out of her bed. He was overflowing with profound emotion and joy beyond all expectations that she was standing on her own 2 feet, appearing before Subaru and everyone else in this manner. However, as she looked at Subaru with an ephemeral smile upon her lips, half of her face was still wrapped in a bandage that covered her left eye, and that was what invariably caught his attention initially. Crush, please rest assured. This bandage is only here as I still am having a bit of difficulty seeing out of one eye, but the majority of the abnormality has been eliminated. Subaru, Crush, thus please do not look so forlorn. Upon being told this, Subaru, the one who ought to have come to visit her, had instead regretted making her worry over him. He had been taken aback that the bandages covering her face still remained, but even more remarkable than that was the fact that Crush had come to see Subaru and the others, standing on her own accord. Crush's condition had been so grave that it had seemed an absurd tribulation. Subaru, Crush, Subaru-sama. Suddenly, seeing Subaru sink into silence, Crush, who had been smiling, narrowed her amber eye. Being stared at by only one of the pair, Subaru chose his words with caution. After all, if he erred in even a single word or breath, it felt like all of his self-restraint would spill over, as if drops of water, then and there. Subaru, say, Crush-san. I had a lot of things, truly a lot, that I wanted to say, and most of them were things like, I'm sorry, or it was my fault, just those sorts of words of apology alone. Crush. Yes, Subaru, but seeing you in person like this, Crush-san, all that will come up is stuff like, thank goodness, or I'm so relieved, just those sorts of things. I'm so relieved. As a visitor to a sect, he should have prepared the perfect things to say in advance. While on the way to visit the mansion in this situation, and during the period of time in which he had waited, he had been frantically simulating the best words of sympathy he could think of in his mind, and he had thought he had narrowed it down to the best option. And yet, all of that had vanished the moment he had encountered the real Crush, and what came to him was naught but a sense of relief, like that of a child, infantile and incoherent. Crush, in response to the words of Subaru's pathetic self-admission being wrung out, Crush's eye widened for a split second, before she immediately regained the gentle smile upon her lips once more. Crush, I am also relieved to hear you say so. I have shown my unsightly side to you so often, Subaru-sama, that I wondered whether I might soon exhaust all fondness you may have for me. Subaru, of course not. Never, there's no way that ever would happen. I mean, I shouldn't keep someone who's in recovery standing as we talk. Please take a seat. Crush, then allow me to do so. Despite his panicked pace being thrown off, Subaru offered her the chair before her, and giggling with a hand covering her mouth, Crush followed her escort. Somehow, Subaru had ended up making the arrangements, but since it was the other person's abode, it was only natural that it made her laugh. Subaru, whose speech had become hopelessly awkward while watching as Crush sat down with Wilhelm's assistants, gazing reproachfully at Emilia and the others right next to him. Subaru, hey, isn't it unfair that I'm the only one scurrying around? Why am I being made to do all this, huh? Emilia, that's because Subaru was the one worried the most about Crush-san, right? That's why I thought you might want to be the first to talk. Rem, as for me, I'm not in a position to intrude presently. Besides, there is the matter of what happened to Beatrice-chan as well. Subaru, what happened to Biko, huh? Why is Biko on Rem's lap? Weren't you sitting on my lap, Beatrice? That was the case, but getting blown away was the result of Subaru's force when he stood up, in fact. If Rem hadn't caught her so adeptly, being sprawled out in the middle of the room right now would be probable, I suppose. Subaru, is that so? My bad. You were quite literally out of sight, Beatrice. What an awful way of putting it, in fact. Puffing out her cheeks, Beatrice obstinately hugged Rem. Leaving it to Rem, who readily accepted that embrace, Subaru also reflected on how he had been too oblivious to his surroundings. And hearing that exchange between Subaru and the others, Crush's smile further deepened with a hee-hee. To that reaction of Crush's, Emilia, narrowing her amethyst eyes, Emilia, I apologize for everyone being so lively when we came here to visit you. Crush, no, I cannot say I mind such liveliness. Besides, the fact that you came to visit me as soon as you heard the news, it made me happy. Emilia, in that case it's no problem, but I'll make sure they don't frolic too much. Concerned about Crush's health, Emilia appended a comment very typical of her at the end. One could perceive the consideration there, and the intent to carefully choose her words. In spite of the setting, Emilia's clear growth was apparent. Of course, it would not be a good idea to take Crush's words too much at face value, but Subaru, how is your body feeling? Crush, indeed. It is much better. It will likely take a while longer to recover my strength, but I do not foresee any major problems. Replying like that, Crush readjusted the position of the shawl draped upon her shoulders. Her complexion was still a bit pale, as one would expect from someone recovering from illness, but her responses were natural, and her sagacity had not dimmed. From what he could see, the manner in which she walked and such was normal, and aside from the bandage covering her left eye, there seemed to be no vestiges of that day remaining upon her. For the time being, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Although, Crush, I have been informed of what has happened while I was bedridden, including the news that Priscilla-sama has passed away. If that sagacity was still alive and well, then Crush surely comprehended that this was also not a situation where she could simply unreservedly rejoice in the rehabilitation of her own health. Subaru and company, despite knowing it was an unavoidable topic, it had seemed inappropriate to broach it so soon. When none other than Crush herself brought it up, the faces of Subaru's group tensed. On this occasion, he wished to congratulate Crush on her recovery, and if possible, table the in-depth discussions regarding the royal selection for another time. It appeared she desired no such consolation. Crush, as far as I can recollect, I hardly exchanged a single word with Priscilla-sama. However, that she held her own convictions and that she participated in the battle for Pristella and by extension, the royal selection, of this there can be no doubt. It is for that very reason that we must continue the royal selection for her as well. Emilia. Yes, I thought the same. For Priscilla's sake, we can't stay discouraged forever. That's what I think, Crush, that is right. Good. You also think so too, Emilia-sama. Breathing a sigh of relief before the nodding Emilia, Crush took a sip from her cup of black tea. Wetting her lips and tongue with it, she stared at her with the amber radiance of only her right eye, and continuing her words with, in that case, Crush, I believe you would assent to the fact that, presently, that which should be of most consequence is the stability of the kingdom. The deeds of the witch cult are certainly a matter of great regret with respect to the royal selection, but to spare too much time dealing with such countermeasures would be misguided, considering the original notion of the royal selection. Emilia, I get that too. The royal selection is to decide the future of the kingdom, not to do something about the witch cult. That's what you mean, right, Crush? Yes, that is correct. Certainly, handling such things is indeed a matter that ought to be dealt with by those who govern, but us putting it foremost is precisely what they desire. We all must remember this. Our duty in the royal selection itself. Emilia, in that case, Felchan is also in the royal capital. It doesn't seem like Anastasia-san has been able to return yet, but if you would like to discuss it all together, I'd be happy to. Interrupting Emilia mid-sentence with, in addition, Crush leaned forward slightly. For an instant, Emilia felt as if the blade of a drawn sword had been trained upon her, and her eyes widened. Ignoring that reaction from Emilia, as the light in Crush's amber eye grew all the more intense, "Crush, I have heard. The Tower of the Sage, the path to the Pleiades watchtower, has been cleared. I am impressed with the results you have achieved. If that tower holds a hidden power as rumored, it will surely serve as a deterrent to the other countries. We, alongside the Council of Wise Men, must carefully discuss how to deal with this. Emilia, Crush, the crucial dragon-kindling ceremony, the deadline for elections to decide the next monarch, is less than a year and a half away. From this point forward, the merits of each camp's contentions will be questioned even more. Now more than ever, we must observe the faces of those around us and lend an ear to their voices. Emilia, wait a minute, Crush-san, I want to talk with you. Don't be in such a hurry. Right now, Crush, Emilia, HK. Crush's words overflowed incessantly without pause, and the instant Emilia tried to constrain that torrent with her own feelings, a powerful voice tore through the parlor. The cup of black tea in Crush's grasp was violently returned to its saucer, tea spilling alongside a shrill sound. Wilhelm took Crush's hand at once, put a handkerchief over the hand of his lord that had been doused in tea, and then immediately cleared away the cup. Meanwhile, Crush, who simply allowed that to happen, never took her eye off of Subaru and the others, not even for a single instant. Without averting her gaze, her thin lips trembling, "Crush, am I wrong?" Emilia, her tone, which had been imbued with a resolute intelligence until just a moment prior, fell into disarray, her question drenched in tears. In reality, there were no tears welling up in Crush's eye. However, her voice was crying. The vastness of that discrepancy between logic and emotion brutally hewed Subaru's heart to pieces. He understood. Crush understood. She was sagacious, possessed great knowledge, and diligently worked to continually confront numerous duties and challenges, so it hardly mattered whether Subaru or the others chose their words carefully or not. That the way she had been saved had not befitted the monarch she yearned to be, she understood. Subaru, that's such a stupid thing to say. Gritting his molars, Subaru reflected on the conviction that had been born within himself by himself. Absurd, he could not help but consider it a truly absurd thing to say. To say that the way she had been saved was wrong was as if to say that it would have been better for Crush to continue suffering under the malice of lust, even now. What a stupid thing to say. Why would one as admirable as Crush relinquish their dreams and ambitions on account of the actions of a gang of clowns such as the witch cult? It had been irrational suffering. It had been an absurdity for which there was no reason to experience. Just what should be said if one were to be rescued from such a place by the warmth of another. Thank you for saving me. I will remember this gratitude and will endeavor to the utmost from here on. Was that not enough? Subaru, there's nothing wrong with it. Emotions, alongside a futile fury, boiled up within his heart. As if given a push by this, Subaru once again found himself on his feet, firmly gripping Crush's hands across the low table. Those unseemly black mottled patches no longer existed upon Crush's pale fingers from which the handkerchief had fallen. This was Crush's original hand, which none had the right to defile. Crush, Subaru-sama, Subaru, there's nothing wrong with it. Like hell it's wrong. Let's do the royal selection properly. Let's talk properly, let's think properly, and let's all compete properly. I'll do whatever it takes. It was a statement he made knowing full well he would be scolded and cursed at for once again making a promise without thinking it through. They were an opposing camp. Anyone would likely think it to be a massive boon for Emilia if a powerful rival such as Crush were to just drop out of the royal selection like this. Subaru, but that's wrong. It's not true. We all want to make our own person the monarch, but that's not how the royal selection we all wanted to hold should be settled. Crush, Subaru, so Crush-san, there's nothing wrong with it. As to whether or not he had properly connected those sentences with so, he lacked the self-confidence in himself to know for sure. However, even though Crush was slightly daunted by the vigor of that uncertain Subaru, she let out a sigh, as if some tension somewhere had loosened. Emilia, geez, Subaru, you just let it all out, so you said pretty much everything I wanted to say before I even could. That's not fair, and perhaps perceiving a shift in Crush's mood, Emilia, still sitting on the sofa, pouted as she chided Subaru's behavior. Instantly, just as he had become heated all on his own, Subaru's ears began to heat up as well. And then, scolding himself as hopeless, Subaru hurriedly tried to return to his original position, Crush. Subaru-sama, your hand is Subaru, huh? My hand, with that pointed out, Subaru peered down at his hand which had grasped Crush's own a moment ago. Now that she mentioned it, he wondered if perhaps she was warning him about his staggering audacity, but that was not it. Crush's amber eye, paying no heed to that audacity of Subaru's, was Crush, Subaru-sama, your hand. It was just like my body. It cannot be. Did Subaru-sama's hand also receive the power of the Church of the Divine Dragon? Subaru, no, it was more violent, or rather the result of it going bam, but I don't know the exact details of how it happened, so it's quite the scary story. In truth, Subaru's hand had now returned to its original skin tone, but the particulars of how that came to be were quite violent. Something no one could be allowed to imitate. To put it plainly, it was burned, blown off, and regenerated. Currently, his leg was in the same state, but he did not feel like trying to test burning and blowing it off to regenerate it. Crush, Subaru, reflecting on that radical treatment while opening and closing his hand, Subaru suddenly thought that he heard a faint murmur and unconsciously caught his breath. He blinked his eyes, looking at Crush before him. He possessed a feeling of impossible, there's no way. Emilia, Crush-san, first take some time to let your body rest. After that, just like Subaru said, I will do whatever I can. Crush, thank you very much. You might regret that, you know? Emilia, the me of today intends to be better than the me of the past at distinguishing between regrets I should have and those I should not. And yet, the unease and misgivings that had poured into Subaru were brushed aside by the conversation typical of fellow royal candidates, exchanged between Emilia and Crush as they brushed him off. In reality, Subaru and Emilia's proposal was nothing more than sending salt to the enemy, but even if they were to ignore it and win against Crush, they could never be sincerely happy about it. Therefore, this proposal and determination were consistent with the wishes of the Emilia camp. Crush, following that exchange, Crush let out a sigh oozing with fatigue. She was recovering from her ailment, her strength had not yet returned, and some moments had become emotional. It could be said that this had been more than enough of a marathon for Crush's stamina. Rem, it is time for us to take our leave. Emilia-san, Emilia, right. Thank you for seeing us even though you're really tired and you've been having a rough time. Crush, no, for my part, I apologize for not being able to provide further hospitality. Wilhelm, would you please see everyone out? At Rem's urging, Emilia brought the meeting to a close, and in front of her, the smiling Crush asked that of Wilhelm. Bowing, Wilhelm accepted, and as Subaru and the others prepared to leave, Crush also rose to see them off. And then, Crush, thank you very much for today. It was a pleasure to be able to meet with you. Subaru, while apologizing for her rudeness in seeing them off then and there, Crush addressed Subaru and the rest as such. For a moment, Subaru hesitated, wondering what words to say. Wilhelm, Subaru dono, allow me to see you off. As if perceiving that sensation, Wilhelm interrupted it. Wilhelm, my deepest apologies for earlier. Having left the parlor en route to the entrance of the mansion, Wilhelm began to speak as he led the way. At those words, Subaru, holding Beatrice's hand, widening his eyes as he said, I knew it, Subaru. I noticed you stopped me at the end there, but I didn't even know what I was going to say there myself. Wilhelm, even so, I went too far in cutting off the words of a guest. It was wholly out of concern for Crush-sama, but I apologize for my rudeness. Subaru, so you've noticed it too, Wilhelm-san. Crush-san, that state she's in, Wilhelm. Certainly, she is far from her normal condition, and she will need to rest for a while longer. However, even if both her body and mind are restored, casting down his eyes, Wilhelm put nothing further into words. However, Subaru could roughly surmise what would have followed, that which he did not utter. No one dared to clearly state it then. But it was none other than Crush who felt it most acutely, and for that reason had such fervent emotions spilled out. Besides Emilia, Ferris must be frustrated too. I'm sure he wants to be by Crush-san's side and support her more than anything right now, and yet his body won't obey him. While peering back toward the parlor she had just left, Emilia also let some of her concerns spill out. At Emilia's words, Wilhelm, walking ahead of her, faintly cleared his throat. Then without stopping, calling out, Emilia-sama in a feeble tone, Wilhelm, earlier I told you a lie. Emilia, huh. A lie, Wilhelm, indeed. Regarding Ferris, Subaru and the others exchanged glances with each other when they heard the name and words conveyed to them. A lie regarding Ferris, that was what Wilhelm had uttered. He had explained that Ferris had fallen ill and was in the midst of recovering, but Subaru, hold up, that's odd. In the first place, Ferris's health can't deteriorate, can it? Rem, no matter how you put it, this isn't that Reinhard-san we are talking about. Subaru, of course, Reinhard is exceptional as well. But Ferris is also someone exceptional in this sense. Setting aside Reinhard, the most surprising human in all the land who could fly through the sky while carrying a dragon carriage. Ferris was a healer, moreover, he was the holder of the title of the Blue, professing to be at the highest level within the kingdom. Subaru had previously witnessed Ferris be engulfed in a suicide attack by a witch cultist, and he had calmly returned from that which had reduced a dragon carriage to splinters. A so-called super healer like those from manga and anime, that was what Ferris was. Of course, even now he could not say unconditionally that occasions such as running out of mana or pouring everything into crush could not apply. Wilhelm, as Subaru Dono has realized, Ferris is not resting. Presently he is not at the mansion. Subaru, he's not at the mansion. You mean, Wilhelm, please go to the Royal Cemetery. Without answering the question that had unexpectedly surfaced, Wilhelm provided that place name in but a few words and guided Subaru and the others to the entrance of the mansion. The Royal Cemetery, from simply hearing that, it seemed to be a place with an evident purpose. However, just what did Wilhelm intend by informing them of such a place? Wilhelm, no matter how shameful I must be right now, I am one who serves Crush Sama. I must not take action that defies the will of my master. Please lend an ear to what I have to say. With that deep, deep bow, Wilhelm sent them on their way. For the sword demon, there existed a problem that could not be resolved with his blade, but even after such anguish, he still desired resolution. With that tinge of grief carved upon his deeply wrinkled face, such a prayer could be felt there. The Royal Cemetery was situated deep in the heart of the noble district of the royal capital Lugunica. As could be inferred from its enunciation and subsequent indication, that land was a cemetery with arrays of gravestones for mourning those who had passed on, a crib for those whose soul's rest was prayed for. There was the subjugation of the white whale, correct. The graves of those who participated in that battle and lost their lives therein are also here, so I have been told. Subaru, I see. Then, it was way too heartless of me to not have come before. We didn't bring flowers with us today, so I gotta come well prepared next time. Emilia, you're right. We must properly convey our gratitude and appreciation for their toil. Crossing the black iron gate devoid of any rust, spread out before them was a stone pathway laid in a geometric design, and columns of gravestones along both of its sides. None of the road gravestones were simple enough to be called mere stone structures. Some were crowned with sculptures of knights displaying the triumphs of their lifetimes, while some were like small shrines embellished with delicate caricatures that retold the history of their families. The engraved emblems of family crests basked in the breeze, and the varicolored flowers offered by the mourners bestowed solitary hue in the universe of ashen-gray stones. Subaru, as expected, nobles are ostentatious, even with their gravestones. If you remove the gaudiness, this seems closer to the impression of cemeteries I got from Western films or foreign dramas, I guess. Sprawling here was a prudently maintained lawn and a stone pathway around a moderate hill. The Japanese-style tombstones, grave tablets, or buildings such as shrines or monasteries with which Subaru was familiar were nowhere to be seen in this environ, as a rejuvenating, forlorn zephyr breezed through this space. Subaru, which reminds me, I never thought about it, but are those who have passed on cremated here as well? Or are they given burials? Beatrice, cremation is the standard, I suppose. Once a living creature loses its life, the soul of the odd from its body falls out. It is unbearable to watch a body, bereft of its odd, slowly crumbling and losing its form, in fact. Though it is done before that can happen, signifying to the body the same as the odd that it has fulfilled its duty, I suppose. Subaru, I see, so it's done on account of a being's structure, not as a countermeasure to the spread of disease or anything like that. Thanks to Beatrice's instantaneous reply to his doubt, he was able to harmonize with this arrangement as well. That explained why, during the great disaster that had transpired in Wallachia, the legions of resurrected zombies were not in incomplete conditions, with rotten bodies and disjoined limbs. In their case, the shapes of their souls utilized to resurrect them were used as the basis, and their bodies were molded into form with clods of earth. Which was why those zombies had been resurrected in the present age, with their forms intact as they were during their lifetime. Subaru, if that's the case, then the destination of the soul, the cradle of Odd Lagna or so, was a significantly valuable place. Like the Sanzu River, the farthest end of time, akin to that. Beatrice, don't just grumble such frightening stuff out of nowhere, in fact. The cradle of Odd Lagna, don't even say such a thing as a joke, I suppose. There's purely a rumor that should one inadvertently witness it eye to eye, they would be plundered of their sanity, in fact. Subaru, no, it's not a joke or anything like that, but truly though, that was something Louis just said arbitrarily, so I guess its level of credence is doubtable. Cautioned by the grimacing Beatrice, Subaru reminisced of that pure white space, wherein he could say he had spent a rich amount of time, for better or worse. The Hall of Memories or so was the name invoked by Louis Arneb, who personated being the gatekeeper of that place. But in reality, even as this bearing held true, it was unknown what that place tangibly was. Now that Luia's consciousness had vanished to someplace and she had been reincarnated as Spica, there were no means to ascertain it either. Subaru, if it really comes down to it, I could find Reed's book once again and peek inside, resolving to face something unthinkable. Rem. I apologize for cutting into the conversation, but could you pay attention to this as well? Subaru, Rem, we've come here looking for somebody, right? Ferris-san, was it? With a tug of his sleeve, Subaru turned around to Rem's inquiry. Her eyes conceived with a deep hue of doubt. Rem was, of course, unaware of Ferris's personage. So it was natural that she would be rather bored, even if she had been brought along to the cemetery. Subaru, sorry. Let's see, the person we'll be looking for now is someone with cat ears and a cutesy vibe. Also has a tail and is fairly adorable, so I think you'll know it the moment you see. Rem, I was hoping for slightly more useful information. Subaru, well, I thought I gave you plenty of hints. When I say adorable, I don't mean the Biko kind of adorable, but more like the Petra or Meili kind of adorable. About as tall as me. Rem, I see there certainly is a difference in adorableness. Subaru touted Beatrice's face ahead as he held her up, to which Rem, intently gazing, nodded as though assenting to his explanation. The Beatrice in question seemed to harbor an expression of deepening dubiety toward that assent, but her unmindfulness of the particulars of her own adorableness could be called one of her charm points. In reality, there existed an infinite spectrum of adorableness, like beauty closer to adorableness and adorableness closer to beauty, all kinds. Anyhow, with Ferris's characteristics now shared amongst themselves, Emilia, that demeanor of Wilhelmsand's, I wonder what it was all about. It's worrying, Subaru, the way he told us to go talk to him despite also knowing where he was. Emilia, you're right. It's nice to be consulted with and relied upon, but I feel that neither Crush-san nor Wilhelm-san really show that side of themselves much. Subaru could in part agree with Emilia's sensibility. He could tell some sort of dilemma had risen within the Crush camp, and that Wilhelm could not move by himself toward its resolution. Naturally, something did come to Subaru's mind that could have been the impetus for this problem. However, even so, the bonds of the Crush camp were strong. Even compared with the other royal candidates, they were the two whose bond had been forged for the longest time, the tightest tether. The depth of those emotions shall not vanish, even should Crush lose her memories was, at the very least, what Subaru felt and believed. However, Subaru, looking downward upon his right hand, Subaru glared at its vitality. That which crossed his mind was when he had insolently clutched Crush's hand, and she had stared back at his own hand. Upon seeing Subaru's hand and learning of its emancipation from those black patches, hearing that it was not owed to the power of the sacrament which belonged to the Church of the Divine Dragon, she, Crush, unfair, had said this in a scant voice verging onto extinguishment. Subaru, it was not just me mishearing things. He wished from the bottom of his heart for that to be the case, but Subaru possessed not such convenient ears or cognizance. Those were the true, dusky sentiments that had undeniably spilled from Crush's lips. In all honesty, it definitely was shocking. But for him to desire to not forgive or permit Crush from even uttering so, that would be sheer pride. Above all, Subaru was painfully sympathetic to the reason why Crush had blurted that out. Subaru, I could never talk to Crush-san about that. Crush was the vortex of this maelstrom, just as her body recovered, now encumbered with the possibility of bearing an infinite number of wounds on her heart. What he could not inquire from her directly would he then ask of her knight, Ferris. That too was something uncertain. But he knew even if he simply returned to his comrades in brazen resignation, he would only continue to harbor ceaseless, unanswered worries. Emilia can't see Ferris anywhere. Lost in thought, upon having taken notice, Subaru and the others had lapped around the cemetery. Though this site was by no means small, befitting of a cemetery situated in the noble district, most of the deceased who slept here seemed to be those who shouldered weighty responsibilities of the kingdom, and were serviced with treatment more than apt, even after death. Farther into the cemetery, each and every gravestone's structure and care was extremely meticulous, and synchronously, the faces of the scant few mourners became more easy to distinguish, so it was difficult to imagine that they had missed Ferris. It would have been a different story if they just knew whom he was visiting in this cemetery. Rem, we looked along the whole pathway, but I couldn't cite any woman with the characteristics mentioned. Subaru, to be precise, not a girl, but well, it's got nothing to do with the appearance, so I guess that's fine. Rem. Speaking of any more things that stand out, that building over there, I would suppose. As Subaru cut short the detailed explanation, Rem remained suspect of him as she gestured towards a chalky white building, sitting atop the hill in the middle of this grand sight, with the lined arrays of stone structures in its backdrop, a mausoleum, as it was called. Garbed in a solemn and sacred ambience, making it seem as though the gravestones speckled about its circumference were those who had pledged their allegiance to their lord in servitude, was evidence of it being the resting ground of chosen ones. This was the royal cemetery, and if there was a bed for the deceased who were furnished special treatment, then, Subaru, the mausoleum where the members of the royal family sleep, is what it seems. Emilia, then. The royals who have passed away are in there the impetus for the royal selection's beginning, the royals who had suffered an inordinately ephemeral demise and a gargantuan duty, continuing their lineage of proper pedigree into the modern day in the enduring lifespan of the kingdom of Lugunica. Before the mausoleum of those people entombed within, Subaru reached a delayed comprehension. The austere presence in this place, this was in a certain sense, a microcosm of the royal capital. If the royal castle was a symbol of authority for the living, then the mausoleum was the same for the dead. Subaru, I'm sure we can't just casually visit the graves of kings, right, Beatrice? Considering it ordinarily, the mausoleum of royalty would be strictly guarded, I suppose. Those who wish to do evil with the ashes of the powerful are not few, in fact. How wretched, I suppose. Emilia, but we could just ask if somebody was inside. Ah, someone's right there. Although the mausoleum was the only place they had not checked, regardless, it was not a place they could enter with ease. The chances of Ferris being there became synchronously low, but since they had been entrusted by Wilhelm, they did not wish to return without putting in adequate effort. With these thoughts, Emilia pointed sharply toward the mausoleum's entrance. There, just as she had stated, a figure was emerging from the mausoleum. A character garbed in a slender navy blue tailcoat. The elegance of their conduct as visible from their back potently transmitted their esteem and labor toward the mausoleum. Subaru followed the hastening Emilia, thinking that since they were visiting the royal family's mausoleum, they must be the overseer of the cemetery or the mausoleum, or someone in the same vein. Emilia, could you excuse me for a second? I wanted to ask if the young person we're searching for was inside the building you just left. Rushing over to that character, Emilia spoke to them with no hint of timidness. Her audaciousness would purchase vigilance from the other person, but there were knights standing at the entrance of the cemetery, and they did vet the social standing of all who passed through the main gate, so it was safe to assume that there were no suspicious figures within the premises. Subaru wished for their intent to be transmitted to that person by all means. Emilia-sama, replying with a voice laced with astonishment, the figure in the tailcoat turned around and set their eyes upon Emilia. Observing them from the front, Emilia halted her feet with a confounded huh. Subaru and the others as well bore witness to the person standing before Emilia as she stood still. Standing there was, well, you've seen me at a weird spot. It was Will Gi, wasn't it? Vocalizing so, expressing a smile with poignancy not to be reached by such descriptors as astoundedness or self-derision, was Ferris as he shrugged his shoulders at Subaru and the others, his slender frame adorned with a sonorously masculine tailcoat. Subaru unwittingly found himself at a loss for words at Ferris's form, his back towards the mausoleum's entrance. Until now, there had certainly been times when Ferris would don such a guise concisely, when he dressed as a man within the sleeves of the knight uniform of the Royal Guard. However, that instance had the pretext of being the official uniform of the knights, and even that had designed aspects, showing his charm as it befitted him. However, his tailcoat guise before their eyes was bereft of any such design or craftiness. What that meant was, Subaru, Ferris, what happened? Ferris, quit it with that expression and voice like it's the end of the world. It's not anything important for Subaru-kun and the others, I'm telling you. Just retaining his poignant smile with the edges of his eyebrows brought low, Ferris tilted his head and stopped himself. That seemed as though a parting of ways from such gestures. Without turning traitor to that impression, Ferris continued. It was, Ferris, it's just I was dismissed from my position as Crush-sama's knight. So I called it a wrap on Fairy-chan and returned to Felix Argyle. Chapter 9, Crybaby Felix Argyle. He knew that to be the legal name of the person standing before him. He had heard it before from the mouths of others, and above all, it was what the man himself had just introduced himself as. Contrary to the man's cute and dainty appearance, he had thought the name had quite the masculine ring to it. However, even when the man himself used that name in front of him, Subaru was not able to properly reconcile this fact and phenomenon within himself. That was the extent to which the man had built his way of life around the image of the nickname Ferris. Subaru dismissed as her knight. That means Ferris, it means I've resigned. Well, it can't be helped. With the Church of the Divine Dragon, Crush Sama could be saved. Ever since the moment I decided to accept their help, I'd been prepared for things to turn out this way. Ah, Emilia-sama, please don't go feeling responsible or anything. Emilia, Ferris, when you came to see us back then, it was truly reassuring. Aside from Crush Sama's allies like me and Will Gi, there were also other people who were happy to see her safe. It made me think that what I'd done wasn't wrong. With the cat ears on his head flattening, Ferris lowered the corners of eyes into a soft smile as he replied. In the midst of hastening towards him, Emilia skidded to a halt at those words and her hands started fluttering about aimlessly, as if she were desperately searching for a response that would not come. Emilia's bewilderment and perplexity were only natural. However, at the sight of Ferris now donning a tailcoat, reciting his resignation from his post as knight, Subaru had a different response. Ferris, wait. Subaru-kun, where do you think you're going? Subaru, HK, isn't it obvious I'm going to Crush-san's place? This sort of thing, it's going too far. With clenched teeth, he was already turning to leave when a voice stopped him from behind, to which Subaru growled with a low, jagged response. He could imagine what the circumstances had been. The dragon's blood which had ravaged Crush's body, to free her of that suffering had required accepting help from the Church of the Divine Dragon, and as a corollary of that, the Crush camp's position in the royal selection had been teetering. And in place of the delirious Crush, that had been a decision made by Ferris. Ferris's decision had saved her life, however, this had caused their victory in the royal selection to become very difficult. For she, who was fiercely motivated to become the monarch, it was a decision that Crush likely would never have desired. Subaru, but didn't you do all of that for the sake of Crush-san? Despite that, for her to still fire you, that just isn't right. Beatrice, Subaru, due to his unbearable indignation, Subaru shook Beatrice's hand off of his, causing her to shout. But Subaru did not stop. He was determined to keep going and run all the way back to the Carson residence, and even if he needed to firmly press Crush for it, he would make her retract her mistreatment of Ferris. However, before he could even take a single step to enact that, Subaru was blocked by someone with their arms spread out wide by Rem. He was halted. Subaru, Rem, don't stop me. I'm about to go off on an excessively emotional outburst, and I don't want any of you guys to see it. Rem, if you're aware of how you are getting far too emotional, then please stop there. Besides, before you cause any uproar, how about you properly take a look at the other person's face? Subaru, other person's face. Having silenced Subaru's impulsive fit, Rem nodded before gesturing with her chin. As Subaru turned to follow her motion, Emilia and Beatrice, who had anxiously been watching over him, entered his field of view, and further beyond them was Ferris, looking down at Subaru from the entrance of the mausoleum. Ferris, who had been the main driving force behind Subaru's rage, with a look of exasperation at the sight of his outburst, turned his gaze first towards Rem. Ferris, thank you, Rem-chan, though this is the first time I've seen you walking around like this, you're a much better girl than I could have ever imagined. Maybe your only shortcoming is your taste in boys. Rem, while I was asleep, I heard that Ferris-san also took great care of me. Out of respect to you as my benefactor, I'll keep my response graceful, but that just now was a terrible misunderstanding. Ferris, I see. If that's how Rem-chan views it, that's fine by me. But I'm glad you've woken up. Rem and Ferris exchanged words right over Subaru's head while he was pincered in between them. With that done, Rem pursed her lips in a complicated manner, and Ferris switched gears with that said. And narrowing his eyes as he looked down at Subaru, Ferris, you know, Subaru-kun, you really are prideful. Subaru, prid, HK. Ferris, I think it's a different nuance from just being self-centered, so even if it's this word, it's the one I find fits best, okay? Even though you say you're not doing it for yourself, and that it's all for the sake of someone else, you just end up frantically going around in circles, and it just ends up being uncalled for concern. Subaru, you phrasing it like that, Ferris, and so I thought if Subaru-kun is prideful, then maybe I'm prideful too. At that moment, seeing his smile, Subaru felt as if he had been doused by cold water. Subaru, gulping down his breath, he looked at Ferris who, just as he thoroughly criticized Subaru, turned that same vitriol on himself. The atmosphere around Ferris had not changed since they first encountered each other at the mausoleum, seeming to Subaru as if he showed no openings to latch onto, or rather, as if he was almost too composed. He was a sea of tranquility, so to speak. However, that could not be the case. Thinking about what had happened to Ferris, contrary to a calm sea, he should be right in the midst of a ferocious storm. Subaru stared closely at Ferris's facial expression, searching for any signs of the storm. But with Ferris himself seeming to not concern himself with that, he closed one eye, letting out an "Ah, Ferris, that's right. If it's fine with you, Emilia-sama, won't you all come in to pay respects?" "Subaru, pay respects? Do you mean in the mausoleum behind you?" "Are we allowed in?" "Ferris, yes, the administrator entrusted me with the key, and besides, I'm qualified to act as an intercessor, so I come here pretty often." "Subaru, intercessor?" "Ferris, wow, Subaru-kun really is clueless. If you're trying to be her one and only knight while being this ignorant, you're only going to end up embarrassing Emilia-sama, you know." Ferris gave a small laugh and stuck out his tongue, leaving Subaru to hold his own. Rather than it being because of his ignorance being pointed out, it was that the phrase "one and only knight" coming out of Ferris's mouth seemed like it would be a delicate topic right now. Of course, given the mischievous look in his eyes, Ferris had likely said it on purpose. Whilst toying with Subaru and the others with his tone, Ferris softly caught the closing door of the mausoleum that he had just left. "Ferris, let's go inside to talk about all the various things that have been piling up. I was just thinking that if I were the only one here to pay respects, His Highness might start feeling lonely." Located within the royal cemetery, the presence exuded by that mausoleum clearly set it apart from the rest. The building was constructed from the finest white marble selected from across the kingdom, and was decorated throughout with ornamentations of dragons, the very symbol of the Dragon Kingdom, giving it the capacity to overwhelm any visitor who laid eyes upon it. The exterior walls, shining in the sunlight, exuded a divine aura that seemed to ward off evil, and the dragon sculpture carved across each of the closed doors completed it as a single work of art, seemingly continuing to protect the dignity of the deceased royal family. After stepping inside, what laid in various places throughout the white chalk corridor to follow were the grave markers of the sleeping royalty. The orderly arranged sarcophagi were decorated with carvings and ornaments associated with each royal family member, and just looking at them seemed to bring to mind the deceased's life before death. In particular, the state of the fourth prince's tombstone, which was their objective, especially inspired this feeling. "Ferris, this is His Highness's, Fourier Lugunica-sama's grave." Ferris led Subaru's group across the well-polished floor, his boots clacking upon the stone, then stopped in his tracks and gestured toward an especially conspicuous grave marker, the sarcophagus of Fourier Lugunica. Within the mausoleum, where strict, solemn order was maintained, that principle seemed to waver slightly here. After all, the fourth prince's gravestone was too colorful for a resting place of the dead. "Subaru, are these offerings?" "Letters, knitted things, as well as carved wooden animals." "Ferris, none of them feel like offerings to royalty, right?" In truth, the people who said they wished to offer such things were children who had no conception of such upper-class etiquette, so it can't be helped. "Subaru, people with no such concept, no way, you mean they're gifts from the general public. Wouldn't those sorta things be censored or confiscated when they're brought in?" "Ferris, of course, if it was a prank or something, it wouldn't be allowed to go through. But the fact that they are not was something I verified when I accepted the offerings in my role of intercessor." Crouching in front of the sarcophagus, Ferris answered while squinting at the various items placed on the table. The items offered there must have been prepared by those who adored the fourth prince laid to rest here, regardless of their status, and would have contained each person's thoughts and feelings. Intercessors were those who, as a special exception, had the right to bring such offerings with the permission of the cemetery's administrator, on behalf of those who could not visit this place in person. Essentially, Ferris had been entrusted with the thoughts and feelings of the people as the intercessor for the fourth prince. Ferris, by nature, many members of the Lugunican royal family had good personalities who were gentle and well-liked by others, but His Highness Fourier was an individual of exceptionally cheerful and pleasant personality. So he would frequently sneak out of the castle and make merry with the people of the royal capital. "Subaru, amazing. It's like an episode you'd often hear about in manga and such. But if he actually did that, it probably ended up becoming a huge problem, right?" "Ferris, well, it did turn out like that. The royal guard was mobilized to search for His Highness in the wake of his disappearance. In the end, His Highness was at a soup kitchen in the slums that turned out to be run by the Church of the Divine Dragon, which almost caused friction between the castle and the church, and a big fuss ensued. Beatrice, it's hard to laugh that off as a joke these days, in fact." Over the arched back of Ferris, they looked upon the headstone of the much-beloved Fourier. As Ferris reminisced with a smile, his words were filled with an undeniable affection for the central figure of those tales, Fourier, and even from this fragment of that episode, it was clear that he was a person who was loved by everyone. Ferris, did I ever say anything about His Highness to Subaru-kun before? Subaru, yeah, I heard that there was someone like that and that he got along well with you and Crush-san. Didn't she say that he and I kind of resemble each other? Ferris, ha. How are His Highness and Subaru-kun the same? I'll kill you, you know, Subaru, I'm pretty sure you said the same thing to me back then. Ferris's voice had taken on a rather serious tone devoid of jokes, so Subaru hastened to defend himself. In reality, that was about all that Subaru had been told about Fourier. Of course, even Subaru, who was not very perceptive, could tell that this person's death was not unrelated to the reason why Crush had aspired to participate in the royal selection. Emilia, so Crush-san joined the royal selection for the sake of Prince Fourier. Ferris, as expected of Emilia-sama. You always dive straight into asking the difficult questions. Emilia, I'm sorry. But Ferris, you invited us to pay respects because you wanted to tell us that story, right? After hearing that, I was just thinking that I should try to decide what I'm going to do next. Ferris, what you're doing next, huh? And that would be, Emilia, yes, Subaru stole the show earlier, but I think I'll also go to tell Crush-san to reconsider. Subaru and I will go talk to her with our utmost effort. How about it, Subaru? I think that's a good idea. Rem, please don't speak impulsively. Just where do you think we are? As soon as he agreed with Emilia, Subaru writhed in agony as Rem pinched him on the side. Gazing over those antics of Subaru and the others, Ferris strained a smile and stood up. Ferris, as I said before, I'd like you to refrain from going over to Crush-sama and saying all sorts of things. From the beginning, I was prepared for this to happen. Emilia, but Ferris, I've accepted it. I said that I had been dismissed, but it was me who first declared that I no longer had any right to stay by her side. Moreover, holding a finger to his lips, Ferris paused for a beat. Then, pointing that raised finger towards Emilia and then to Subaru in order, Ferris, what would you do, Emilia-sama, if I, or the Council of Wise Men or whoever, asked you to reconsider your master-servant relationship with Subaru-kun? Emilia, My relationship with Subaru is something I decided after giving it a lot of thought. So if someone said something like that to me, I would feel really uneasy and wonder what the heck. Ferris, that's what I mean. That's what Emilia-sama is trying to do right now, extraneous and immense meddling from an outsider. With Ferris explaining it so clearly, Emilia's shoulders visibly slumped. As expected, there was little joy in Emilia's response, as she did not want anyone to interfere with her relationship with Subaru. Above all, the current persuasion was effective not only for Emilia, but for Subaru as well. Ferris, who must have known this, looked past the dejected Emilia and while shrugging his shoulders at Subaru, Ferris, to answer your earlier question, Crush-sama is not so narrow-minded. Hence, His Highness Fourier is but one of the reasons why she decided to participate in the royal selection. Subaru, but his part of the reason isn't so small that it can be ignored, right? Ferris, oh, you're quite the nitpicker. You've completely lost your cuteness, Subaru-kun. However, as if that had not even struck a nerve for him, Ferris continued. Ferris, I won't deny it. The passing of His Highness was a truly significant event for Crush-sama, and for me as well. I was deeply hurt and cried so much that it felt I had used up my entire lifetime's supply of tears. Well, I'm a bit of a crybaby, so I cried a lot after that as well. Everyone, Ferris, though she didn't show it, it also caused Crush-sama so much hurt and suffering. But the thing that hurt Crush-sama the most was after His Highness had passed away. Subaru, Ferris, His Highness, and the rest of the royal family all passed away one after the other, causing great turmoil for everyone. The Duchess Karsten Crush-sama was attending a meeting at the castle as one of the upper nobles, and there, she came to a realization. Everyone participating in the meeting was more concerned about the possibility that the covenant with the divine dragon might be severed than about the loss of His Highness and the other royals. He spoke quietly, as carefully as possible to avoid getting carried away with emotion. However, this effort only highlighted the grotesqueness of the facts as told by Ferris. The personalities of the Lugunican royal family, the way they were loved and how warm their hearts were, all could be seen by taking a look at this mausoleum. At all of the tombstones, even beyond Fourier Lugunicas, there were offerings made to pray for the peace of the deceased without exception. Even the deaths of those so loved were thought insignificant in the face of the covenant with the dragon. Emilia, so that's why she did it. It came out like a sigh, a murmur from Emilia, who had come to the same understanding as Subaru. She placed her hands on her chest, and as her amethyst eyes narrowed with a pained look, Emilia, that's why Crush-san decided that when she became the monarch. She would have no choice but to make her country stronger, not one that solely relied upon the covenant with the dragon. Ferris, it's not only that, but yes, Emilia, it's not only that, which would mean Ferris. Crush Sommer really hated the prospect of it, that if she hadn't been so close to His Highness Fourier, she was sure that she would have thought the same way as everyone else. That sort of alternate reality was not something that could be known unless it had actually happened, and since there was no way for such a thing to actually happen, there was no reason for Crush to be blaming herself in that way. No matter how she tried to go against it, Crush would have met Fourier and arrived at the same idea. Even if she detested the version of herself who had never met him, a version of herself who did not exist, it would only bring her suffering. Only, on another line of thinking, Subaru also realized that Crush's situation was not simply that of a choice in contradiction to her claims in the royal selection. Crush, who had declared that she would end the covenant with the dragon, was saved by the power of the sacrament of the Church of the Divine Dragon, a group that worshipped none other than that very dragon. And that was not all. Subaru, Crush-san vowed to restore an environment in which the Lugunican royal family, that Prince Fourier could truly be mourned, and even though she was determined to achieve that, she no longer has the ability to do so. Ferris, moreover, the Church of the Divine Dragon did not save His Highness. Even though they saved Crush Sama, Subaru, HK, Ferris's hoarsely spoken words struck a chord with Subaru and the others in the truest sense. Just a moment ago, he had been fully intent on going to complain to Crush about Ferris's dismissal as her knight, saying that it was going too far, even when taking her poor physical and mental condition into account. Now that he knew all about the resolve and determination Crush had carried, about the ideals and vows she had heralded, and about how they had all been shattered in the worst way possible, what could Subaru possibly say to her? If only Subaru had offered up an arm or a leg and taken on Crush's curse. Ferris, that's why Subaru-kun is prideful. Subaru, wah Ferris, anyone can see it on your face. It's no wonder Beatrice-chan refuses to let go of your hand. You may have gotten a bit better, but surely you ought to know when there's nothing you could have done. With his head tilted, Ferris spoke as if admonishing a child, rebuking Subaru for the shallowness of his thinking without getting emotional. Deep down he understood. Subaru's current idea existed only in the realm of theory, impossible to act on. As Ferris had said, it was meaningless. Even if Crush's salvation had been carried out by Emilia's knight, Natsuki Subaru, instead of the Church of the Divine Dragon, it would not absolve her of the fault of relying on an opposing camp to solve her problems. And that would be too large of a disadvantage in the royal selection, which was now past its midpoint. Subaru, if one delegates the solving of all their problems to other parties, is that person really fit to be the monarch? Is that what it's about? Ferris. How harsh. But that's right, Subaru, I'm just parroting what I've heard. That was something he had heard directly from none other than Crush herself. Once, when the witch cult had targeted Emilia, Subaru had asked Crush for help without any bargaining chips, but Crush had imposingly rejected Subaru's ugly pleas. That was a lesson Subaru had needed to learn. Hence, he did not begrudge Crush for that. It was far too ironic that, even though he had no grudge against her, the situation had reversed as it were. Emilia, hey Ferris, I'm not sure if this is okay to ask, but in place of Subaru, whose head hung low as he found himself at a loss for words, Emilia spoke to Ferris. Stepping out next to Ferris, she stood in front of the gravestone of Fourier Lugunica, looked at the offerings placed there, then, clutching the magic crystal on her chest, she closed her eyes. Behind Emilia, Beatrice and Rem could each be seen offering their own prayers for the dead. After that, Emilia gazed at the particularly gorgeous bouquet, the one that Ferris had adjusted the position of while he had been crouched down, that had been brought here by none other than himself, and she asked the following. Emilia, Crush-san and Prince Fourier, were they lovers? Ferris. At the question, Ferris's eyes widened slightly, then he gave a small laugh. And then Ferris, that's not something for me to say. It would be far too tactless. The double doors to the mausoleum gave rise to a weighty sound as they closed, and he met eyes with the dragon sculpted across their surfaces as a single image. He could tell it was likely the same depiction modeled after the divine dragon Volcanica that was also engraved onto the face of coins. But now that he had heard about the blighted love surrounding Crush and Prince Fourier, his feelings towards that divine dragon had grown more complicated compared to before. Subaru, I got to encounter the real thing on top of the tower, but with its empty state of mind, even if it's supposedly the object of worship for the Church of the Divine Dragon, bound by its covenant to the kingdom, it's just not very convincing, Beatrice. Its style might be to just switch on at times when it is necessary, I suppose. At times when it is not, it might be operating on something like an energy-saving mode or like auto when he doesn't have any work to do, in fact. Subaru, even if it's auto when he has no work to do. Treating him as empty-headed is going too far. Wait, if the target of comparison is the divine dragon, then wouldn't that actually be an honor for a citizen of the kingdom? Hearing Beatrice's hypothesis. Subaru also tried to simulate treating the Otto within his brain as the divine dragon, but when Otto did not have any work to do, he became an idiot as a result of the sense of freedom he woo. LD gained from finishing all his work, so Subaru was unable to get any useful comments out of him. Heavy drinking in moderation indeed. Regardless, Emilia, Ferris, what do you plan on doing after this? Ferris, after this you ask? Emilia, yes. After all, you can't return to. It would be difficult for you to return to Crushsand's place right now, right? You were always in that same mansion together, so do you have any destination in mind? On the way to return the mausoleum key to the cemetery's administrator, Emilia inquired so, and Ferris scratched his cheek as he hesitated in giving his response with a troubled look upon his eyebrows. Judging by his reaction, Emilia's comment had borne a critical impact on Ferris. There is no doubt that Wilhelm's decision to inform Subaru's group of Ferris's whereabouts must have been an anguished one, founded in worry for the young man's near future. Regardless of the circumstances behind it, the master-servant relationship between Crush and Ferris had been terminated. Under such a situation, Wilhelm, as a follower of Crush, could not take actions that opposed his master's will. Back there, the maximum consideration Wilhelm could offer was to have reliable individuals go to verify Ferris's thereafter. Thus, if they were going to respond to that consideration of Wilhelm's to the fullest, Subaru, what Emilia Tan is trying to say is this. For the time being, won't you come stay with us for a bit? Emilia, yes, that's right. How about it? Of course, I'm not saying you need to stay forever. I just think that you're probably sad from parting like this and that you just need some time. For me as well, it took around 100 years to accept the fact that I froze all the people in my hometown. Rem, I have to say, I think that would be far too long of a wait. Beatrice, by the way. It also took Betty 400 years to accept Subaru's love, I suppose. Rem, I have to say, I think that even for this person, that would be far too miserable. Due to those misleading statements from the long lifespan duo, Emilia and Beatrice, Rem began to look at Subaru with a bit of pity in her eyes. He would make sure to properly clear up that misunderstanding later on, but at the very least, their proposition to Ferris just now had been made in earnest. However, receiving those words, Ferris placed his hand over his forehead with a taha tilde. Ferris, for some reason I had the feeling you'd ask me that, but you really went ahead and did it. I'm a talented master of the healing art, so I get why there'd be a scramble to secure a claim on me. Emilia, MPH, I wasn't saying it as a joke, Ferris. Indeed, yes, of course, I'm aware that Emilia-sama is always earnest, no matter the time. I'm also glad that you invited me like that. It's the truth, you know, Emilia, but the way you answered Ferris, right. Although you invited me especially, I just can't agree to it. Slowly shaking his head from side to side, Ferris turned down Emilia's proposal with a wry smile. She very much wanted to be persistent against that attitude of his, but she also understood his feelings of not being able to accept. After all, Ferris, even if we're separated, I will always treasure Crush-sama. Even if it was my decision that caused the royal selection to become hopeless for her, I just won't break away to support somebody other than Crush-sama. Emilia, it's even okay if you hate me. Only if Ferris could just help us to be sure that you won't wander off somewhere unsteadily and that you'll be all right. Ferris, I wouldn't hate you or anything. Oh, that's a lie. I actually do hate you. Emilia-sama, all the way back from the very beginning, this entire time, I've hated you. Emilia, A. Really? Having gone so far as to bring out an uncharacteristic bargaining chip, the persistent Emilia was shocked. Nodding yes to that, Emilia, Ferris gestured to Subaru and the rest with the key to the mausoleum. Ferris, it isn't just Emilia-sama. All of the royal candidates other than Crush-sama, I've hated them too, and the same goes for all their knights. I also hate Beatrice-chan, and although this is pretty much my first time meeting Rem-chan, I hate her too. And I really hate Subaru-kun. Subaru, when you phrase it like that, it sounds like you hate me for real. Ferris, what makes you think I don't hate you for real? Receiving that retort, Subaru was unable to say anything anymore. Emilia, you really won't change your mind. Even Emilia, of all people, could discern that Ferris's hate just now was not how he truly felt. In order to refuse Amelia's proposal, Ferris had given his likes and hates as a reason. And then, no matter what he was told, no matter how he was treated, he declared that his feelings of backing Crush would never change. Ferris, please don't worry so much like that. The Royal Guard, I'm not sure if I can continue there or not, so I'll go discuss it with the commander, but regardless, I'm sure there'll be a high demand for me at healing clinics or wherever else. Subaru, you aren't going to give in to despair, are you? Ferris, despair. You mean to end my own life in lamentation over the world, or something like that? Me, the person who despises casualties the most in this world, Subaru. My bad, with zero hints of a joke there, Subaru apologized in the face of Ferris's clear assertion. Even if he no longer resided by Crush's side, Ferris was still the Blue, and he would do nothing that distorted his way of being as a healer. You would have faith in that. Subaru, but you know. How frustrating. If I can't go and say anything to Crush-san and Ferris also refused the idea of staying with us for a time, then there's nothing I can do. Rem, did Ferris-san not chide you about how prideful that is? Ferris, oh yeah, just as Rem-chan says. Subaru, but Rem. Whatever the case, there are problems that can only be resolved by the parties directly concerned. Although they were observing a passing tragedy, they bore no right to rectify it themselves. As Subaru complained about how frustrating that felt, Rem cast her eyes down and exhaled a shallow breath. Rem, just as how an outside party cannot meddle with the master-servant relationship between you and Emilia-san, or with the contractual relationship between you and Beatrice-chan. Between you and myself, Subaru, Rem, between you and myself, what sort of relationship is there exactly? What are you to me, Subaru? Don't turn it over to me all of a sudden. Me, you precious, Emilia, the same goes for us. Us, Rem, really precious, Rem. Thank you to Emilia-san. Subaru, what about me? With the entirety of his existence having been completely disregarded, Subaru's voice cracked as Rem ignored him in a graceful manner. Behind that exchange between Subaru and the others, Beatrice called out, "Wait," to Ferris. Then, as Beatrice lightly pinched the hem of Subaru's clothes, Beatrice, Betty is not as concerned about your near future as Subaru and the others, in fact. However, Betty owes you an enormous debt, I suppose. Ferris, Beatrice-chan-sama owes me. Did I ever do a favor or something for the Great Spirit? Beatrice, you saved Subaru when he was far too reckless and nearly destroyed his gate, in fact. Unfortunately, Subaru ignored your warnings and destroyed his gate, but you served to buy him some time, I suppose. If not for your help, Betty and Subaru would have no contract, in fact. Ferris, that gladdens me more than I expected. Beatrice, enjoying it to the fullest, I suppose. Thus, Betty is of the nature that always repays her debts, in fact. Though if anything ever happens to you, you can count on Betty to come to your aid whenever needed, I suppose. Ferris, even if Subaru-kun is about to fall off a cliff. Beatrice, after picking Subaru back up first, Betty would come rushing towards you in a great hurry, in fact. Hearing Beatrice's answer as she snorted her nose and placed her hands on her hips, Ferris's eyes widened slightly, and he placed his hand over his mouth and smiled with an aha. The impulse behind that smile grew more intense, and eventually teardrops began to well up in the corners of his eyes. Ferris, how unpleasant. Don't make me cry, Beatrice-chan-sama. Beatrice, as you have proclaimed yourself, you are quite the crybaby, I suppose. Receiving those words from Beatrice, Ferris's smile broadened ever so slightly. Emilia, if you change your mind, you can always visit us, okay? I'll talk to everyone to make sure someone will definitely respond. Can you promise that? Can you keep a promise, Ferris? Subaru, a stray bullet just hit me. Rem, it's quite justified. And so, right up until the very moment of their parting, Emilia and the others did their best to invite him. It was evident that they showed no signs of malice or artifice, and though he felt more and more guilty over making Emilia's face cloud over as he rejected her over and over again, there was nothing he could do about it. Ferris, it's not like I feel conflicted about Emilia-sama and the rest, you know. Even if he had ceded that qualification of his own volition, Ferris had been Crush's knight. It was impermissible for him, no matter how temporary, to shelter himself under the umbrella of any royal candidate aside from Crush. He was afraid that it would not look good for Crush, and above all, he feared what Crush would think of it. Ferris, on that point your highness was incredible. Were you ever scared? At the mausoleum, he had intended to repent before the gravestone and sarcophagus, to the extent that time would allow. And yet, after but a mere moment had passed, a lingering desire to ask that once more had already arisen in him. Whining and whining, even when he switched to dressing as a man, that effeminacy at his core would not be completely wiped away. Truly, he was disgusted by himself. Such a person as himself seemed to have been able to make only a single correct decision. Ferris, I'm glad that I was the one who suggested it. Just as he had told Emilia and the rest, his dismissal as a knight had been suggested by Ferris. When the Church of the Divine Dragon had extended their hand to him and he had decided to borrow the power of Phylor's sacrament, he was prepared to lose the qualifications to stand beside Crush. Merely, Ferris's soul could not sit there and wait for it to come out of Crush's own mouth. So he brought it up before that and avoided having Crush cut off Ferris of her own accord. What the hell, even though he had been trying to extol the right decision, it was yet another manifestation of that effeminacy that disgusted him. Ferris, I've been doing nothing but lying. He thought he had made the right decision. It was a lie. He had inquired as to whether Fourier felt no fear. It was a lie. He had said that he did not feel conflicted about Emilia and the others. It was a lie. His dismissal as a knight had been to protect his own fragile heart, and he knew that even Fourier himself had mustered up all his courage when he had asked Crush to go out somewhere. And there was no way he felt nothing toward the ready advance of Emilia and the others, who had achieved many great deeds despite her overwhelmingly disadvantageous position at the start, and had greatly inconvenienced the high-ranking nobility with her lineage as a half-elf, and above all, toward the efforts of Subaru, who held the same position as a knight. As a matter of fact, Ferris had not asked Subaru about the circumstances surrounding his ungloved right hand. That Subaru had not broached the subject likely meant that it would have been a troublesome method to be utilized as a cure for Crush. However, imagination was imagination. He had not confirmed it. The reason for that was obvious. He had fled from the possibility that there was any answer other than relying upon the Church of the Divine Dragon. It seemed as if just about every action he took was done to prioritize escaping his own pain. Ferris, do I truly consider anyone else precious to me? If he had seriously cared for that person, would he have not cherished that person's unyielding convictions? If he was aware of the prayers Crush had sworn before Fourier's grave, should he have not sought out a path that kept that wish alive, even if it continued to inflict unceasing suffering upon her? Was it not that very anger at facing this difficult-to-fathom reality that had allowed Crush to recall Fourier, and made none other than her realize the cruelty of Ferris's actions? What if the confusion of Crush's memories that had recalled Fourier Lugunica had been evoked by her wrath at Ferris's action that trampled upon that oath? Ferris might be detested by not only Crush, but also by Fourier. Ferris, quit it, there's no point to this. Once again, he realized he was pretending to have a guilty conscience and was searching for words to console himself. He did not have time to waste on such trivialities, and so as to not worry Emilia and the rest, as well as Wilhelm, who had been caught between him and Crush, he needed to determine his position from here on out. In truth, there was no reason for him to continue as a knight. Since the title of the Blue was still alive and well, he could turn to the treatment center or the Magic Research Institute and receive quite the warm welcome. It would be easy to secure employment, but there was no point in just living his life aimlessly. Even apart from the certainty that these healing hands would continue to save others, there was hope. Even if Ferris no, Felix Argyle had cast away the qualifications to wish for it. Oh, what a relief. I was worried we might miss each other. Suddenly, the ears of Ferris, who had been scowling at the pavestones of the noble district on the way back from the cemetery, shivered in response to the voice that had begun to speak, which had been directed at him. He stopped walking and looked ahead. In front of him, in the middle of the street, stood a lone figure. The figure, there was a familiar one. It was a man with dull blonde hair and deep blue eyes. His tall, slender figure was clad in a well-tailored suit, and his hair and goatee were carefully tidied, giving him a refined air. Given his profession, that was nothing strange. After all, that person was Ferris. Russell Fellow, was it? You're from the Commerce Guild, Russell? Yes, that is correct. I am greatly honored you remember me. Would it be permissible for me to call you Ferris Sama? Or perhaps Felix Sama, Ferris, whichever one you prefer is fine. Russell, well then, I shall take you up on your kind offer, Felix Sama. Due to my line of work, it is usually less expedient, in a manner of speaking, to call another by a nickname rather than their formal name. Ferris, Toward the man who bowed his head in a polite gesture toward Russell Fellow, Ferris closed one eye. The other party was a shrewd man who served as the chairman of the Commerce Guild of the Royal Capital, an individual famed for being preeminently brilliant even amongst the battle-hardened merchants of the Royal Capital. In fact, he had been enlisted to aid with the subjugation of the White Whale through the supply and transportation of goods, so he was not an unfamiliar party to the Crush camp. Ferris, that being said, currently I can't go along with any get-rich-quick schemes, you know. It's a shame, but Russell, your contract with Duchess Karsten as master and servant has been annulled. Indeed, I am quite aware, Ferris. Your ears catch wind so quick it's scary. Having said that, Ferris regretted that he himself had turned to such a foolish topic. After all, Russell had clearly been lying in wait for Ferris. If he had never made any such move even once before now, and yet he took such a step on this day in particular, it could only be because a reason to take such action had appeared. And then there was one more thing in addition to that, yet another foolish thing that he further realized too late. Ferris, it's still only early in the evening, so why is this road so empty? Russell stood in the middle of the road about 10 meters from Ferris. No indication of anyone on the streets of the Noble district drew near to Russell and Ferris's surroundings. If this were late at night or early in the morning, it would make more sense, but it was incomprehensible at a time when the sun had yet to set. And when something impossible occurred, there was always a reason. On this occasion, the reason why this had been brought about was, Russell, Felix Sama, I have something I am greatly interested in discussing with you, and if you do not mind, I would like to offer you an invitation to join me for a meal at my home. If you are still uncertain as to where to go, Ferris, do you intend to solicit me as soon as I am off my leash? I'm sorry, but such a conversation is Russell. No, I am not soliciting you. In truth, this conversation is compulsory. As if he was lamenting something, Russell slowly shook his head. In that instant, someone appeared right behind Ferris and pressed a cold blade against his slender neck. Ferris HK, breath caught within his throat, Ferris's movements were sealed. It was so sudden, there had been nothing he could have done. What he could discern was that the blade pressed against him was slender with a significant curvature, and that the person standing behind Ferris was considerably taller than him. No, there was that as well. Ferris, it doesn't seem like you are an ordinary merchant, huh? Russell, who knows? I believe it is certainly a possibility. As Russell continued to close the distance step by step while the blade remained against his neck and he was unable to act in response, Ferris at least tried to avert his eyes, feeling disgusted at himself yet again. Why did he assume that someone capable of bearing such cold eyes would be a normal person? Firmly biting his lip, he resisted letting any whimper or groan escape him. Ferris cautioned himself that such was the maximum extent of what he could do at the moment. While examining Ferris from up close, still with those cold eyes, Russell informed him. Russell, now that you are no longer the knight of the Duchess, I shall not hesitate to interrogate you. Regarding the sacrament of the immortal king passed down through House Argyle, so he declared. Chapter 10, Faith Embedded. So in the end, Captain, you're telling me that even when looking at it with your own eyes, you couldn't tell whether that Philor Saintess is the real Missin Royal or if it's Felt Sama. Hoy, but you saw afterwards that Duchess Karsten's health had recovered, right? Whether she is royalty or not, it's at least clear that the power of the sacrament is real, isn't it? I Subaru, yeah. I think that's something Biko and Rem can also attest to after we went there together. What Emilia Tan and Otto saw wasn't mistaken. Moreover, her description of Philor being a really good girl wasn't something that I could reasonably deny either. She seemed like an Emilia Tan type of girl, without any malicious intentions. Huey, letting out a deep sigh, Subaru recalled the rumored saintess he had encountered directly earlier on this day at the church, and with an indescribable mood, he tucked away the plate in his hands on the shelf. The cupboard provided for the royal residence was filled with both wooden and ceramic tableware, and having used those for their meal, Subaru and the others were now in the midst of washing, drying, and putting everything away. Garfield would wash the dishes at the wash basin, Petra would then wipe them dry, and then Subaru would store them away where they belonged. Since the royal residence was a guest house for upper nobles who had business in the royal capital, there was fundamentally no aspect of it that left anything to be desired, and provisions to ensure the guests had no inconveniences were constantly being carried out. If necessary, there were housekeepers that could be dispatched to take care of things like cooking, cleaning, and one's daily necessities, but the majority of nobles tended to bring along their own trusted servants, so it did not seem like they had many opportunities to work. The Emilia camp had also developed a style whereby the meal preparations for the day had been tasked to Petra, and the tidying up was being assisted by Subaru and Garfield, who had lost in rock, paper, scissors. So as the three of them were coordinating to tidy up together, they had ended up plunging into the current topic. Garfield, but you see, Captain, if you're saying Thatcha guys ain't mistaken it even wit your own eyes, then my amazing self's true feelings are of wanting to do something to help out wit the problem in Prestella. Petra, but what if that leads to it being discovered that Philor-san is real royalty? If that happens, Emiliani Sama's run in the royal selection might come to an end, you know. Garfield, that'd be a whole nother story, though. The saintness called Phylor's already gone and risen to center stage. It's just that nobody except the big shots in the inner circles know about her yet. Stirring around the water in the bucket to form soap suds, Garfield responded to Petra's words as he washed the dishes. His emerald green eyes narrowed as he engaged in combat against the stubborn stains clinging to the dishes using a scrap of linen in place of a sponge. Garfield. Not that I've seen her for my amazing self, but if she's causing that much of an uproar with just her looks, there ain't gonna be no keeping her hidden even if you tried. Much less if she's planning to go off and heal Pristella same like she did the Duchess's body. Petra, yeah, I think you'd get a perfect score with that understanding of yours, Garfsan. You're now able to properly read the social climate. Good boy, Garfield, don't be talking about it like you were giving me some sort of test. I'll say this now, but my amazing self's Petra's senior, yeah. Even when being patted on the head by Petra, who wore an expression most fitting for a teacher, Garfield could not show any resistance with both of his hands deep in the wash bucket, so all he could do was roar like a tiger. Pleasantly watching over their interaction with a faint smile, Subaru could not help but feel that the tides of the state of the world were shifting in an undesirable direction. Subaru, at the current moment, it really feels like there's a yellow light on the progress of the royal selection. But from here on out, if it ended up shifting into a red light, would it ever turn back to a green light once more, so that Emilia could honestly continue to fulfill her role as a royal candidate? Subaru, in all honesty, Subaru feared now that the possibilities for the surviving princess were narrowed down to the two options of Felt and Phylor. The royal selection would shift into something that simply sought the answer of which one of them is the true heir. Naturally, as Emilia's one and only knight, that was not something he could accept, but even disregarding that point of view, there was something about it that just did not sit right with him. That was something that had also been raised as a topic while they were en route to the royal capital via the Reinhard sprint method. Subaru, to begin with, before Phylor ever showed up, why was there no development of Felt being decided as the next monarch the moment she was suspected of being the princess? Of course, this world doubtlessly did not keep track of highly reliable evidence that would be useful for identifying individuals, such as DNA tests, fingerprint records, and dental care records. However, even the reasons why Felt was suspected of being the princess were quite the ambiguous things, such as the rare physical features of her outward appearance and how her age lined up with that of the missing princess. If that were enough to serve as proof of one's lineage in this world, then it would not have been strange in the slightest for the royal selection to have ended on that day, moments before Subaru made a fool of himself in the royal castle. Subaru, but that didn't happen. The greatest reason for that was Petra, the dragon history stone. As Subaru raised his eyebrows at having been beaten to the punch, Petra stared at him as she handed him the plate she had just finished drying upon receiving it from Garfield. Subaru nodded exactly and accepted both the plate and conclusion from her. Subaru, throughout history, it's been a prophetic slab that's assisted the kingdom in various times of crisis. Though it seems like the Dragon History Stone was what gave the instruction to hold the royal selection. Garfield, what's the matter? When you say it like that, it kinda sounds like there's something about it that's eaten at ya, Captain. Subaru, no, when I first heard about it, I didn't think much of it, you know. It's a fantasy world, so the thought of there being those kinds of marvelous items actually raised my excitement. But Petra, but it's different now. Subaru, yeah. After all, I've now got various inklings concerning an item that can inform about things that have yet to happen. Moreover, those are frequently bad inklings. As Subaru made a face that appeared as if he had eaten a bitter bug, Petra and Garfield exchanged glances. It had been nearly 2 years since Subaru had started life in another world, and to be frank, there was an excessive amount of things in this world that posed as future sight or the guidance of fate, but were actually just trying to put ideas into people's heads. In Valencia, Abel had regarded the stargazers with open hostility, and the witch of greed he had met in the tomb had given Beatrice a book of blank pages to dictate how she lived her life. And above all, he had even heard that the Gospels believed to be delivered into the hands of which cultists would twist their very manner of being into something sinister. How was the Dragon History Stone any different from those interferences that distorted fate from the sidelines? Subaru, I get why someone would get into the habit of relying on something if they were told it predicted the future. All the more so if it has a track record to back it up. But the age-old trick of a conman is to let you win a little at the start, before crookedly taking a whole lot more from you later on. In order to drag someone into a convenient decision in the future, they would give them small, inconsequential victories within their sphere of influence. So long as one was not aware of what they would be made to do for that utmost vital decision, there would be a risk that they might grow far too confident that whatever fate was telling them would be something positive for themselves. With those thoughts in mind, Subaru felt a sense of danger within the very prophecy of the Dragon History Stone. But Garfield and Petra, Subaru, why are you two making faces like that? When Subaru conveyed the apprehensions he harbored, Garfield and Petra stared with their eyes widened. Though young, they were both reliable confidants when it came to intuition and reasoning respectively, so it was strange for them to have the exact same reaction to a single premise. Even if one of them were to tilt their head in confusion, the other one would be able to provide a beneficial answer. That was what he had anticipated, and yet. And as Subaru marveled at that, the two of them began to speak in succession. Garfield, how should I be putting this, Petra? The idea of doubting the prophecies of the Dragon History Stone, it's so unheard of, it took me by surprise. Subaru, the idea is unheard of. Garfield, Petra, hum. As the two of them simultaneously nodded in agreement, Subaru wondered if it was some sort of joke. But their eyes were completely earnest, with a strong hue of genuine perplexity in their expressions, causing Subaru to blink his eyes in response. Their reaction felt like they had come into contact with something truly unforeseen, as if a question in a quiz was revealed to be solved by some logic they had never even imagined. It had been a while since he had felt this level of culture shock. No, he had only just recently experienced it again through hearing about the hereditary succession of the throne. Subaru, to be honest, I think that was just a disaster of me being way too unaccustomed to a monarchy, with the king as the absolute authority. But could this be like a more deep-rooted religious view kind of thing? Different climate and topography would lead to differing manners and customs, so while it was only natural for aspects of common sense to vary, he had actually come quite a long way without any major friction as a result of fundamental differences in values. He had thought he had led a relatively difficult life in another world thus far, but it seemed like he had yet to see the worst of it. Once again, he grew to understand the weight behind this nation being called the Dragon Kingdom. Subaru, Petra is a sweet, beautiful girl that bloomed in a village in the sticks, and Garfield is a golden rookie who grew up in a hidden village cut off from the rest of the world. Positions that, when compared to those born and raised in the big cities, would not receive the same benefits and education as citizens of the kingdom even for two such individuals. The fact that they had no concept of doubting the Dragon History Stone was proof of just how embedded faith towards the dragon was in the collective subconscious. If that was so for two of such origins, then those who firmly placed their identity within the kingdom would be even less likely to arrive at the idea of disregarding the Dragon History Stone. That was precisely why, under the circumstances of royal absence, this nation had the foundations necessary to carry out something like the royal selection without any hesitation. In that case, Subaru, the thing Crush-san was attempting to accomplish, was truly something incredible. Setting aside whether that ideal was correct or not, in this world so entrenched in its faith towards said dragon, Crush's advocacy to free themselves from the covenant with said dragon was an outrageous, humongous decision that Subaru was only now coming to comprehend. In fact, based on public sentiment from before it started, Crush had been the prime candidate in the royal selection by an overwhelming margin. The moment the royal selection did not end up entirely steeped in the singular color of Crush, it would have been clear just how difficult to accept her campaign policies were for the current kingdom. At the same time, Subaru could also fathom a guess as to her aim in the white whale subjugation that had occurred right after the commencement of the royal selection. Of course, regarding the white whale subjugation, Crush would have also had feelings of wanting to allow Wilhelm, a member of her own camp, to carry out his vengeance. However, the white whale was one of the three great witch beasts that had tormented people for hundreds of years, so was she not trying to make a point by bringing it down through their own efforts? To convey her own resolve and ideals, to say that even without relying on the dragon's covenant, she could firmly lead the kingdom forward. Ultimately, through Subaru's interference, the subjugation of the white whale was also assisted by the Amelia and Anastasia camps, and was known throughout the world as an achievement of a united military campaign between the three camps. Even so, Crush had not seemed to mind. After all, Wilhelm had managed to carry out his vengeance, and even while exposed to adverse winds from her surroundings, Crush had managed to take the first step towards realizing her ideal. And yet Crush's ideal had ended up being crushed in an unexpected way. Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. With his understanding reaching that point, Subaru finally became painfully aware of his own thoughtlessness. Without truly understanding the significance of the ideal that was on the verge of being plucked away from Crush, He had visited her and tried to provide comfort by saying he would stand by her out of shallow sympathy and compassion. Pairing that with the tale of blighted love between Crush and the fourth prince he had heard from Ferris later at the mausoleum, just thinking about how insensitive and superficial his words had been made him want to die in a fit of anger. But Garfield, you know, Captain, I don't know about saying this sort of thing, but when you let your emotions take over and go off saying this and that, it's something like Garagockel's lovesickness. But Petra, we've all been saved by Subaru's rashness and recklessness, so we'd appreciate you not speaking so negatively about it, Garfield. Ah. Ain't that what my amazing self was just about to say? Petra, sorry, I just wanted to score some points with Subaru. Poking her tongue out, Petra gave a playful apology, to which Garfield heaved a crestfallen roar. Receiving their words, Subaru subconsciously bit down hard on the inside of his cheek. That was because at first he had been surprised, then he had immediately become uncertain of what face he ought to make. He had regrets about his choice of words towards Crush, but he did not want to remain grimacing in light of Petra and Garfield's consideration. As a result, with his expression a half-baked, incoherent one, Subaru, don't pamper me like that. If I start presuming on it, I'll never stop. Petra, is that so? In that case, I want to start pampering Subaru even more. Right, Garfsan? Garfield, dunno if pamperin's the right word in here, but both Captain and Autabro don't really tend to look after yourselves even though you're always taking care of others. Every once in a while, it's fine for my amazing self to raise you up high in the air for a bit. Subaru, last time you did that, you sent Otto right through the ceiling. If you remembered it right, that was a disaster that had played out when Otto had gotten drunk after finishing up a mountain of work, and drawn in by the high spirits, Garfield had attempted to show his appreciation for him with all his might. Otto had no lasting injuries, and his memory of the incident had vanished with the alcohol, so it was quite the laugh tale now. Regardless, Subaru, I'd thought that there were already tons of things I need to do and things I want to do, but seems like there's now one more thing I want to make sure of. With a heart full of gratitude, Subaru reached out and rested a hand on both Garfield and Petra's heads. As they leaned into the ticklish head pat, Subaru narrowed his eyes at the soapsuds bubbling to the surface of the wash bucket and foaming apart. There were countless others who were wiser and more knowledgeable than him. But if even among such people, the significance of Subaru's presence could be found within these actions and ideas, then Subaru. First things first, I want to get to the bottom of what the Dragon History Stone really is. What sort of power it was employing, what its intent was in trying to guide them toward a particular future. He wanted to believe that, as a person from another world, casting doubt upon that was Natsuki Subaru's advantage. First, he would start with what he already knew. If he truly wished to be there for Crush and Ferris in a way they actually desired, after they had left him feeling increasingly frustrated at his own inability to do anything. Be that as it may, Subaru, if I asked Ferris, he'd probably say that this way of thinking is prideful. Unexpectedly finding herself listening in on the conversation taking place in the kitchen, she was earnestly wavering on whether or not to reach her hand out to the door. Seems kinda like they're in the middle of a conversation that's a bit awkward to rge into. HK, Ara tilde. Looks like I took you by surprise tilde C. If so, I apology tilde Z. At the words of Meili as she popped up from behind to peer at her, Rem shook her head with a no as she readjusted her grip on the water pitcher in her hand. She had paid a visit to the kitchen to refill the half-empty pitcher. Inside, Subaru, Petra, and Garfield, responsible for cleaning up after dinner, were washing the dishes in coordination and having a discussion regarding the royal selection. Reluctant to interrupt their conversation, Rem had vaguely decided she would just wait until they moved on to the next topic, and had been listening to the exchange from outside the kitchen. But Meili, don't you think that Subaru Oniasen has a really difficult Nadu tilde re? Was he always trying to shoulder everything by himself? It just makes everyone woe tilde our ride. As the topic of conversation in the kitchen veered toward Subaru's disposition to the part of him that would always feel excessive self-reproach, Petra and Garfield immediately jumped in with corrections and observations, and it was clear that Subaru was starting to get flustered. Standing behind Rem, it seemed like Meili had pictured the state of things inside, and touching upon it with her own way of phrasing, she widened her eyes and looked to Rem as if seeking her agreement. Meili, I wonder, Rem Onessen, aren't you pretty in tilde gry? Rem, I am not angry, but my feelings are rather complicated. After all, I had only just told that person something similar to what Petra-chan and Garf told him now. Meili, that sure would explain why you'd make a face like tha tilde t. Whatever the face she was making, Meili's manner of speech seemed as if she was walking on eggshells. Only, recalling when she had told him something similar when Subaru seemed like he was trying to carry the responsibility even for the death of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony who had been murdered in the prison tower, Rem remembered that she had hesitated to declare it purely a problem of Subaru's disposition. After all, she understood that the reason for Subaru thinking that way also dwelled within her own attitude. Mainly, to begin with, the way Subaru Oniasen only ever seems to be counting his failures isn't gu-d. Honestly, it's so in-su-elting. In front of Rem, as she cast her eyes down from the sentimentality and strengthened her grip on the pitcher, Meili crossed her arms and glared at the kitchen door as she spoke those words. Rem, it's insulting. Meili, am I wrong? Despite appearances, even I believe that I've been saved by Subaru Oniasen after a ll. Same goes for Petra-chan and Fanged Oni-san, which is why they are in there encouraging him as they are. Yet for him to still be like that, isn't it Anno-Ying? With a finger over her lips, Meili puffed out her cheeks. Seeing her pout so childishly, Rem blinked several times before bursting out into a sudden chuckle. Meili, did you laugh at me just no w? Rem, I apologize. It was a tad unexpected. From my perspective, you and Petra-chan both just seemed like quite mature children for your age, and so, Meili, you mean to say we're cheeky, I wo-ender. But although mine is just parroting what I've heard, Petra-chan's is the result of actually growing up, so for both Emilia Onesen and Rem Onesen, if you're careless, you might just get overtaken and end up regret-teating it. Rem, I have no idea what you are talking about. Meili, really. Fufufu ria-Ellie. That instant, Meili giggled with her hand over her mouth, elatedly smiling as if she had gotten revenge for being treated as a child. Heaving a sigh at Meili's response, Rem turned her gaze back toward the kitchen door. Rem, it seems like everyone who's a part of this camp has been saved by that person. Meili, C-ms like it. Maybe that's exactly why it's so hard to tell Subaru Oniasen no when he's about to do something ss. But I think you don't need to wo-rry about it. Rem, Meili, after ll, I don't think there's anyone who is more shamelessly out of place here than I-m. Holding her braid of hair in her fingers, Meili shrugged her shoulders. Catching the flicker of complex emotions that colored Meili's voice, Rem narrowed her own pale blue eyes. Rem, though it is a bit late now, it is bitter that I do not have my memories. Evidently, Meili carried circumstances that were by no means light. Unlike Emilia and everyone else she had interacted with in the Valatian Empire, she had only met Meili for the first time in the kingdom of Lugunica, inside the dragon carriage that Reinhard had carried over. From a rough explanation, she had heard that Meili was once somebody who was hostile to Subaru and the others, but not wanting to unnecessarily strain the relationship. Subaru's explanation had been far too vague, and ultimately, she never learned exactly what sort of friction had existed between them and Meili. Only the intricate emotions that had emerged on her youthful face appeared to be evidence of hesitation founded in those circumstances. That was why, Rem, please do not blame yourself too much either. Meili, holding her breath at Rem's words, Meili stared at her intently. As she received that gaze head-on without averting her eyes, Meili parted her thin lips. Meili, is it fine for you to say such a thigh-ng? Even though I once tried to kill Rem-san, Rem. That is quite the shock, but it is not something I remember, so Meili. Well, guess I'm Lu-cky for me to be lucky. I wonder if that's fine. Rather than whispering, Meili muttered those words with a voice that seemed like it would vanish. Still toying with her braid, her gaze fell from Rem down to the floor. Meili. To be honest, sometimes I think it's too good to be true. The things I've done being overlooked. Being forgiven by the kingdom just because of my divine protection even now. I can't help but wonder if I'm not due for some terrible retribution before Lo-ng. Rem, retribution. Meili. Just like how you're praised when you do something good, you're scolded when you do something bad. Ry-GHD. I've ended up escaping from that all this time, w, perhaps feeling guilty for having been pardoned. Meili's words were pessimistic and pitiful. Her deeds that had caused her to think in such a way, Rem knew not. Was her declaration that she had once tried to kill Rem to be taken as serious or as a joke? Perhaps if Rem knew all the details, her thoughts might change. But right now, she did not know anything. And since she did not know, she would never get another opportunity to say the things that she could only say now, so did she believe. Rem, I do not mean to make it a competition, but I carry a similar anguish. Meili, Rem Onesen has something similar to M-E. Rem, yes, after all, I do not intend to be a person so naive as to presume it is only natural when someone does a lot for me. What she thought back on were her own actions when she had awakened in a state bereft of memories. In an environment with nobody she could count on, she had been terribly cold to him, to Subaru, and repeatedly rejected his hand. No matter how dire Rem's circumstances had been at the time, there was a limit to how much she could justify her behavior. After all, the gifts bestowed by Subaru were by no means unlimited. Rem, I have no choice but to pay the compensation for that pridefulness within myself. Until that debt is settled, I believe I do not even have the right to face him. Meili. You're really hard on yourself, aren't you? Tilde you. Rem, I wonder, am I really? If I consider it as a recompense for being harsh to another, to a person who cherished me, I believe it is only natural. But that is just how it is for myself, so Meili, taking a step to close the distance on Meili as she spoke, Rem, after a moment's hesitation, plopped her hand on the head of the girl, looking up at her curiously. Then, Rem, I don't believe it is healthy for a child like you to live in such fear of some looming retribution, so I will certainly fight against it for you. Meili, as Rem falteringly selected her words, Meili expelled a soft sigh. Then with her eyes downcast and Rem's hand on her head, Meili. Even without your memories, Rem Onessen, I think you're every bit a member of this MP. Rem, that's, in what sense are you saying that? Rem knit her brows at Meili's downturned head. It happened then. Rem Kaya, suddenly, a strange sensation brushed against her hand placed upon Meili's head, and she reflexively let out a scream. Taking a look, a small creature had suddenly appeared on the girl's head, making its way through her dark blue hair. At the same time as she recognized it as a scorpion of a deep crimson luster, her arms promptly jerked back into a full water pitcher, still in hand. The remaining half pitcher's worth of water drenched Meili from the head down. Rem and Meili, witnessing that disaster, both Rem, the aggressor, and Meili, the victim, stood frozen in shock. Atop Meili's sodden hair, the little scorpion that had also been caught in the downpour was clacking its pincers in protest. Even though it was the one who had brought about the fright, the scorpion itself had the audacity to still be upset about the whole affair. Furthermore, before Rem could even finish processing that shock, the door to the kitchen vigorously swung open. Just now, didn't I hear Rem scream? Rem, what poor timing. That's the reaction I get for worrying about you. Also, what sort of situation is this? Having heard her scream, Subaru had come rushing out only to be aghast upon setting foot at the scene. At Subaru's usual liveliness, Rem momentarily hesitated on where to start explaining from. But faster than she could do so, a voice of laughter puffed out in It was Meili. Having been drenched in water, she giggled, soaking together with the scorpion perched on her head. Meili, how funny. There's not even the time to be feeling due. WN. Subaru, what's got you so refreshed? Oi Petra, towel, fetch a towel. Petra, Meili-chan is dripping wet. We've got to get you into some dry clothes right away. Petra came pitter-pattering over with a towel in hand and wiped Meili's head dry along with the scorpion. As Meili stood there allowing that to be done to her, Rem bowed her head to her, still with the empty pitcher in hand. Even though Rem had meant to offer Meili a comforting hand, the actual result had been a complete washout. However, as Rem reflected on that, Meili waved her hand saying, don't worry abu it, Meili. Insti I'll take what you told me earlier to he RT. Rem, catching a glimpse of Meili's eyes through a gap in the towel, Rem slightly widened her own in surprise. Even during that brief interaction, Petra had gone around behind Meili and nudging her shoulders. Petra, all right, let's go get you changed. Subaru, Garf-san, there's still tidying up left to do, but Subaru, don't worry, we can handle the rest. Make sure Meili doesn't catch a cold. Meili, don't treat me like a LD. With that sulky mutter, Meili was led away by Petra. Right until she vanished around the corner, Meili had kept on waving her hand back at Rem. After seeing those charming girls off, Subaru turned to Rem with an Subaru, is that Nisama's water? Then let's just get that refilled for you first thing, Rem. No, it is my fault that Petra-chan had to leave, so I will help. Subaru, In that case, we'll do it together. Evading the hand that reached for the pitcher, Rem offered her assistance instead. Upon doing so, Subaru looked a little surprised before immediately accepting, and as Rem gave him a bit of a flat stare, Rem, when it comes to this sort of proposal, you agree to it right away. Subaru, What's that supposed to mean? Rem, it is nothing. Garf, I will be assisting as well, so please move back a bit. Garfield, that'd be a huge help, but why is my amazing self the only one you call in such a rough way? Rem, because that's what Nisama called you, and for some reason it feels right. With his hands in the bucket at the wash basin, Garfield furrowed his nose. Sensing Subaru's smile wryly at that, Rem reflexively was about to say something, but she let it go. Had she not reflected on herself just now with Meili? Subaru, what's the matter, Rem? You've got this adorable look on your face. Did something happen? Rem, Subaru, sorry, I got carried away. Alright, look, let's get this all tidied up and then bring that water to Nisama. Subaru tried to cover up his verbal gaffe with vigor, and making a gesture of rolling up his sleeves, he ran to Garfield's side like the wind. Following along with a sigh, Rem cautioned herself as strongly as she could. Until she had settled the debts of her past actions, she would never gain the right to face this frustration. Rem, the road ahead still has many difficulties in store. Katia-san, Priscilla-san, when the day finally came that she possessed that right, just what sort of face would she show to him? Having yet to find an answer for that, Rem whispered to those she held in deepest affection and reverence within her own heart, before joining the coordinated dishwashing, seamlessly filling the gap that Petra had left behind. Questions rising anew, matters being posed anew, he had just decided to progress the situation, yet things did not go quite as expected. From time to time, it would not be uncommon for one's pace on their journey toward achieving a goal to be disrupted by a delay due to one's environment or some unexpected turmoil. In this case, it was the latter that had dampened Natsuki Subaru's departure. Fua, with a soft sigh, placing their hand over their wide-open mouth, they concealed that yawn. Although, aside from it being obvious that they had yawned, he could even see the teardrops that slowly welled up at the corners of their eyes. He had often pondered whether it would be better manners to just openly yawn, or to stifle a yawn to the point of tears. If yawning in itself was considered a breach of etiquette, then what more could be said? Your tea, as he gazed at the other party with such thoughts running through his mind, gently placed upon the table was black tea brewed by Petra, demonstrating the tea-serving techniques taught to her by Ram. As that warm aroma of fragrant tea leaves wafted through the air, the other party interrupting their own yawn with an "Oh my, what a lovely fragrance. I feel a little ashamed being treated so hospitably despite dropping by so suddenly. No, it's fine. We were all just about to have tea together, so I think your taming was actually good." Sakura Element, that's my name, Emilia-chan. Saying so with a faint smile, the woman introducing herself as Sakura Element, one of the individuals connected to the Church of the Divine Dragon, freely sipped from the cup of black tea offered to her. It had been on the periphery between early and late morning when Sakura had paid a visit to the Emilia camp, staying at the royal residence, right around the time when their minds were just beginning to wake up. It was not something they could say aloud, but the sudden visit without a prior appointment seemed a bit like a surprise attack. "We would have liked to greet you as well, but Emilia-sama is in quite the busy situation with much she must attend to. If you could have, we would have preferred you notified us in advance." It seemed that Otto had taken quite a bit of offense at how their pace had been thrown off by her. His wording was courteous, but a hint of his objection was unmistakable in Otto's remarks, giving Subaru the feeling that the situation had set Otto's nerves on edge. "Subaru, I guess letting off steam yesterday wasn't enough. You seem to think that if you talk to them in a polite tone, you are being courteous. Otto, I can hear you, you know. That is problematic, Natsuki-san." One Subaru, scary, it's not even courtesy anymore, it's a threat. Even if Subaru was his ally, Otto was merciless in snapping back at him. But his preparedness for war was not a manner of scolding Subaru and the others, of course, but was a result of receiving an opponent he must be wary of. Coming right after yesterday, the Church of the Divine Dragon at the center of the controversy had arrived expressly to visit them. There was no way it was not associated with the royal selection. Naturally, Sakura, who had been led into the parlor, must have possessed some cunning reason, but Sakura, Subaru-chan, right. I feel a bit shy when you stare at me so intently. Subaru, oh sorry. You are a beautiful woman, Sakura-san, but was that a bit impolite of me? Sakura, well, what a naughty boy trying to hit on me while apologizing. I didn't think you would be such a smooth operator. I've heard a lot of rumors about you, Subaru-chan, you knew. Subaru rumors. About me, toward that unexpected retaliation, Subaru gestured toward himself and Sakura smiled with a yes. Stirring her tea like that with a teaspoon, upon taking a sip from that cup once more, she exhaled in a vaguely seductive manner. Then, tilting her head at the vague silence that had arisen, Sakura, were you perhaps expecting something from me? Subaru, no, well, with the way things were going, wouldn't I expect to hear what rumors you've heard about me, Sakura-san? Sakura, really? However, I'm sure Emilia-chan and the members of your camp know you much better than I do. At this point, does it really matter what kind of rumors are being spread about Yao, Subaru-chan? Beatrice, indeed you say such nice things, I suppose. Truly, Betty and the others know Subaru the best, in fact. There is nothing to worry about, I suppose. Emilia, yeah. I'm really proud to have such a splendid night. Beatrice on his lap and Emilia sitting to his right gave their stamps of approval, and while he was overjoyed, the gossip concerning Subaru was swept away in an unsatisfying manner. In any case, the situation was that Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, and Otto, along with Petra, who stood back along the wall, were all dealing with Sakura, who had hoisted this assault upon them without an appointment. Currently, the impression he had of Sakura was that of a terribly elusive woman, but, Emilia, Sakura-san, are you a good friend of Phylor's? I just became friends with her. Sakura, yes, I've heard that so much from Phylor-chan that I'm sick of it. She just keeps going around saying, my Emilia this, my Emilia that. Well, I'm a peer of Phylor-chan's at the church, so I suppose I'm something like a stand-in big sister to here. Emilia, Phylor's big sister. Subaru, of course, there's quite the difference in that lovely liveliness between you sisters. Sakura, I'm merely a stand-in for a big sister, you knew. That girl grew up as a most cherished child of the church, kept carefully hidden away, so perhaps you could say she is like the younger sister of everyone in the church. Looking pleased, Sakura said so, the warmth of her smile remaining constant. Hence, it was an enigma as to how much of her explanation concerning Phylor they should earnestly believe. However, the description of Phylor being raised as a cherished child of the church that was hidden away weighed on him. Otto, well then, is it correct to believe the reason that Phylor-san never appeared in public was due to the policy of the Church of the Divine Dragon? Sakura, that is correct. Well, that also became pointless as a result of Phylor-chan rushing out on her own with a bang. Subaru, so Phylor's rampage was truly beyond the church's expectations. Without knowing the individual in question, it was a story that would be tremendously difficult to believe, but to Subaru, who had actually spoken with Phylor, it was an outcome completely lacking in incongruity. Yesterday as well, she had been forcibly put in detention at the church, but at that rate, it felt like she would soon reach the limits of her patience and rush out on her own. Sakura, I mean, she actually did rush out. Which is why I visited the lodging of Emilia-chan and the rest of you today. Subaru, Rushing out you're talking about today, Sakura, yes, it was this morning. Even though I advised her yesterday about the tasks we had to complete today, she's really such a troublemaker. Subaru, wait, is it really fine to just treat her as a little Miss Troublemaker and then go about drinking tea? Though it had not been broadly announced, there could be no doubt that Phylor had quickly climbed the ladder into becoming an important figure for the kingdom. How was it that the one appointed to be her overseer could relax here so leisurely while such a girl was acting on her own? Sakura, laughing with an to Subaru and the others, flustered as they were, as if it were someone else's problem. Sakura, please rest assured when it comes to that. Believe it or not, I know where Phylor-chan is headed. To be precise, it's where her friend Emilia-chan is. Emilia, is that what it is? She's coming to where I am. She hasn't come though. Subaru, she didn't come yet, did she? She had seemed to think that it would be grounds for relief, but instead, that information had failed to serve that role and they had resumed their panic. From Sakura's confident-sounding wording, it would seem she had something like a note from Phylor that indicated her destination, but no one in the camp had caught sight of the girl in question. Naturally, neither Petra nor Otto knew of her whereabouts either. Subaru, Biko obviously doesn't know either. She's been with me all day today since I woke up, Beatrice, in fact. Betty went to bed and got up early together with Subaru, brushed her teeth together with Subaru, and had breakfast together with Subaru after doing radio calisthenics together with Subaru, I suppose. During all of that, she didn't see that noisy girl at all, in fact. Emilia, what should we do? What if something were to happen to Phylor? Coming face to face with this, Subaru and the others were incredibly worried over the whereabouts of the missing Phylor. When she had suddenly appeared, they were surprised by her existence, but now that she had abruptly vanished, she had caused an entirely different shock. It was as if Phylor was a tempest in human form. And next to the flustered Subaru and Emilia, Otto let out a soft sigh. Subaru, hey, what's that about Otto? No way were you thinking that since it's the source of our worries, you would rather she just vanished so it would cause less problems in the future? Beatrice. Otto, that's seriously a bit too much like Roswell, I suppose. Otto, please stop causing damage to my reputation. You too, Beatrice-chan, do not look at me with those eyes. Just to confirm, is Phylor-san wearing the habit of the Church of the Divine Dragon? His veins bulging in response to the knowing glance Subaru and Beatrice shared, Otto then verified Phylor's attire with Sakura. Upon Sakura's response to that question of course and a nod, Otto, then I would not worry about it. Unless something extraordinary were to occur, a woman dressed as a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon should not get wrapped up in any trouble on the street. Emilia, really? Petra-chan, is that true? Petra, indeed, I believe it's as Otto-san says. If someone from the church were to get in trouble, I believe someone around them would certainly offer to help. Upon hearing Otto and Petra's conviction on the matter, as if it was only natural, Subaru and Emilia could only say, "Is that so?" as if seeing a new perspective. To Subaru, but that's only if she gets in trouble on the street, right? If there's a development like falling into the wicked, evil clutches of some malicious individual, even that wouldn't be foolproof, right? Otto, what are you talking about? A person riddled with wickedness, evil, malice, based on that attitude of Sakura-san's, it seems such worries are unnecessary. The reason she is here in the first place is Sakura. Otto-chan, you're quite quick-witted, aren't you? Exactly, I am here in anticipation. Right as Otto was convinced of the conclusion he had attempted to state, Sakura snatched it away from him and spoke of the reason for her visit to the royal residence herself. The way she had put it was subtly lacking in its explanation, but its substance, together with the recklessness of the real Phylor, provided Subaru in particular with an answer, a step behind Otto. Subaru, in other words, Phylor left to go to where Emilia-tan is, but because she doesn't know the exact location, she'll have to gather information here and there while on her way. Beatrice, stand in for a big sister. You anticipated the eventual arrival of Phylor here, which is why you are drinking tea with Betty and everyone else, in fact. Sakura, clap, 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 you're spot on. The children here at Emilia-chan's place are awfully brilliant. Sakura praised her with gentle applause, but Subaru and the others were not so naive as to take her compliments at face value. Besides, even combining the kindness of the Church of the Divine Dragon towards humanity with the initiative of Phylor, he could not be certain as to whether this woman was definitively safe. He wondered if Emilia had the same concerns, and as she furrowed her shapely eyebrows, "Emilia, Sakura-san, you're so confident, but I'm worried about Phylor. I'll just go take a little look around here, Emilia-san, if I may." A guest has arrived. Those worries of Emilia's were perfectly interrupted by the sound of Rem knocking on the door of the parlor. Everyone's gaze instinctively swiveled toward the door, and repeating "a guest," Emilia tilted her head. Immediately after, the door was blown open from the other side with such force and a bam. "It's terrible, Emilia. Please save your friend, Emilia, Phylor." Before Emilia's eyes widened in astonishment, the one who rushed into the parlor in a tizzy was none other than Phylor, the very one who had been the topic of conversation. Those crimson eyes of hers wet with tears, she dashed over to Emilia, who was staring at her, and dove headfirst into her chest without slowing her momentum at all. The force of it had been nearly that of a headbutt, but Emilia easily withstood that attack of Phylor's and caught her. "Emilia, why you surprised me? Are you okay, Phylor? Are you hurt, Phylor?" Yes, I'm okay." "No, I'm not. I'm falling apart." "Look, it's not my body but my mind that's falling apart." "Emilia, oh no, that's terrible. Where should I look?" "Phylor, I don't know either, so just squeeze me." "Emilia, okay." Squeeze. Immediately upon her entrance, Phylor dyed the space in her own hue with tremendous momentum. Emilia's manliness shone as she went with the flow, responding without hesitation. As he watched the two of them embrace like that, Petra came up next to him and lightly pulling on the sleeve of Subaru's tracksuit. "Petra, is that the rumored Saintess-sama?" "Subaru, that is the rumored Saintess-sama indeed." "What do you think? How different is she from the image you had?" "Petra, perhaps it's quite a bit different, but I think that's fine. What constitutes a saintess likely varies from person to person." "Subaru, an age of diversity even when it comes to saintesses, can't say that really speaks to me." Even though Petra was both a good listener and a good speaker, she struggled to put into words how overwhelmed she was. In any case, the worst-case scenario of Phylor roaming alone throughout the royal capital, never to arrive at the royal residence, had been averted for now. "Subaru, and then there is the objective of Phylor, who's going so far as to ask us for help, but Beatrice, for the time being, it doesn't give off a good feeling, I suppose." Subaru completely agreed with Beatrice's anticipation. Ignoring them, Emilia spoke in a hushed voice to Phylor, who was calming down little by little within her arms, and while soothing her, "Emilia, so, can you tell me what happened?" "What do you mean by save you?" "Phylor, that the thing is, things have become quite disastrous, Emilia." "Emilia, disastrous?" Gulp. At that pompous wording of Phylor's, Emilia swallowed with a loud gulping noise. Looking at Emilia from up close, Phylor continued. "It was, Phylor, it seems I must participate as a candidate in the royal selection." Her voice quavering tearfully, Phylor lamented that undue fate that had befallen her. Hearing this, Emilia's amethyst eyes widened. Otto put his hand to his forehead. Petra bit a lip upon her cute face, and Subaru and Beatrice looked at each other, and then, Subaru, as expected, Beatrice, that bad feeling was proven right, in fact. Phylor, what in the world am I ever to do, Jay? Sakura, at the same time, the unpleasant foresight of Subaru and Beatrice came true. Sakura, whose presence had been unnoticed by Phylor due to having her back to the parlor's entrance, waved at her. Upon this unexpected encounter with her family, Phylor, the one who had brought such an uproar with her, opened her mouth so very, very wide that it seemed like her jaw would fall off. The beautiful girl had been reduced to naught. Chapter 11, The Reason the Dragon Gem Shines. Don't you think that Sakura and Tiga are just heartless? If I'd known things would turn out like this, even I. Have you ever thought of saving someone with the sacrament out of self-preservation before? I probably would have done it anyway, but the way I'd feel about it would be completely different depending on whether I knew or not. Willing with teary eyes, Phylor glared at Sakura, who sat directly in front of her, and she apparently seemed earnestly aware of her own impulsivity. Having completed some proper self-analysis, Sakura, who had styled herself as a stand-in for her older sister, frowning at that outburst of Phylor's, Sakura, even if you put it like that, the ones inconvenienced would be us all the same. Subaru-chan, Beatrice-chan, you two understand me, right? Subaru, I don't get why you're dragging me and Biko into this, but I more or less get that the situation was inevitable. Beatrice, regardless of where responsibility lies, one can imagine from your exchange that Phylor was the one who created such an impetus, I suppose. Saying so, Subaru and Beatrice shook their heads incredulously in perfect sync, expressing their opinions on the query from Sakura, who was sitting right beside them. Incidentally, the seating arrangement on the sofas, which faced each other in the parlor, was currently Emilia and Otto on the host side, with Phylor clinging onto Emilia's arm, and Sakura on the guest side, along with Subaru and Beatrice sitting side by side, having changed seats. In addition to Petra, who had stood by the wall since the beginning, Rem, who had shown Phylor in, joined her, adding to the ever-growing liveliness of the parlor. Subaru, that said, the source of the increase in volume is mostly Phylor's fault anyway. To begin with, why are we even sitting on this side? It's a strange pairing, Phylor, my goodness. Emilia, did you hear that? That's Subaru, he's trying to tear apart two incomparable friends, myself and Emilia. Don't tell me, are you a spy for the church? Beatrice, no matter how you look at it, the only one who is a spy for the church is you, in fact. Beatrice gave a sigh of lament at Phylor, who wore a countenance as if to say she was filled with dread. Emilia, whose arm was still clutched in Phylor's grip, patted her friend's head despite her wry smile. Emilia, geez, don't look at Subaru like that, Phylor. Subaru is really sweet, and he'd never come between us. To begin with, my relationship with Subaru is completely different from my relationship with you, okay? Phylor, oh of course, I agree, by the way, which one is more important to you? Emilia, eh? Well, Phylor, actually it's fine. Don't say it. This too is in the scriptures. The dragon bestows ordeals upon us out of love. Just as gold scorched by flames shall gain further purity, so too shall the soul, through adversity born of that love, emanate a brilliance worthy of the dragon's will. With her head bowed and clinging to her scriptures, Phylor no longer seemed like a devout adherent of the Church of the Divine Dragon, but rather was simply covering up that which was inconvenient with the doctrines of the scriptures. Due to her having cut Emilia off, Subaru's chance to hear where he stood in Emilia's heart from her own mouth was snatched away, leaving him feeling unsettled. That aside, Emilia, about what we were talking about earlier, you said Phylor will be participating in the royal selection, so is she taking Priscilla's place after all? Ignoring Phylor, whose face was now cycling between red and blue all by itself, Emilia's question was aimed at Sakura, sitting across from her. Sakura's drowsy, drooping eyes narrowing slightly. Sakura, at the very least, there's no doubt Priscilla-chan's death is part of the Ryosen. Otherwise, it would contradict the account of the Dragon History Stone. Otto, after all, there are to be 5 dragon priestesses, those who qualify as royal candidates as recorded upon the Dragon History Stone, according to the policy of the Church of the Divine Dragon. You cannot go against that, can you? Sakura, of course, since that premise had collapsed, we took it as our chance and brazenly strolled into the castle. Please don't think of it as something like that. Even if, by chance, Priscilla-chan's absence allows a vacancy for the position of Dragon Priestess, the Church's policy is to maintain our distance. Otto, however, that did not occur. The reason for that is Otto deliberately left his conclusion unspoken, but the gazes of everyone present gathered upon Phylor, who had given rise to the first ripple that had led to this situation. Her throat tightened at the discomfort of having those eyes upon her, and then, clinging to Emilia, Phylor, that's wrong, Emilia. I never had even the slightest intention of becoming your enemy. It was just a stroke of bad luck. FFF for the most part. As her face turned pale, Phylor's eyes snapping wide as she whipped around to glare at Sakura, Phylor, For the most part, I would complain that the church's predisposition to covering things up is suspicious. All of this, it was wrong to have raised me so sheltered until now. I mean, it's not that I didn't think it was easy peasy being exempt from the studies the other children had to take, but to think that it would tear me and Emilia apart, it's not my fault. Emilia, there, don't cry, Philor. I'm not angry at all, and I've never thought of the other royal candidates as my enemies. Philor, Emilia, HK. The way Emilia gently stroked her head soothed Philor's unruly heart. Seeing this exchange, Sakura let out an "oh my" and brought her hand to her mouth with an astonished face. Sakura, usually she'd be rambling on and on from here, but Emilia-chan. You're so good at dealing with Philor-chan, is there some kind of trick to it or something? Subaru. Putting aside the quips about every Philor being rendered powerless before Emilia-tan's tender tolerance, ultimately, what exactly is Philor doing here, based on her behavior so far? He knew this was not a proclamation of war against the royal selection. He thought there was no way she had seriously run through the royal capital just to whine and make excuses. Beatrice, really, I suppose. It would hardly be a surprise if that were the case, in fact. Subaru, I'm with you there, but since that won't advance the conversation, Philor, wait just a minute. Do you think I am that witless? Certainly, I often act without thinking, but today is different. I have a proper strategy. Subaru, a strategy. Philor, yes, a strategy. I don't wish to partake in the royal selection. However, I wish to use the sacrament and fulfill my duty as a saintess. Therefore, I'll have my friend Emilia shelter me and save the people of Pristella in secret. How about it, Subaru? Is this an evil plan cooked up by a criminal organization from a Sunday morning cartoon? It was a plan so sloppy that even a child could poke holes in it. Since her goal was helping others, it was not even an evil plan in the first place, but the most glaring issue was that Sakura had already found out about it. Ultimately, it was a scheme where she had tripped over her own feet before even reaching the starting line. Subaru, besides, it would look terrible if we were to do something like abducting a saintess of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Petra, Emilia-sama has that sort of side too, but having no self-awareness about being a bomb is quite dangerous, isn't it? Philor, huh, does that mean Emilia and I are a good match? Beatrice, that isn't something to be bashful about, I suppose. Where was the basis for that confidence, with Philor's plan having been so tragically rejected? Moreover, Subaru thought Philor was taking the whole situation a bit too lightly. For a while now, she had been trying to steer the conversation in the direction of her declining to participate in the royal selection. But, Emilia, qualification as a royal candidate isn't something you can just abandon on a whim. Isn't that right, Subaru? Emilia-tan, Emilia, I also study hard every day. I'm sure I understand the kingdom much better than I did at the beginning, and also the binding power of what is written upon the dragon history stone. I had my reasons for wanting to participate in the royal selection, but I'm sure that even without them, I don't think I could have refused. Staring at Philor, who was clinging onto her arm, Emilia's words spilled out earnestly. It was understandable that the royal candidates had no right to refuse. He had spoken with Garfield and Petra the night before, but the covenant with the dragon was solidly and deeply rooted within the dragon kingdom. Actually, Felt had once tried to refuse participation in the royal selection. However, she had been forced to participate in exchange for the safety of Ramji, who had tried to steal her away. That meant there was a certain compulsion for the kingdom to stop at nothing in order to induce the participation of the dragon priestesses described by the dragon history stone. Emilia was declaring that the same now applied to Philor. Philor, but that's not what I wanted, you know. Emilia, right, I'm sure you didn't. I also think that if you hadn't been able to make the insignia shine, Philor, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. However, the dragon gem shone and you were selected, Philor. I'm sure you understand the significance of that better than anyone. Philor, as Emilia spoke to her with a tone that almost felt motherly, Philor hung her head weakly. Philor was a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Needless to say, as one who held such faith, love, and reverence for the dragon, it put her in the position where she truly felt the binding power of the dragon history stones account stronger than anyone else. It could even be said that her behavior up to this point had been a childish escape from reality. However, Philor, in that case, how about this? Emilia and I will form an alliance of friendship, and then I'll do everything in my power to help Emilia become the monarch. If we do so, then the royal selection, Emilia, thank you, Philor. But I would really hate that. Quietly but with unwavering firmness, Emilia clearly made that declaration. Philor's throat echoed delicately with a "heu" before the nobility of that voice like a silver bell. To make her point clear, Emilia felt around in her pocket and opened her palm to reveal the insignia she had grabbed. As soon as she did, the overflowing crimson radiance of the dragon gem shone across the parlor of the royal residence with a dazzling light. Emilia, I said so before, but I had reasons I wanted to participate in the royal selection from the very beginning. While demonstrating the brilliance of the dragon gem, Emilia spoke so that Philor would listen. Emilia's initial motivation to join the royal selection had been to use the power of the dragon's blood kept in the royal castle to save her hometown, which had been frozen in ice. But as time went on, as she met others, and as she learned more, Emilia's sentiments regarding the royal selection were now beginning to change. However, that initial desire would neither change nor vanish. And Emilia, it's the same for the others as well. Crushsan had her own, Anastasia-san had her own, Felchan had her own, and Priscilla had her own. We all have our own things we wanted to achieve, and so we all joined the royal selection. No, that's wrong, Philor, wrong. What's wrong about it, Emilia? I'm sure that those who can make the dragon gem shine have reasons to participate in the royal selection. They all have something that they can only achieve if they are part of it. If so, what is it for you, Philor? For me, Emilia gave Philor, who was blinking in dumbfounded amazement, a valiant and lovely smile. She had suggested supporting her friend Emilia's desires should she become a royal candidate, but Emilia could not quite accept that was Philor's own desire. Emilia would not recognize her inclusion into the royal selection of the Kingdom of Lugunica for such a reason. Emilia, please don't say that you don't want to as soon as it is asked of you due to feeling overwhelmed. Think about it really carefully. I'm sure you won't be able to refuse joining the royal selection anyway. However, I don't want someone who joins just because they feel they have no choice but to take Priscilla's seat. It was a resolute statement, a wish, and also a prayer. Philor blinked at Emilia, who had directly expressed everything within her heart. No one said a thing regarding the tension swelling between the two of them, coming in contact with each other with zero distance between them. Neither Subaru nor anyone else wanted to insert their presence into the silence born between them, so as not to introduce any needless impurities into the decision to come. Philor, yes, it was Emilia, watching Philor closer than anyone, who created ripples upon the surface of that silence. She narrowed her eyes, framed by her long lashes, and gave the insignia in her hand to Philor. Philor reflexively accepted that which was offered to her. Even if it was due to its lack of awareness, the insignia's dragon gem chose not when to shine. Philor, if I were to participate in the royal selection, as Philor muttered this, the dragon gem illuminated within her hand, just as it had in Emilia's. As it glistened with a light the same color as her own eyes, Philor made a declaration. In the face of that unescapable destiny known as the royal selection that had been thrust upon her, what sort of principles would she proclaim? Philor, I wish to reform the relationship between the church and the state that has existed up till now, so that those within the castle and those of the church will no longer hesitate to extend a hand to the other due to some strange, stubborn formality. Emilia, Philor, if I were to become the monarch, I would make this a country where none would hesitate to help others in need. It was nothing more than idealism that had been instilled in her, the full details of which were currently quite lacking. Yet, in Philor's own way, she wished to break the fetters and frustrations that she had experienced growing up and living as a member of the Church of the Divine Dragon, and make the world a better place. And now that she was able to tout such principles, there were none who could laugh at Philor, deride her as someone elevated to her high position against her own will by those around her, or call her begrudging participation in the royal selection merely a means to fill a vacancy. Otto, as I thought, I ought to have turned away all visits without an appointment. Subaru heard Otto mutter that under his breath in response to the conclusion Philor had reached. Dressed lightly without his hat or mantle, as he ran his fingers through his wavy gray hair absent-mindedly, he appraised the occurrence happening there. In truth, Subaru could understand why Otto felt like saying that. Subaru, after all, a super strong rival, has made an appearance just now. Otto, I think this is a laughably self-destructive move on our part. However, the fact that it was none other than our own leader that encouraged it is what is troublesome. Subaru, relax. The stronger the opponent, the stronger Emilia Tan becomes, so something like this gives me a good feeling. Otto, if you are trying to cheer me up, could you not tell me something less objectionable than that? Beatrice, naturally Betty would like to feel sorry for Otto right now, in fact. However, Beatrice trailed off and narrowed her eyes, and gazing toward what shone radiantly before them toward Emilia and Philor, Subaru concurred with that opinion. Certainly, if one were to limit themselves to only the event that had occurred, it probably ought to have been labeled as a foolish act. An amusing image of Roswell falling to his knees upon hearing that news afterwards came to mind. Nevertheless, it was worth it. In exchange for the appearance of a super strong rival, one thing was certain: Emilia, I absolutely will not lose to Philor, because without a doubt, Emilia, who aspired to be the monarch, had been able to show her true colors. And so, I respectfully accept your request for my participation in the royal selection. With one hand placed on her chest and the other causing the insignia to shine with a sparkle, Philor made that proclamation with majesty, with boldness, and without hesitation. This was the royal castle, but rather than the throne room where they would be summoned if something significant were to occur, it was a conference room that appeared to be used for slightly more compact discussions. In a space about the size of a school classroom, a round table capable of accommodating approximately 20 people around its circumference had been placed there, and traditionally, briefings between the council of wise men and civil officials of the castle had often been held here. Emilia, see, on the day the royal selection started, after Subaru was kicked out of the chamber, we all moved to this conference room to discuss things. Subaru, offstage from me getting thrashed by Julius. Emilia, I still can't remember, but Subaru, you had a fight with Julius. You must have made up properly. That's why the two of you are really good friends. Subaru, setting aside whether he and I are really good friends, it was a necessary event for Emilia Tan and I to become really good friends. Subaru responded to Emilia's whispered description with a crooked smile. In a world where Julius's name was yet lost, Subaru did not feel like delving deeply into how those involved recollected his disgrace upon that day, even as a form of admonishment. Fortunately, the conference room had a noticeable amount of empty seats on this occasion, and there were few people here who were involved on that day. After all, this was a so-called top-secret meeting with only a minimum number of those involved from each camp, and for the Emilia camp, that was limited to only Emilia and Subaru, as well as his partner Beatrice. Although one of these extremely limited participants, an elderly man with a distinctive long beard who greeted them, was indeed one of the individuals involved with that day. That elderly man, Miklatov McMahon, member of the Council of Wise Men, while watching Philor reach a rather preferable change of heart, Miklatov, HRRRMM. We are immensely grateful for that response, even though we were the ones to make such demands, but could you please inform me once more? I did give my permission, but for what reason did you have Emilia Sama and Natsuki Dono join us here? Philor, I received advice from their council this morning before coming to the castle. Emilia is an irreplaceable friend of mine, and Subaru is her knight. To be honest, I wanted to bring along everyone from the Emilia camp who helped support me in declaring my resolve. As you can imagine, if you were to do that, the church as well as myself would be in a rather awkward position. When Philo responded to Miklatov's inquiry, the sole individual to accompany her from the church, Sakura, made a troubled face whilst uttering those words. Philor seemed dissatisfied with that answer, but since it would be odd for all the members of the Emilia camp to be gathered en masse for such a ceremonious event, Sakura's view was likely the appropriate one. However, compared to the impressions left upon Subaru, Miklatov, stroking his long beard, seemed to have been struck by a different portion of what Philor had said. The wise elder's astute eyes narrowed, and as he let out his habitual sigh with a HRRRMM, Miklatov, a friend, you say? Miss Philor from the Church of the Divine Dragon and Emilia Sama. Subaru, is that it? Emilia Tan is a silver-haired half-elf, and Philor is a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Is that what you are trying to get at? Emilia, hold on, Subaru, picking up on his muttering. Emilia chided Subaru as he instinctively began to act hastily. Still, there were no dependable comrades from their camp present outside of Subaru and Beatrice. Thus, Subaru must speak to Miklatov impactfully on everyone's behalf. As the one and only knight entrusted with Emilia, he must adamantly contend with such absurdity. Subaru, Miklatov-san, you must be aware of Emilia's achievements over the past year and a half. We all know of and have taken account of such things, and yet, I wish the higher-ups of this country would stop continuously taking such a prejudiced view of her. Speaking of her as a half-elf, is it not enough already? Miklatov, saying, is it not enough, seems to show a bit of a disregard for public sentiment. From the start, it was obvious that Emilia and the witch had nothing further in common beyond appearance and race, however. That alone is momentous. You must understand, do you not? Subaru, NGH, using his experienced artistry when it came to rhetoric, Miklatov caused Subaru, who had been berating him rather assuredly, to waver. The problem here, once more, was the common sense rooted within the inhabitants of this world, that which would never well up from within Subaru as his own true feelings. And that was not confined to the silver-haired half-elf Emilia. Miklatov, inevitably the fact that you, a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon, will become a candidate for the royal selection will surely come as a great surprise for many people. It will also be a major departure from convention. This was an exceedingly thorny decision to make. Philor, yes, I am well aware of that fact. And yet, Miklatov, HRRRMM. And yet, what is it that you wish to ask, Philor? And yet, if that is indeed the case, then just why did you go to such lengths for me to enter the royal selection? That doubt, weaved from Philor's lips, was indeed a natural question to ask. Miklatov's wording just then gave a glimpse into the state of affairs, that the royal castle, for its part, was not in any way readily accepting of a royal candidate from the Church of the Divine Dragon. Philor, I'm also a nun of the Church of the Divine Dragon, and although I naturally understand rigid adherence to the record of the Dragon History Stone, the fact remains that even with Priscilla Bariel, that even with her passing, 5 individuals with the qualifications of a dragon priestess had been gathered, and the royal selection had begun. The record shouldn't have been distorted, Beatrice, or perhaps has the account of the Dragon History Stone been updated, I suppose. Are you saying that when lacking 5 priestesses, a replacement priestess was found and it was rewritten as if to promote her? In fact, Miklatov, no, we have received no such report that the record of the Dragon History Stone has changed. Merely, rather than our intentions regarding this matter, it is more a question of national sentiment. Subaru, national, Emilia, sentiment. Subaru and Emilia tilted their heads as if question marks were floating above them regarding Miklatov's answer. And then, lowering his voice slightly, Miklatov, it shall become public knowledge in due course, but for now this is confidential. In truth, it appears that rumors are already circulating through the streets. That Duchess Karsten was granted salvation by a saintess of the Church of the Divine Dragon. Subaru and Emilia, Miklatov, a gag order was imposed within the royal castle regarding this matter. Of course, even if you keep information locked up, it will still seep out like raindrops, however. Even rumors that the saintess in question possesses the same characteristics as the long-since vanished princess of Lugunica have spread substantially. Subaru. Isn't that basically all the information in its entirety being leaked? Miklatov's face clouded over with bitterness, but if it was indeed true, then it meant that the royal castle's attempt at information control had ended in a completely ill-prepared failure. Subaru, I think there's no way, but Philor, were you so delighted to have saved Crushsand that in your good mood you spread your own achievement around? Beatrice, Betty has been convinced, I suppose. Philor, please don't be. Also, I didn't do any such thing. Even I have common sense. Well, I may have told some people close to me, wanting to use them to persuade the people of the church. But they shouldn't have spread it around town. Subaru, Biko, Beatrice, let's say that it's gray as close to black as it can get, in fact. Subaru more or less agreed with Beatrice's scathing evaluation. He pitied Philor, stomping her feet in vexation, but no matter how much she insisted that she had not done so, the feeling that she had indeed could not be erased. Such was the impression he had of the girl up to now. In any case, no matter whoever might have been responsible for the dissemination of such rumors, Emilia, then perhaps there are rumors that Philor made the insignia shine as well. And since it would be strange for Philor to not be included as a royal candidate, everyone is peeved. Miklatov, talk has yet to go that far. However, news of Priscilla Sama's death will soon be announced to the public. If Miss Philor's existence has become known by that time, naturally the streets will overflow with voices calling for her participation in the royal selection. Subaru, so before that happens, you want to finish laying all the groundwork in advance. If Philor's participation was a matter of course anyway, it would keep things more transparent for everyone to quickly advance the conversation. While on one hand he could understand such arrangements by the adults, but sure enough, he was somewhat bothered by Philor's lack of a veto. Had she not been able to discuss this with Emilia beforehand, Philor would have joined in the worst possible frame of mind, completely lacking the necessary mettle of a royal candidate. Sakura, now don't frown like that, Subaru-chan. We successfully came to a conclusion somehow or another, so that means we're fine, right? Subaru, is this fine with you, Sakura-san? Initially, Philor wasn't supposed to have left the church, or rather her participation in the royal selection was unforeseen, right? Sakura, whether they want it or not, the leaves of the trees are nothing but at the whim of the wind and water. Subaru, as Sakura's tone of voice suddenly fell, Subaru could not help but look embarrassed. Those few words were filled with a poignant sense of emptiness loaded with vacuous resignation, almost as if it were that of an old tree, agape with a large hollow, withering to naught. It nearly even felt like, rather than speaking about Philor, those words were rather about Sakura herself, about her own resignation. Sakura will, that which will happen. To begin with, even if she has the drive to do so, she is a year and a half behind the other children, so she might not be able to compete. Philor, excuse me, Sakura. Why do you have to put a damper on my enthusiasm like that? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to win. My tenacity is truly that of the dragons. Subaru, I've been curious, what does the Church of the Divine Dragon think of the way Philor carelessly makes light of the dragon? Sakura, blasphemy or something along those lines. Philor, blasphemy. It was more scathing than he had anticipated, but as expected, it seemed that they deemed it as behavior not to be endorsed. Philor maintained a stance utterly distant from the typical image of a saintess. At any rate, with most of his questions answered, Subaru now had a general grasp on the purpose of this top-secret meeting and the rationale behind why the participants had been so tightly restricted. That was to say, this was an informal notice confirming the intentions and plans of the parties involved before the proper public announcement. And when he thought about it that far, suddenly, Subaru's anxiety spiked. That was Subaru. See, Philor, if you are also going to become a royal candidate, does that mean you will also appoint a knight like the other candidates, like Emilia Tan did with me? Emilia, Subaru, you might have a misunderstanding about that. Subaru, a misunderstanding. Emilia, it just so happens that all of us royal candidates are attended by knights, but that's not an absolute rule. After all, Anastasia-san and I didn't form a knight contract with Julius and you from the start, right? Subaru, that's true for me, but Julius was Anastasia's knight from the beginning. Emilia, that's right. I'll have to remember that properly for Julius's sake. While Emilia made a minor correction due to the influence of the missing name, Subaru, however, was convinced by that explanation. Indeed, at the outset, Roswell had accompanied Emilia as her backer, but Subaru had been absent as a knight, or rather, he had not yet won that trust. Therefore, perhaps being a royal candidate did not necessitate having a knight. Subaru, but I do think going through the hassle of finding one would bring you more prestige. What are you going to do? The only one close to Philor that could fulfill the requirements would be, maybe my friend, Emilia, my friend, that's Tiga, right? Still, that might be nice. Philor also seems to be really close with Tiga. Philor, my knight being Tiga. That doesn't feel the least bit special. Clasping her hands together in front of her chest, Emilia was in complete agreement with Subaru's nomination, and yet Philor booed that choice with incredible vigor. Philor, well, Tiga is skillful, so if appointed as a knight, he would probably do well and not make any mistakes, but he scolds me a lot and is quick to doubt me whenever something happens, so I suppose he lacks the necessary respect and loyalty for a knight. Besides, even though he's not a knight, it won't change that he still accompanies me here and there even now, so there's no point in going out of my way to name him as my knight. Rejected. I do reject it, Subaru. Well, it is your knight, so I think you should do as you like, huh? In the first place, how would one usually even go about appointing a knight? For example, in Subaru's case, he was conferred his knighthood by Emilia, and was immediately installed as her knight, which was how he acquired his current position. But what of Reinhard or Julius? Receiving a knight should not have been something restricted solely to royal candidates, but Subaru only now felt shame at his own ignorance of what such contracts were like in those sorts of situations. Miklatov HRRRMM indeed. In many cases, it is typical for a knight to seek out a lord and swear fealty in order to be appointed. However, for a knight of great renown, it is not uncommon for some lords to promise a high salary and favorable treatment, extending an invitation to them and requesting that they serve them. Subaru, I wasn't expecting Miklatov-san to explain it to me. By the way, do you employ any knights, Miklatov-san? Miklatov, there have been many who have long since come and gone that have placed their trust in our household. The prevailing view is that, as you might expect, those who have had an outstanding knight dedicate their sword to them command a certain amount of respect. Subaru, it's understandable. Indeed, the status of having the sword saint or the finest of knights as their foremost knights ought to have attached quite a great deal of prestige to the names of Felt and Anastasia. The notoriety of the foremost knights was an important barometer for the royal selection. Sure enough, Subaru wondered if he had actually become Emilia's strength as a knight. In addition, he wondered if Crush, who had dismissed Ferris from the role of her one and only knight, might now acquire a new knight. Subaru, he did not want that. Indeed, as the individual involved would put it, thinking those thoughts as if clinging to them was a result of Subaru's pridefulness, his desire for everything to go the way he wished. They might find a different answer to the unavoidable rift that had formed between the two of them if they took some time to recollect themselves. So until then, he prayed that she would leave that seat vacant. Yes, with prideful resolve, Subaru began feeling sentimental. Phylor, just now Miklatov-sama said this, that for an outstanding knight to approach me, I should raise my voice and appeal earnestly. Beatrice. The passion seems to differ quite a bit from what Betty heard, I suppose. Subaru, me too, I also felt like the nuance was a bit different, but clenching her fists tightly and stifling her emotions, Phylor muttered. Beatrice's response to that pulled Subaru back from his sentimentality into reality. Perhaps having ears that only heard what was convenient for herself, Phylor interpreted Miklatov's statement in her own way, and on top of that, her cheeks were becoming slightly flushed. For some reason, it seemed like something had gotten her emotions riled up to the point of making her cheeks burn. But, Emilia, maybe you already have an idea of who you want to appoint as your knight, Phylor. How did you? Was it because of our close friendship? Emilia, I think so. But what sort of person are they? Subaru, just to get it out of the way, Reinhard's already all sold out. Beatrice, and naturally Subaru and Betty are under a sales contract in perpetuity to Emilia in fact. With the attention of Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, Sakura, and Miklatov centered upon herself, Phylor smiled with a somewhat meaningful fufufu. She met all of their gazes, vigorously opening the thick book of scriptures before her. Phylor, please have a listen. This too is in the scriptures. The arm of man doth swing the sword, but it be the dragon's will that deals in life. They're the footprints of a knight chosen. Even the most bloodied of ruts turn to roads of silver. Emilia, that means. Phylor, basically the one most suitable to be my knight is someone who has been recognized by the dragon. Though it felt a bit like an arbitrary interpretation ultimately when it came to a knight great enough to be recognized by the dragon. The only person meeting such qualifications whom Subaru could think of was Reinhard. Taking a more broad interpretation, it was also technically true that Emilia, having cleared the trial of the first layer at the Pleiades Watchtower, was also someone who fulfilled those conditions. Subaru, though a development where a royal candidate ends up becoming another royal candidate's knight would be quite amusing with how it breaks the system, Emilia Tan has me, so that development gets rejected. Phylor, Emilia being my knight's that is certainly an idea that tempts my heart. However, my hopes and aspirations differ from hers. Please do not lead me any further astray. Getting the feeling that he could neither say, don't be shaken over something so trivial, nor Emilia's the target of comparison, so it can't be helped that you feel shaken, Subaru ultimately said nothing to Phylor. Taking no notice of Subaru's consideration, Phylor briefly cleared her throat. Phylor, all right. Is it all right? As I have said, if I, a saintess of the Church of the Divine Dragon, am to stand as a royal candidate, then it must be that my knight is one that has been recognized by the dragon. And so, as far as I am aware, there is but one personage who meets that criteria when such a prestigious requirement was raised to the forefront. There was just a single person who came to mind, whether one liked it or not. As irony would have it, he was an opponent who was destined to contend against Phylor not only in the battle for the throne, but over the question of who was the true survivor of the Lugunican royal family. None other than the one and only knight in service to Felt, the sword saint Reinhard van Astria Phylor Heinkel Astria-sama. Subaru, NGH, feeling as though he had heard a mixed-up reply, Subaru's throat unwittingly let out a horrendous squeal. However, Phylor wore a smug look on her face upon making her declaration. Beside her, Emilia and Beatrice were visibly as shocked as Subaru, their eyes wide open in surprise. Even if an Astria was an Astria, it was a different Astria than the one he had envisioned. Subaru, Phylor, WH, what is the matter? Or rather, aren't everybody's reactions somewhat strange? Subaru, yeah, they're strange all right. Could I please just ask you to tell us one more time? The one most fit to be the knight of a saintess of the Church of the Divine Dragon is who exactly? Phylor, like I said, I would prefer if you did not make me repeat myself however many times, but Heinkel Astria-sama. However many times he heard it, the name did not take on a different sound, and as she voiced it, Phylor inclined her head. From her perspective, it seemed like the reactions of Subaru and the rest were far more difficult to understand. That was only natural. After all, in her eyes, the person known as Heinkel Astria was Phylor, one from the lineage of sword saints who, upon conquering the dragon's blood that washed over his body, was reforged into an immortal knight, Heinkel Astria-sama. I wish to name him as my knight. Indeed, having risen to the stage as the sixth royal candidate, Phylor boasted that in her position as the sixth, the individual most fit to be her one and only knight was none other than the backstabber, Heinkel Astria. Chapter 12. Grown clear skies graced the day since the early morning, as if it were blessing the triumphant future to come. Subaru, or is it a bit too optimistic of me to be thinking something like that? Beatrice, Betty does not think so, in fact. In all actuality, if Phylor's sacrament proves capable of exhibiting the anticipated results, then Subaru's cheerful mood would be nothing more than an advanced celebration, I suppose. Subaru, if it's just me celebrating in advance all on my own, then I get the feeling that it really was a bit too cheerful. Hearing Beatrice's follow-up as they walked together hand in hand, Subaru scratched his cheek with his unoccupied fingers. Given the situation, a part of him did want to stick up for those feelings of unavoidable cheerfulness, but considering how little he himself had actually contributed to that, he could not deny that his spirits were too high. In reality, for their upcoming itinerary making for the Watergate city of Pristella, and using the sacrament of the Church of the Divine Dragon to provide aid to the victims of the witch cult, there would arrive no moment in which Subaru would be of any particular use. Only, as the Knight of Emilia, who would be performing a distinguished role there, and above all, as an individual who had experienced the fierce battle that raged in the city, he wanted to be present to witness the moment in which the abhorrent scars left behind by that struggle were healed once and for all. Subaru, so that's why we'll rely on Reinhard to keep up the hard work for this part and have him take us along to Pristella as a member of the expedition. Beatrice, naturally Betty will be coming with you, in fact. Together with Emilia, who will thaw the residents she had encased in ice, and with Garfield and Otto, who still have unresolved matters in that town, I suppose. Subaru. Garfield said something about the father of a family he got along with there being a victim of lust, and Otto is going to collect the book he had entrusted to that restorer, huh? Beatrice, seems like it. In fact, good grief, what a cunning man, I suppose. Puffing out her cheeks, Beatrice grumbled so, and Subaru pondered her complex feelings on the matter. The book which Otto had entrusted to the restorer in Pristella was one of the tomes of wisdom considered to have been left behind by the Witch of Greed, Echidna. However, it was the volume that had been inherited by Roswell. With the single-minded wish to verify its contents, Otto had retrieved the book after it had been mostly reduced to cinders, and while that persistence of his went without saying, it was also difficult to believe the skill of the restorer who claimed he would be able to reconstruct it. But for Beatrice, who had lost her own tome of wisdom in a fire, it must have put her in an extremely delicate state of mind. Beatrice, do not worry. In fact, Subaru, Beatrice, if it's the matter of Betty's guide for the future, Subaru now fills that role, I suppose. It is shocking to witness Otto's destitute disposition as he attempts to recycle burnt cinders, in fact. But if he can get the better of Roswell, it is not a bad feeling, I suppose. Subaru, I see. Indifferent to Subaru's worries, Beatrice powerfully puffed out her chest, and finding her to be incredibly lovely, Subaru caressed the head of his adorable contracted spirit to his heart's content. As mentioned previously, the ones traveling to Pristella on the Reinhard Express were, strangely enough, the same members who had gone to Pristella the previous time. If it were possible, Subaru would have liked to mobilize all members of the camp, but he could not put too much strain on Ram, who was currently down on account of overworking. As for the personnel accompanying them from other camps, there would be Reinhard, tasked with the duty of carrying the dragon carriage, and Felt, who seemed to be responsible for supervising him. Then there would be the central figure of this expedition, Phylor, as a key person, and Sakura, serving as her chaperone. Subaru, to be honest, given the congestion of things that need to be done now, it's not like I don't get the feeling that it might be way too dangerous to bring Felt and Phylor together in the same dragon carriage so suddenly. Beatrice, however, as per what is being said, the two of them have already encountered each other face to face, in fact. Subaru, yeah, it was the day when Phylor first showed up at the castle, and when she treated Crush-san. On that day, the two of them met for the first time. It also seems like it was Felt who gave Phylor an insignia and verified if she held the qualifications to be a royal candidate. Beatrice, that girl is far too reckless, I suppose. Usually, the idea of placing one's own position into jeopardy is something one would think twice about, in fact. Subaru, to begin with, she isn't the type of person who depends on her ancestry. That unwavering part about her really gives off a cool impression. Felt's resolute way of living harbored a charisma capable of attracting many people. In actuality, those who wished to have Felt take the throne were those who had been enchanted by her words, actions, and way of being, perceiving their ideals upon those small shoulders of hers and choosing to follow her. If those were the results brought forth by the radiance of Felt's soul, bereft of any other factors, then the current situation was tantamount to an unnecessary plot being thrust upon her. Subaru, Felt, and Phylor, which one is the real princess and which is the fake, I wonder? Beatrice, it is a strange premise to begin with, I suppose. Regardless of which of the two is the real one, if they intend on leveraging the possibility, they ought to be proclaiming it more assertively, or so it doesn't go to waste, in fact. Get the masses to believe, get the masses to harbor suspicions, that would be the route with the greatest utility, I suppose. The more he thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed to leverage the surviving princess theory. As Beatrice said, not only were they failing to capitalize on a rare, powerful advantage, but if it turned out that either Felt or Philor was indeed the real deal, it could even be said that one of them would incur a negative image as the definite fake. When it came to that, the first thing that weighed on his mind was Subaru. In the end, what in the world was the church thinking when they decided to keep Philor's existence a secret? According to Philor, she was abandoned at the doorstep of the church 15 years prior, and from there was taken in and raised as an orphan within the children's house of the Church of the Divine Dragon. There she received a considerably sheltered upbringing, without much knowledge about the outside world, forming her as a monster of ignorant initiative. Regardless of the fact that her initiative was what gave rise to today's disorder, the Church of the Divine Dragon would have been fully aware of her distinct outward appearance, her age, and her name. There was absolutely no possibility that they had failed to draw the connection with the Lugunican royal family. Not to mention, if the sacrament that Philor wielded had the power to combat the authorities of the sin archbishops of lust and gluttony, would it not have been capable of exhibiting its power against the illness that befell the royal family? In that case, why had the Church of the Divine Dragon abandoned the Lugunican royal family to perish? Subaru, so long as that mystery remains unclear, nobody's going to be satisfied. With the holding of the royal selection known far and wide all across the kingdom, the citizens of the nation were all paying attention to who would take the throne in this epoch. In both a positive and negative sense, the people would not turn a blind eye to any conspicuous deeds of the royal candidates, nor would they forget them. Hence, he wanted to know what the Church of the Divine Dragon was thinking, no matter what. For that purpose, Subaru, Miklatovsan's invitation was really a godsend. Beatrice, in fact, beside the nodding, taciturn Beatrice, Subaru recalled the matter from the previous day when they had accompanied Philor as she went to assent to participation in the royal selection, and together with Emilia, they had held an exchange with Miklatov in one of the conference rooms of the castle. Philor's bombshell announcement when it came to the selection of her knight. He had been sent into a great spur of befuddlement when that had been dropped, and the scene had ultimately concluded rather chaotically, but Subaru had also managed to secure a benefit. An important member of the Council of Wise Men and likely one of the foremost intellects in the kingdom of Lugunica, that Miklatov, had agreed to set aside some time to chat with Subaru. While the clamorous Philor theater raged on in the background, given that there was no harm in asking, Subaru had told Miklatov that he wished to speak with him, to which the latter graciously agreed. Miklatov HRRMMM. In that case, I shall fit you into my schedule, Natsuki Dono. It just so happens there is a matter about which I would like to speak with you in private as well, Natsuki Dono. Subaru, I'm extremely grateful, but there's something you want to speak to me about, Miklatov, indeed. There's a matter I wish to ascertain, a matter about which I wish to inform you, and a matter on which I wish to consult you. I beg your pardon, but it would be a blessing if you could join this old man for a long chat. With those words, Miklatov flashed a smile that gave the impression of a good-natured old man, informed Subaru of the location of his residence, and scheduled an appointment for their agreed-upon private discussion. That appointment was today, where he was scheduled to depart for Pristella after the passing of fire time. Before that matter of great importance, as Subaru had promised to Miklatov, he was en route to the specified location by himself. Having received permission beforehand, he also brought Beatrice along with him, as their two hearts beat together as one. Subaru, as per what Miklatov-san said, setting aside whatever he wanted to ask and tell me, it's kinda scary that he said he wants to consult me on something, though I've also got a whole bunch of questions to unload on him. Ideally, I'd like to get him to show us the actual Dragon History Stone, but Beatrice, the Dragon History Stone is said to be managed as strictly as the dragon's blood, I suppose. However, if Betty were to get a glimpse of it, it should be possible to formulate a hypothesis of what its mechanisms resemble in fact. Subaru, it's not like I really think the Dragon History Stone is suspicious in and of itself, but the fact that it completely overlooked the annihilation of the royal family, and instead completely described the following royal selection is, well, it made him begin to suspect that there might have been some sort of malice or contrivance behind that. He did not wish to believe that even the deaths of the royal family had been orchestrated. Subaru, in the mausoleum, he had laid eyes upon the sarcophagi belonging to those departed members of the Lugunican royal family. Considering the impact the deaths of the widely beloved royal family had borne, especially that which the death of the fourth prince had borne on Crush and Ferris, with whom Subaru was well acquainted, if there had been somebody's will interfering with that, Subaru would never forgive that person, no matter what. Then it happened just when Subaru thought so and firmly clenched the hand opposite to the one holding Beatrice's. "It seems like you're thinking of some awfully unsettling things again, my friend." As a witty voice suddenly called out to him from the side, Subaru swiveled his head around in surprise. Upon doing so, his eyes caught sight of a stylish young man waving at him from the vertex of a T-junction in the road. At that friendly greeting, Subaru broke into a broad grin and, "Subaru, my friend. You're acting pretty overfamiliar all of a sudden. Oi, 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 you were the one who called me that first. Don't leave me out to dry, Subaru, just kidding. I'm happy to see you again, Tiga." A look of shock upon his face, the young man Tiga glared at Subaru's face with squinting eyes as the latter extended his hand with good graces, and after a shrug of his shoulders, he shook the proffered hand. With the successful exchange of the handshake, the revalidation of their friendship was completed, though, Tiga, it seems that you two are in lovely spirits, Miss Beatrice. It is an honor to meet you again. Beatrice, there are no objections from Betty either, I suppose. However, why are you here, in fact? Tiga, well then, allow me to return the very same question to the two of you. Albeit it is not as though I was sneaking around, but just in case, this was supposed to be a confidential summons. Subaru, confidential, no way, don't tell me you were also invited by Miklatov-san, Tiga. So that would mean you as well. Subaru and Tiga's eyes widened as they pointed fingers at each other, and Beatrice, standing between them, stood up on her tippy toes to reach up and pull both of their arms down. Seeing her help out with that cute gesture, Tiga exhaled a soft "ha" and, "Tiga, wow," and I got myself panicked thinking that I was being tailed. No matter how you look at it, you wouldn't bring a child along with you if you were on someone's tail, that's what I thought, but never mind, I'll leave it be. Subaru, what, don't call it quits midway through. I won't get mad, so spit it out, Tiga, really. I guess I'll say it then, but I thought that if it was the famous Lalamancer Natsuki Subaru, then it might be a piece of cake for you to bring a child along while actively tailing someone. Subaru. Asshole, who are you calling a Lalamancer, you bastard? Tiga, I only said it because you said you wouldn't get mad. At the shameful pseudonym that had resurfaced for the first time in a while, the indignant Subaru attempted to lunge at the other party. But Tiga skillfully evaded both of Subaru's hands before quickly hiding behind Beatrice. Watching over that refreshing, futile struggle, Beatrice faced Subaru and shrugged her shoulders. Beatrice, this matter will not proceed otherwise, so you must reconcile right here, I suppose. Subaru needs to act as an adult, in fact. Subaru, tusk, fine. I'm an adult, so I don't want to be told this and that by you when you're made to imitate a child. After all, I'm an adult. Tiga, I don't think an adult would need to make such a huge display about how adult-like they're being, for dragon's sake. Springing his crouched body back up, Tiga readjusted his hat as he gestured his chin in the direction of their shared destination, at the intersection where they had come to a halt. Tiga, we are headed for the same destination. Likely the appointed time is also the same. Let's go together. Subaru, I'm fine either way, but in that case, he shouldn't have had to make that odd specification about me coming alone. Wouldn't it have been fine if Emilia-tan or Rem came along with me? Tiga, setting Rem aside, Emilia-sama is your master, correct? Would you truly drag her along for your own errands? Subaru, it wouldn't be dragging her along, I just don't want to leave her side for even a moment if I can help it. Tiga, that's to meet banter with banter. Although Subaru had merely intended to retaliate in the back and forth, Tiga's mouth closed as if he was at a loss for words, and for a moment, he avoided eye contact. Seeing that reaction, Subaru exchanged glances with Beatrice and tilted his head in confusion. Subaru, what's wrong? Did I scare you with my big love towards Emilia-tan and the rest? Tiga, it's not that your big love or whatever you call it was frightening. Merely that weighty affection of yours, Subaru, it struck a chord in my heart that even I do not fully understand something like that. Subaru. I appreciate the sentiment, but I've already got lots of people whom I've set my heart on, so Tiga. Pretending to be all devoted, you then go with the declaration of a scumbag. Feeling like their usual rapport had returned, Subaru smiled at Tiga's sentimental riposte. From the beginning, he had thought him to be a person on similar wavelengths to himself, and sure enough, my friend was not just for show. Tiga was also taken in by Subaru's grin, smiling as he cast aside the unease from a moment prior. Beatrice, that is enough merrymaking from both of you, I suppose. It has come into view, in fact. At some point, Beatrice had started to walk a bit further ahead of Subaru and Tiga, and now standing at the corner bend in the street, she beckoned them with her hand. With long, fast strides, Subaru and Tiga hurried as quickly as they could without breaking into a sprint, and both arrived at Beatrice's side at roughly the same time. Then, at the outskirts of the noble district, finding the designated address and a large mansion with the matching roof color he had been told, he fathomed a guess that this must be Miklatov's residence. "Subaru, Tiga, what did you have to discuss with Miklatov-san?" "Tiga, consulting him about something I'm searching for, I guess." "What about you too, Subaru?" "Subaru, Biko and I are pursuing a grand quest of history. We wanted to ask about various things regarding the dark aspects of the kingdom, and we also were going to see if we could maybe get just a single glimpse at the Dragon History Stone." "Tiga, I see. So that ties back to those unsettling things you were saying earlier. I offer this warning out of consideration, but it would be best if you did not speak of your plans regarding the Dragon History Stone so casually out on the roadside." Right as he attempted to conclude his sentence, Tiga cut off his words there. Subaru and Beatrice turned around, wondering what the matter was, and as they were about to proceed through the front gate of Miklatov's mansion, Tiga halted in his tracks, glaring at the surrounding stone walls. Then, with a definite vigilance in his graceful side profile, he muttered, "That was Tiga, this is bad, the smell of blood is in the air." Beatrice in his left hand, guilty whip in his right. With those two reliable partners firmly equipped in his hands, Subaru stifled his breath and proceeded into the premises thick with the scent of blood. "Subaru, don't stray from me. We'll cover each other's blind spots." The one addressing him in such a hushed voice was Tiga, keeping guard at the front of their formation. Keeping low to the ground and erasing the sound of his footsteps as he walked, within Tiga's hand was a sword he had drawn in one smooth, soundless motion, a silver crescent that carved deep, sharp arcs. That which he grasped was a shamshir. From the air of his demeanor, Subaru could presume he was a ready master of that curved blade, and bore an ill-timed thought that Philor had quite the poor eye for knights. Subaru, through their clasped hands, Beatrice and Subaru's anxieties were transmitted to each other. Fortunately, thanks to Beatrice, who was far and away more composed than Subaru, they managed to avoid falling down a vicious spiral of their anxieties being reciprocally elevated by the others, akin to a self-inflicted authority of wrath. Miklatov's mansion had been transformed into such a hideous scene that it made him want to avert his eyes. Having entered the mansion from the rear, they had already discovered over 10 people, but every last one of them had already breathed their last, hideously slaughtered corpses, each slain with but a single stroke. Whether those blows that had not inflicted suffering ought to have been branded mercy, or the utter dominance that did not permit any show of strength ought to have been appraised as ruthless, he could not think of any parting words to adorn those who had perished. Merely with the fresh, vibrant breath of death so close at hand, Subaru's heart pounded as if it was about to burst. Subaru, the situation had already eclipsed Subaru's capacity. Having reached such a judgment, he was convinced that the best course of action would be to immediately leave the mansion and seek aid and reinforcements elsewhere. But at the same time, there was certainly a chance they could still save lives by proceeding onward now. That was because Subaru, all of them were only just killed. Beatrice, we are in agreement, in fact. If there was even just one person still breathing, I suppose, they discovered the mark of a slash carved into the corridor's wall, and the remains of yet another person collapsed directly underneath. A large, sweeping stroke had been unleashed, and had obliquely sliced through that person together with the wall behind him. Sliced open by a diagonal slash, the blood of the regrettable dead body had yet to dry, and the bloody stench tinged with heat possessed the characteristic cloying scent of a corpse, peculiar in how the vitality of that which had been alive but moments ago mingled with death. Subaru, it pisses me off that my experiences in the Empire are coming into play at a time like this. In the life of Natsuki Subaru, there existed one most atrocious, most hellish sight, though it troubled him greatly. It was the gruesome massacre upon the Gladiator Island, where a mountain of corpses had been erected from the faces he knew well. The calamity wrought by the accursed Todd Fang had scorched Subaru's world to ashes across innumerable deaths. There he had seen much death. That was why he could recognize it. Approximately how long ago the living had been made into the dead, and approximately how much suffering they had experienced before they passed on. Subaru, they didn't suffer. This now brought the number of corpses they had found within the mansion to 13, but not a single one of them had suffered. However, he was unable to make out whether that was the result of mercy or skill. The fact that they had died without suffering would likely only serve as consolation to the hearts of those who were able to ascertain it, such as himself. Prideful even at a time like this, that malediction from Ferris flashed through his mind. Why was that? Perhaps it was because he thought the one who had said he hated death more than anything else in this world would be able to understand Subaru, who currently felt utterly helpless in the face of this tragedy. Subaru shit while burdened with the sense of nausea and loss that he still could not grow accustomed to. Despite having borne witness to an incalculable number of deaths, Subaru closed the eyelids of the dead and moved onward. The reason he refused to withdraw was because the possibility remained that someone still survived in the midst of this tragedy that had only just begun. He did not wish to withdraw and allow that possibility of life to be destroyed. In addition, Subaru Miklatov-san is someone this country still needs. Certainly, Subaru had by no means exchanged many words with Miklatov. The council of wise men, he did not possess a single good memory of those men who stood at the zenith of those possessing acumen within the kingdom. Merely amidst the few points of contact and recollections smeared with negative thoughts that he would rather forget, there was certainly something Subaru remembered. Miklatov, at the very least, he has shown that you are not the sort of half-elf so feared by the world. You have a fine attendant. When Subaru's shameful conduct was laid bare before a great many people by his egotistical outburst, and he was driven from the throne room without a single ally remaining, those were the words that had been spoken. Until now, this moment, this very instant, he had not recalled it. However, that day in that place, there had been someone who had viewed Subaru's actions through a different perspective to everyone else. He had failed to realize that. But why had that been? Whatever the case, Subaru was grateful. Subaru would repay Miklatov with fortune surpassing this feeling of salvation. Tiga, Subaru, Miss Beatrice. Steeling himself with firm resolve and determination, Subaru used that as motivation to keep himself from running away. Calling out to Subaru and Beatrice was Tiga, who had reached a set of enormous doors. He could not claim to have examined every corner of the mansion, but he had finished checking all of the large chambers. Insofar as the layout of the mansion was concerned, the very room now before his eyes was the one that would serve as a place of refuge in an emergency. Therefore, this room was the mostly likely location for the master of the mansion to be, Subaru, HK. With nary a word of warning, immediately following a nod to each other, they plunged in through the open door with Tiga as the vanguard. As soon as they entered, the first thing his eyes landed upon was a great and enormous flag of the Kingdom of Lugunica spread out over the white wall within the modest room, that which depicted a single sword at its center, and two dragons facing each other on either side, had been cleaved in twain diagonally, with one of the halves falling to the floor. And there he could see, with the national flag that had slumped down to the floor seeming to wrap around their body, a single individual who seemed to have suffered the same slash, dead with their back against the wall in a pool of their own blood. Subaru, a groan had involuntarily escaped the back of his throat. A figure was reclined against the wall, their head hung low and their face not clearly visible. And yet he knew exactly who it was. Even the distinctive white beard that made it impossible to mistake them for another had been soaked in the vast quantity of blood that had gushed forth, staining it a bright crimson. Subaru, it was Miklatov McMahon, never to rise again, a merciless end that came all too suddenly for the great wise man who had sustained the Kingdom of Lugunica for so long. However, nevertheless, even that death, even that end, served not as the reason for Subaru's groan. The reason Subaru had groaned was not because Miklatov had been the victim. It was due to the assailant. In the center of the room, directly in front of the corpse of the departed Miklatov that was seemingly wrapped in the diagonally bisected banner, stood the figure of the assailant, their back turned. Upon a slender, well-proportioned back, there swayed beautifully captivating long, dark green hair. The curves of her body, abundant in femininity, could not be fully concealed by her dark blue attire, painting an aesthetic of fallen virtue upon this terrible scene. And not a single drop of gore clung to the long, sharp, straight sword clutched by her hand. That was only natural, for the strokes of her sword hewed through her opponents not with steel, but with wind. Subaru, aghast, Subaru and the others stood motionless as she slowly turned her head toward them. With one eye covered by an eye patch, the beauty in men's clothing captured them in her remaining eye of amber hue. Woman, Natsuki Subaru, is it? Pray tell, are you truly the real one I know? At that query from Crush Karsten, amidst the horrid spectacle of rampant blood and death, what escaped from the throat of Natsuki Subaru was not more than a pathetic groan.